This boy can't use mana even though he's a student at a magic academy. And right now, he's stuck in the middle of an exam where students have to steal point sticks from each other to rank up. So, of course, a group of bullies teams up and corners him. To them, he's just a powerless nobody, an easy target. But things don't go the way they expect. Baek Yusul calmly pulls out his point stick and shows it to them. Their leader smirks, thinking he's about to surrender. But then, in the blink of an eye, Baek disappears. He moves so fast, it feels like time itself freezes. And before anyone can react, he's already snatched one of their point sticks. By the time they realize what just happened, it's too late. Baek is already behind them. "Thanks for the points," he says mockingly. They panic and start firing spells in every direction, trying to hit him, but it's useless. He's way too fast. One by one, he robs them like they're children. Even their magic barrier can't stop him. In seconds, all their point sticks are gone. Baek casually says goodbye and disappears again with another blink. So who is this guy? He used to be just a gamer until he beat the final boss and got sucked into the game itself. When he wakes up, he finds himself in a rundown, abandoned building and quickly realizes the worst part. He's taken over the weakest character possible, a body with mana leakage syndrome, meaning he can't store mana at all and barely can use magic. But he has one skill called Blink. It's an insanely dangerous ability that lets him teleport instantly over short distances. One mistake in timing or direction, and he's dead. But here's the twist. He's the only one who can actually control it perfectly. Checking his pockets, he finds an acceptance letter to Stella Magic Academy. But before he can check it properly, he hears voices outside. And when he looks out the window, he spots a group of bounty hunters searching for him. He knows he can't hide forever, and he definitely can't fight them head-on. If he wants to make it to the academy, he has to survive first with his only Blink skill. The enemies close in, leaving him with no options but to give Blink a try. Bursting out of the cabin, he sprints as the chasers lock onto him. The tutorial begins. The first stage demands he blinks past enemies whose speed is sharpened by enchanted boots. When one of them gets too close, he stops hesitating. Better to risk dying by Blink than by their hands. He blinked forward cleanly, leaving the chasers frozen in disbelief that they are dealing with a mage. They prepare themselves to strike him during the spell's stun window. To their shock, he is already sprinting forward. Baek warns himself to tread carefully. This terrain is a nightmare for Blink. Every wall and stone a death flag if he crashes into one. One slip and he'll join the 99% who never made it past the tutorial. The 1% that survived couldn't control the range or chain their blinks. However, our guy's control is perfect. Every step clean, every blink on point. To the enemies, it looks like madness. The leader sends his mages ahead, shooting magic arrows from a distance. Stage 2 is all about dodging with Blink. Apparently, all those years of keyboard practice don't help his legs. His mana leak constitution kicks in, unlocking sixth sense and cognitive acceleration. He times it perfectly, using Blink to slip past arrows that came far too close. He races forward toward the final stage of the tutorial. He has to blink over the cliff to be rescued by a group of mages passing by. Sounds easy, except the blink range has to be perfect, and canceling it takes 1/10 of a second. The path towards the cliff is a scatter of floating stones on which he will need to pass. Blink too far, too short, or cancel too late, and he'll fall to his death. Despite the insane difficulty, he's confident he can make it. The problem isn't the stones. It's the pursuers closing in, 100 meters behind. Blink's 3-second cooldown means it won't recharge in time. Bro spent too long sweating over the stones, so now he has only one choice: take them out to survive. He ducks behind a rock and realizes he's got a new problem. He's never thrown a punch in his life, and now he has to fight these retards. In the game, the system wouldn't let him try attacking the chasers. Now that it's not just a game, he doesn't have to play by the system's rules. Those chasing him are his parents' enemies, and for some reason, the thought of killing them doesn't bother him one bit. In fact, he believes he can pull it off. The group charges him at the cliff's edge, certain he's suicidal for facing them alone. Baek pulls his sword free, measures the gap, locks it, and blinks in an instant, impaling the first man cleanly. Warm blood runs down his hand, yet he feels nothing. Just the thoughts of survival crowd his mind. Tossing the corpse into the mob, he seizes a head start and takes off running. The deadly game of cat and mouse resets. Then just for a moment, everything goes eerily silent. He almost believes they've let him go. Then the sky lights up, magic arrows pour down, spells locking onto him. He only has seconds to figure out how to survive this. A branch catches his eye and instinct takes over. He uses it to pivot, blinks, and lets the arrows crash behind him. The ground explodes where he was, fooling them into thinking he's gone. The great thing about his skill is that blink locks in his momentum before and after, so the explosion didn't even touch him. Before the mob realizes, he's in their face, blade already drawing blood, and another of them falls. Now just 2 left in front of him, and he has to finish them before the stragglers catch up. The mages, stunned by his display, question what kind of monster they're up against. But Beck knows his own limits. Even if his reflexes surpass most pro players, this isn't behind a keyboard. He is aware he can't keep dodging forever at point-blank range. One of the mage smirks, convinced he's figured out all our hero's tactics. He dares him to strike, only to unleash a surge of ice spikes tearing across the ground straight at him. The man thinks he finally has our guy cornered, but just 1 blink later, he has a blade lodged in his throat. The last man stares in terror, seeing how Beck turned from running like a chicken to a butcher. Can't blame him though. They basically let him warm up on them. With a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, he blinks forwards at the man. It's a reckless move that leaves him open, but the mage feels he has figured it out. He thinks Bayek will press with the spear from the front first, only to follow through with the sword from a side angle. As Bayek closes in, the enemy snaps Bayek's spear clean in half, already bracing for the side attack he expects, but the strike never happens. What lands instead is a blade right through his chest. Turns out our guy never needed a trick, only precision. And just like that, he clears the first episode. Then he receives experience points and a note from the Constellation Project promising extra rewards for unfolding the story in a unique way. Bruised and worn out, he drops to his knees. His hand trembles as he reaches for the sword. One glance at the bloody scene and it all sinks in. This isn't a dream. Everything is real, clear as day. His first blink, his first battle, even his first kill. It leaves a knot in his stomach, but he knows it was the only way to live. He staggers back onto his feet, dusts himself off, and tries to think of a way out. Then it dawns on him this is still Etherworld, which means these mages should drop loot. It's gross but worth a try. He digs in and finds close to 2,000,001. He pulls himself together and turns to the last step of the tutorial, crossing the cliff. Then voices call out from the other side, the mage squad. He recognizes them instantly from when he first played the game. Beck calls back that he'll cross the bridge. The mages glance at each other. One whispers that it usually takes a third-class knight to succeed, doubting whether this young boy has what it takes. Their doubts fade the moment a beam of light flashes across the cliff. One after another, the boy blinks from rock to rock. The mages gape, first assuming it's some kind of advanced jumping spell. A blue-haired girl points out that it's a blink spell, which only makes the scene stranger. Everyone knows blink is like throwing dice with your own body, random and uncontrollable, but the spell bends to our guy's will. Then the stragglers who had fallen behind at last appear on the cliff edge. Seeing this, one of the mage launches a magic beam while calling for Bayek to dodge. He barely makes it, darting onto another stone as the spell crashes down. Looking back at the mercenary's men, a harsh realization dawns. His skill has a cooldown of 3 seconds, which might as well be a lifetime when magic is flying in every direction. While the friendly mage readies his next spell, Beck hunts for another foothold. The search costs him a second too long. The beam grazes him, clipping his hair, and even splits the stone under his feet in half. He falls, and there are no stones nearby to land on. With no other option, he blinks mid-fall and barely manages to grip one. He breathes a sigh of relief, but it is cut short by another spell speeding right at him. He's sure this is the end until another blast of magic intercepts it and erases it midair. Beck stares in disbelief. What saved him wasn't ordinary magic, but an ice spear fused with lightning, a perfect combo. Not a drop of mana wasted, every inch calculated. He can only wonder what kind of abnormal person just saved his life. The savior is none other than the blue-haired girl from before. Even her teammates' jaws practically hit the ground. Beck finally sets foot across the cliff and makes the mistake of thanking her. She's as frosty as her magic, coldly dismisses him. Our poor boy saved from certain death, only to die inside seconds later. Still, he can't help but admire the melody of her voice, but she is impossible to approach. At least he finally shook off those bandits who make a hobby out of pillaging villages, mere pawns in the dark demon cult that reigns there. but their terror ends here. Across the cliff is mage territory, which they cannot breach. The system announces the start of episode 2 with the objective to enroll in Stella Academy. Guess reincarnation is all fun and games right up until you have to relive your school days. The mages take him along in their carriage, and exhaustion drags him into sleep. His dream drags him back to the day he told his mom he'd grow up to be a mage. His folks then saved up for ages to buy him a second-hand magic textbook. He knows how hard his parents work, so in the dream he swears he'll study hard and make them proud. But little boy's dreams shatter the moment they discover he has mana leakage syndrome. That's when he wakes up, unsure if the dream belonged to Beak's past or his own. The first rays of morning drag him back to reality. Turns out they're already near Luzoixa, the so-called satellite city of Arcanium. They stop for a quick break. His eyes lock with the blue-haired girl, only for her to whip her head away like he doesn't exist. On the bright side, the timeline here feels closer to modern times, so blending in won't be too hard. Even though this is a world of magic, the cities that are safe from monsters have trains, airships, and warp portals making long-distance travel convenient. That's why they're headed to where they'll catch an airship bound for Arcanium. That's the capital city of magic, where the main episodes of the story begin. Magic towers, night orders, and 5 elite academies all crammed into one place. And, of course, the academy with the strongest wizards and brightest students is where our boy is headed, Stella Academy. It draws nobles and prodigies from across the world, though he still can't figure out how his character even got accepted. He checks the skill window, which reveals that his sixth sense skill consumes mental energy sense mana around him. The moment it catches a threat, it instantly triggers his cognitive acceleration. Ironically, the only reason he's alive is because of the very curse that should have ruined him. Mana leak constitution might terrify mages, but for Bayek, it sharpens his senses and works as a radar to detect attacks even blindfolded. The real cheat is cognitive acceleration, which kicks in automatically when an incoming attack is too fast for normal human reaction. The skill makes him feel as if time has slowed down and opens a tiny window to fight back. Sixth sense may be his lifesaver, but it's also a double-edged sword because he can't maintain it for too long. The skill chews through mental energy skill, leaving him debuffed for a short period. Then he checks his stats and finds they aren't half bad. The game always begins with a weak senses stat, yet his is higher. It can only mean that some of the progress he made on his character has carried into this world. In the Ether world, every skill is measured by levels, while stats are marked with stars. The maximum is 9 stars, but reaching it is almost impossible. Even after a decade of grinding, the best he ever pulled off was 8 stars in strength and senses. Every increase in his senses sharpens his sixth sense and hones his reflexes, so he bumps it up to 2 stars right away. The headache, though, is man elite constitution. If he doesn't upgrade that curse into a natural celestial constitution fast, he might not even live to see the next chapter. That's where Stella Academy comes in. Its resources can help reinforce and stabilize his syndrome. School life again isn't exactly his dream, but the need to cure his condition leaves no room for choice. The system chimes with alerts about missed notifications, but since they've already reached the airship, he decides to check them later. No sooner does he step onto the ship than a bunch of guys start mocking him as a commoner who's lowering the academy's standards. All Bake can do is sigh and ignore them. Turns out school drama is universal. The bully doesn't take kindly to being ignored and charges forward shouting. But just then, murmurs ripple through the crowd. Everyone, bully included, freezes the moment their eyes land on the princess of Adelibit Kingdom, Hong Bian. Bayek recognizes her on the spot. She is the villainess of this world. She is one of the main characters of the game, always picking fights with the heroine. She is guaranteed to meet a tragic end in every storyline. In some endings, she gets brutally murdered, while in others is bullied and expelled from the academy. In one ending, she is disgraced so badly that she never shows her face in public again. It's as if the developed had some personal vendetta against her. Of course, that didn't stop male players from idolizing her. She is drop-dead gorgeous, but with a demeanor so cold, she looks like she'd kill you for breathing too close. His stomach twists with hunger, yet every snack he spots is way too expensive. Luckily, the announcement saves him. Arcanium, 10 minutes away. Relief washes over him. The wait is over. The real story begins now, and this time he's ready to face it head-on. Ironically, his confidence vanishes as quickly as it came when image of monsters prowling through Arcanium flashes in his head. The thought gnaws at him. He'll need more than courage to survive here. That's when his mind drifts back to the unread notification marked as a special reward from the Constellation project. The system lays out his options. Either pick a downgraded version of an item or skill he's used before or just take the experience points. He immediately thinks of legendary items like Returning Light or Flash Glory, but there's a catch. The higher the rank, the harsher the downgrade. He considers unlocking the Hyperspace Blink skill but discovers it is unobtainable, being an advanced form of forward blink. While a slight tweak to the base skill is possible, the system warns him that his narrative power is insufficient. It is a power that only charges when he goes wandering down the story's hidden paths. Dropping the fancy skills, he goes for something simpler: Warbler glasses. These handy specs record all the knowledge he's uncovered in the game. Otherworld never let players recall monster notes or discoveries on their own, so players crafted gadgets to save their data. Our boy's glasses are his version of that trick. They run on mental energy and come with a seal function and even an archive folder. Beck checks the folder and finally relaxes. All the core info he needs is all there. Thanks to these glasses, he can recover at least half the grind he once poured his soul into. He gets distracted when the blue-haired girl passes by. The crowd stirs. She's recognized as Acel, eldest daughter of Duke Morph, the man branded a traitor. His special glasses reveal that she is a fake heroine and wields ice lightning magic. Otherworld takes its script from the novel Don't Love the Unfortunate Princess. The original story follows Ezel, whose life crumbles after her family's downfall, pushing her into magic school. There, she spends her youth fighting endless plots of her rival, Hong Bian. She eventually ditches her revenge plan, pairs up with the male lead, and comes under his protection. Readers weren't thrilled, and so the novel ended on a bitter tragic finale. Unlike the novel, the game introduces Flame, a new character who takes over as the true heroine instead of Ezel. Flame was just an ordinary woman from the modern world, who loved that novel a little too much that she got reincarnated into Ezel's world. So in-game, Flame rises as the true heroine, while Ezel is sidelined as a fake. The real tragedy is that Ezel dies in every storyline, no matter how hard players struggle to save her. As she walks past, Beck pauses. She looks oddly familiar. Still, he shrugs it off and doesn't dwell on it. Soon enough, he arrives at Stella Academy. The welcoming instructor gives the students a crash course on the enemy, demonic mages who have embraced the hidden realm. They are plotting to bring ruins to the magic world by opening persona gates and ancient dungeons. His words end on a solemn note. It is their burden as mages to fight back. Next, they call up 4 top-performing newcomers and the freshman representative to the podium for the oath ceremony. Out of them, the one who steals the spotlight is Ma Yusong, the top-scoring freshman representative. The man screams supremacy, 9 stars in mana, talent pushing toward the divine. There isn't a single element in existence that this ultimate genius can't control. Beck thinks even if he can't hit the true ending, at least dragging Yusong to the good side might save the story from a bad ending. Trouble is that outcome depends entirely on Flame. If she's from his world, befriending her could tilt things his way, but it could just as easily backfire if she sees him as a threat. Lucky for him, he can play it safe. He knows the whole story. Flame landed in her beloved fantasy novel, but she doesn't even know he's been dropped into the very game she's living out. Beck is even less than an NPC, while the heroine is practically a god, able to purify the demonic mages. On top of that, she can drain the energy of anyone nearby, and obviously our guy won't be spared either. Good thing he's only supposed to support the main characters from the sidelines so he can keep his distance. With that, the ceremony wraps up and episode 2 comes to a close. Bike might feel like a fish out of water returning to high school post-university, but his Stella pocket watch offers him some comfort. Just having it on him earns him more respect than most Magic Warrior licenses because it proves he's part of the most prestigious academy. He slips the watch into his pocket, struggling to contain his excitement. Professor Lee Hanwal recites exam rules, but Bank pays zero attention. His thoughts are locked on the class organization test, the first little slice of academy torture they throw at students even after surviving the brutal entrance exam. This assessment sorts students from F to according to their score, S being the top-tier class. Naturally, most of the game's playable characters land in S class. Though our boy who scored dead last among the new admissions and is clueless about everything on the exam, Beck figures that since he's already accepted, the worst that can happen is F class even if he leaves the paper blank. Yusong, on the other hand, finished his exam ages ago and now just sits there bored, the guy's defining trait. Born into the most powerful mage family, and gifted with insane talent, life's just too easy for him. That also makes him irresistible to the demonic mages, and only the heroine can keep that from happening. Seeing his empty test paper next to Yujing's, an idea suddenly hits him. Maybe his warbler glasses could help. Just as he pulls them out, the invigilator snatches them for inspection. That's what happens when you daydream through the instructions. Now he's in deep trouble. Maybe this is his first and last day if they detect magic on them. And to make matters worse, the system decides it's the perfect time to ping him about some retrievable part of the glasses. Beck panics and practically prays for the system to spare him from its own helpfulness. Luckily, the professor hands the glasses back after seeing no mana emanating from them. Never in his life did he expect to be so thankful to the devs for nerfing his gear. Had the glasses been fully functional, they would have definitely given off mana and gotten him caught. Once the invigilator turns away, he puts on the glasses and hits the jackpot. They reveal all the answers. His confidence skyrockets, and he even starts fantasizing about landing in a class. He cheered silently like a hero, only to finish 3 questions before time ran out. Poor guy won't be escaping F-class in this lifetime. The examiner notices that Beck solved a question that wasn't meant to be solvable. He wastes no time confiscating the glasses and calls in Dr. Graham for a thorough inspection. The doctor, a magic engineering professor, examines the glasses carefully, yet no magical essence is found in them or any other of his items. He ultimately concludes that Bayek solved the question with his own ability and even praises him for it. Hanwal offers an apology, and Bayek feels a twinge of guilt for cheating. He knows full well he would have been caught if the glasses were fully functional. For once, Lux has taken a personal liking to him. The next day, Hanwal and Grayan are hunched over exam papers in the office. Professor Edeltaman from the Council of Elders walks in, thrilled about the interesting candidates this year. Among them, Hongbayan hails from the most renowned family of fire-class magic in the Kingdom of Flames, Adelbet. Then there's Jeremy from the Skarlovan Empire, crowned heir at just 12 because his magic skills left all his older brothers in the dust. Hai Wanriang is the third notable candidate who comes from the greatest magic tower called Full Moon Tower, set to succeed the tower's master and inherit its legacy. These extraordinary students are exactly why this year's class placement assessment came with a new, much tougher pattern. The first 3 questions were brutal, covering material that the old-fashioned textbooks didn't even touch. The point of these brutal first questions was to check their flexibility to see if the students could move past them without wasting time. On top of that, the way they approach problems they haven't prepared for was also being carefully judged. Gone are the days of purely memorizing textbooks. Students now need to think fast and get creative to keep up with the practical demands of this era. Even so, those 3 questions were never meant to be solved. Thousands skipped them entirely, and among the 100 brave enough to try, most didn't get a single one right. The only students to get all 3 questions right were Ma Yusong, the century's prodigy with an unknown background, Flame, a commoner whose talent is second to Yusong's that even the principal recommended her admission, the unexpected third, Beck Yusail. The first 2 were no surprise given their talents, but Bayek aced the hardest questions while leaving the rest of the exam blank, left the professor completely dumbfounded. Seeing him stressed over his score, Edeltiman reasons that these questions aren't about formula crunching. She thinks he might not be a genius, just incredibly lucky. While checking by admission papers, he finds that he got accepted just due to his ability to control his blink skill. At that moment, he decides it's time to figure out if the boy is actually extraordinary or just a fluke. The next day, results go up on the bulletin board. Crowds of students swarm it, all stressed about living up to their parents' expectations. Beck's stress is different. He hates having to physically check something that he could just do with a click in the game. As students spot him, whispers spread questioning the academy standards for admitting Bayek Uziol. Unbothered, he approaches the board to check F-class, but his name isn't there. Beck fumes at the thought of being failed until he hears other students trash-talking him and whining about the results. One look at the board leaves him dumbfounded. S-class is for the elite few, and somehow his name is on the list. Every other class has subdivisions, but Class S is one singular block containing 41 chosen elites. BYCH gawked at his name, convinced either the academy made a mistake or fate has decided to fast-track him into an early grave. So much for being a background character, he's now stuck mingling with the very people who trigger every death flag in the story. The least he can do is try to be invisible among them. While Beck dreams of his childhood, Hong Bian is busy starring in her villain origin story, getting beaten for messing up her placement test. Her mother, Hong Yeo, belongs to elemental class and happens to be the Academy's fire element professor. Banished from her kingdom and forced into the lowly role of an academy professor, she now vents her bitterness on her daughter, calling her no better than insects. Her mother makes it clear. She is not to be a failure like her sister. Hong Bian answers obediently, but in truth, she has no idea why her mother keeps tormenting her despite following every lesson to the letter. The scene shifts to Baek in class, baffled at how he ended up surrounded by a bunch of weirdos. Making friends isn't even on his to-do list, but judging from the constant whispers about him, one thing is for sure, he is an outcast whether he likes it or not. Classes reshuffle after each exam, promotions and demotions decided by scores. Class S abides by the same rule, but it has never seen anyone drop out. Baek does recall a student who climbed his way into Class S though, and he intends to find out more about him here. It's surreal for Baek, seeing game characters alive and breathing before him. Many of them will become world-renowned figures in the future, and some, like Ma Yusong, will end up betraying the magic community, something that only flame can stop. The classroom falls silent when Professor Lee Hanwol strides in. He's a man infamous for hunting down thousands of dark mages, and now he's the one in charge of S-Class. He wastes no words explaining the Academy's purpose is to break them and rebuild them as combat mages through 3 years of unforgiving training. Right before the lecture starts, Hong Bian enters the room. They can't believe it. She's the last person who'd defy punctuality. Intrigued, he studies her with his warbler glasses and discovers she's fated to die, courtesy of both the fake and the real heroine, a classic villain's send-off. He wants to save them all someday, but right now he can barely save himself. For now, he decides to keep distance, but that brilliant strategy lasts exactly 10 seconds until she takes a seat right next to him. One eye contact is all it takes for him to realize he is doomed. Professor Hanwold announces that it's time for the joint staff succession ceremony for Class S and A, news that immediately sparks excitement in our boy. There are 2 grand ceremonies in the Academy, the familiar contract and the staff succession, but the latter truly defines the Academy's prestige, showcasing its finest talents. Soon after, the ceremony begins. Professor Hanwold instructs the students to step forward and pick any staff they desire, ranging from low to high grades. He warns them to choose carefully since changing later is a tedious process. Of course, the choice hardly matters. The truth is no one really chooses their staff. It's the staff that responds to its rightful master, resonating with them on its own, acknowledging the chosen one, not the other way around. Black hesitates, staring at the rows of glimmering staffs. In the original storyline, he was supposed to be in Class F, not standing among the elites of Class S, forced to pick something clearly out of his league. After a moment of thought, he settles on a wand, a shorter version of the staff. Wands are favored by knight-type magic warriors who rely on speed and precision, while staffs are the weapon of bishop-type mages who pour time and power into massive spells. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Apparently, half the class is betting on Baek failing to resonate with anything. They say he's a fluke, someone who slipped into Class S by mistake. And just when he thinks it can't get any more cliché, a typical Academy bully stomps over to insult him even though he doesn't even know his name. When Beck tells him to buzz off, the guy starts fuming like a broken kettle. Out of curiosity, Baek activates his warbler glasses. Turns out the guy's just a crown prince's errand boy. Then, trying to look cool, the guy boasts he'll take Edmori Edamiri, one of the highest grade staffs in existence that even pro mages can barely handle. No matter how skilled, students rarely get anything above a low-grade staff. There's one more upper intermediate staff in the room, but it's just a display piece like a museum relic. When the professor signals them to stand by the staffs that resonate with them, most of the nobles end up pairing with intermediate grade staffs, Hong Bai Aeon naturally being one of them. Seeing that, the arrogant guy rushes to grab the upper intermediate staff, but it violently rejects him, tossing him across the floor. The shot kills everyone else's confidence, and one by one, they give up on the upper intermediate staffs. Everyone backs off, everyone except Ma Yusong, who silently steps forward to claim it. As Yusong grips the wand, the room stills. Everyone expects a repeat of the last disaster, but instead, the staff accepts him. Beck expected as much. It suits the man's mythic status. What catches him off guard is the man's sudden smile in his direction, as if he has gone insane after all. Now only the last upper intermediate staff remains, Terrafan. Beck silently prays for Flame to choose, which would set her on the path toward Yusong. But if she chooses differently, things may unfold in a way that ruins the ending he's trying to preserve. He brightens as Flame walks in Terrafan's direction. If she picks it, Yusong's will start taking interest in her, but his excitement dies instantly as she strolls right past the legendary staff. Dumbfounded, Beck wonders if she's even aware of Terrafan's existence. Maybe the novel didn't give her enough intel. Still, the thought terrifies him. Being a heroine, she can resonate with anything, even the dumbest staff, which could throw the whole plot off balance. No way he's letting her mess up the storyline like that. He blinks forward, startling her, of course, and casually asks which staff she plans to choose. Unfortunately, his charm doesn't quite land. He gets a cold reply that reminds him why he never talks to girls. She cuts him off coldly, telling him to mind his own business before walking away. Something feels off to him. In the original story, Flame was supposed to be a literal sweetheart who could get along with nobles and peasants alike. Beck tries one more time but gets a curt dismissal. Beck chuckles nervously and insists she give Terry-Fawn a chance. He gestures toward the staff, and that's when he hears a crackle, then a flash. Before he can even process it, the staff is in his hand. He stares at his hand, dumbfounded. Not even a week at Stella Academy, and he's already committed treason against the storyline. Afterwards, the Academy can't stop buzzing about the 2 students who resonated with the highest class staffs, a feat achieved by only 5 people in the school's entire history. The gossip centers on one name, the guy who passed the magic implementation test using only blink, a spell so basic it's practically a joke. Flame, tired of the endless chatter, escapes to the study hall for some quiet. There, surrounded by silence and shelves of books, she finally gathers her thoughts. Her mind drifts back to the ceremony and to him. She's certain she's read the original novel at least 3 times before ending up in this world. And yet, not once did she ever see a character named Beck Yuseol. And to make things stranger, no one in the novel ever resonated with the staff Terry-Fawn. Not once. The fact that Beck Yuseol managed to grab it so effortlessly sends a chill down her spine. Something about him doesn't fit the story's script, and that terrifies her more than she cares to admit. A group of her classmates soon enter the study hall, breaking her thoughts. Flame greets them kindly, a stark contrast to how she snapped at Bayek earlier. She calls them kids, earning puzzled looks since they're all the same age. With an awkward laugh, she explains it's just a habit. Growing up with younger siblings does that to you, and curses herself inwardly for sounding like a mother hen. Her gaze drifts toward a redhead named Jackie. She remembers her from the novel, though the real one looks far prettier than she'd imagined, and apparently has taken a liking to copying Flame's fashion and hairstyle. After chatting briefly, Flame excuses herself from the group, feeling drained among these endlessly energetic girls at her age. Lost in thought, she accidentally walks straight into a wall and then bumps into the Crown Prince, Wonriang. Seeing her dazed, he pauses, and they share a short, polite exchange, complimenting each other's diligence and composure. Before leaving, he gently pats her shoulder, and for a fleeting moment their eyes meet in a flirtatious silence. When Flame turns around, she catches Jackie peeking from behind a pillar, obviously spying on them. Feeling awkward, Flame gives her a small hesitant wave, but Jackie doesn't react, just slips away into the corridor like nothing happened. Shrugging it off, Flame suddenly remembers she's running late for her supplementary review session, the one that Aizel and Hongbien are supposed to attend according to the novel. She steps into the hall and feels a surge of determination seeing all the familiar faces gathered. The organizer, Kyle from Class A, looks visibly flustered. After all, this review session was meant for underperforming students, not for the prestigious Class S elites who've shown up uninvited. To her surprise, even Ma Yusong, the male lead himself, is present, and he seems unusually focused on one person. Her eyes follow his line of sight and land on Beck Yuseol. Now that she thinks about it, something about that guy has been odd from the start. He only solved the 3 demonic-type questions on the entrance exam, questions no sane student would even touch, and somehow ended up in Class S because of it, almost like he knew exactly what he was doing. Meanwhile, Beck feels uneasy sitting this close to the Academy's golden boy. Yusung casually asks our boy why someone like him is attending a remedial class, as if probing for a hidden agenda. The truth, however, is painfully simple. Beck genuinely needs help. His grades are terrible. Still, he can't understand why this so-called star student keeps flashing him that annoyingly bright smile like they're long-lost friends. The tension between them ends when Kyle starts the session, focusing on the 3 infamous questions from the placement test. He had planned to show off in front of weak nobles, but didn't expect so many Class S prodigies to show up here. Then Kyle spots Bayek among the attendees and remembers he scored the lowest on the test. Eager to assert dominance, he begins flaunting his solution to the first question. Yusong, curious, leans closer and asks if Kyle's method seems correct. Naturally, Beck has no clue. He only managed it by copying with his warbler glasses. He answers that he's not sure, but his voice comes out louder than intended, drawing everyone's attention in an instant. They all start debating whether Yuseong's comment was meant for Kyle's answer, which conveniently gives the organizer a perfect chance to put Bayek on the spot. Without hesitation, he asks Beck to explain the solution, clearly expecting a stumble. Beck immediately catches on. It's a setup. Yusong definitely did this on purpose to test him. With no real way out, he decides to just get it done. The question itself is absurd. Something about a mage asking the earth to let its tears flow, resulting in 2 stones. The logic for this question, however, is ridiculously simple. It's because tears come from 2 eyes. Kyle had thrown around a bunch of formulas and somehow got the right answer by sheer luck. But Bayek knows that kind of luck won't last if a similar question comes with a twist. So instead of walking them through this nonsense directly, he flips the script and asks how one would approach it if the question were about the sea or the wind. Then he calmly explains the actual logic behind it all. Flame watches with quiet amusement as every student starts frantically jotting down notes. She recalls that according to the original plot, Aizel and Hongbayan were supposed to be fighting in this scene, but instead, both are too captivated by Bayek's explanation. By evening, our boy has grown surprisingly comfortable around Ma Yusong. They wave each other off like old buddies, and that's when it hits him that he was supposed to keep his distance from him. It all started because of that staff Terrafan. Even though he can't actually use it, he somehow caught Yusong's attention. He still has no clue how he managed to resonate with the staff in the first place. As he heads down the corridor, he spots Hongbayan waiting ahead and tries to slip past quietly to avoid her. She brings up the question from the review, wondering why he didn't bother to explain it. The question itself was a pun, so trying to justify it with logic would have been a waste of breath. He brushes it off, saying he didn't have anything to add, but Hongbayan's not done. She asked him to show her how to solve those types of questions and even offers to pay him. The idea of being paid for explaining a couple of silly placement test riddles sounds ridiculous, but she's dead serious. He teases her lightly, wondering if someone who only missed 3 questions feels awkward asking for help from the guy who got everything else wrong, except those 3. She explains that it's actually more humiliating to get the questions wrong and still not be able to solve them even after the test. He completely loses it when she mentions that only 3 students this year managed to get all 3 questions right, including him. They weren't meant to be solved at all. They were just a trap. Yet somehow he, Flame, and Yusong had cracked them. He hadn't even realized those questions were supposed to be impossible. Now everything finally clicks. The reason he was placed in Class S were those trick questions. It finally clicks why Flame's been wary of him. She's read the original novel, and even if she's clueless about the game versions, her understanding of this world runs deep. She must have known about those trap questions, and since solving them threw him among the leads, he must be out of place in her eyes. Seeing his sour expression, Hong Bi-yun reminds him about their deal. He's supposed to help her with the questions. In return, he casually asks her to modify his staff into a magic sword. It's a strange request, but given her family's royal blacksmith heritage from the Adalovic kingdom, it shouldn't be a big deal for her. The request, however, throws her off. Magic swords are outdated, used mostly by low-tier mercenaries who can't cast proper spells. Still, Beck keeps that tiny detail to himself that he can't actually use magic. He simply says it's his personal preference. She hesitates, but eventually agrees. She doesn't really have a choice. After all, our boy already knows her biggest weakness, her lack of creativity with magic, and her rigid textbook-perfect approach to spell work. In the game, she wasn't supposed to realize this flaw until her second year right after a crushing defeat by Flame. But Beck wants to help her, and what better way to start than by teaching the mighty perfection, obsessed Hong Bai-yen, the art of something as absurdly human as puns. He starts off by tossing her a simple pun about a tree that can fit in one's hand. Hong Bien stares blankly, clearly overthinking it. When he tells her the answer is a palm tree because it fits in your palm, she glares at him like he just insulted her intelligence. Before she explodes, he quickly explains that the questions she couldn't solve weren't about formulas or logic. They needed creativity, something that can't be memorized from a book. He tells her that while formulas and spells matter, what truly defines a mage is attention to detail. Even the smallest shift in perception can lead to growth. He points out that her problem isn't intelligence but perspective. She only sees things literally, bound by rules, and thus lacks a creative outlook on things. The words hit harder than he expects, and her expression turns serious. Fake, suddenly unsure if he's gone too far, awkwardly asks if she even understands what he means. She nods, which worries him more because even he has no clue what he just said. He keeps the pun practice going, tossing her a few more to see if she's getting the hang of it, but no luck. Seeing her fuming like a kettle going to explode, decides to throw her an easy one about the kind of grades a seagull gets and silently prays she nails it. And this time, she does. Her eyes light up as she blurts out the right answer, a bright, genuine smile spreading across her face. So unexpected that it catches him off guard. He's never seen her smile like that, not in the game, not even once in real life. After 3 exhausting hours with Hongbian, he finally steps out of the academy. He still can't believe she actually bought into his nonsense. Sure, she's a genius mage, but when it comes to thinking outside the box, she might as well be trapped inside one. A pang of guilt hits him knowing he used that very flaw in getting her to upgrade his staff into a magic sword. He convinces himself that he desperately needed it, and besides, now it's done. He wanders down the street, scanning for a bookstore to buy the materials needed for his class, and finally spots one after a while. He steps into the store and immediately notices how rundown it looks. He knows from the game that owner pretends to be asleep while secretly spying on customers through half-closed eyes. The only reason he came to this shady old place is because it holds Mila's notebook, a legendary item once owned by a top Stella Academy graduate from 10 years ago. Back in the game, all it took was a single click. Now he has to actually buy the textbooks himself. Turns out different books affect his grades in different ways. And after wasting money on fancy shops, he realized the dusty backstreet ones have the real gold. Miela's notebook was known to almost guarantee a perfect score for anyone studying magic technology from it. While his warbler glasses were sufficient for passing grades, the notebook might still hold some hidden tricks worth knowing. He spots the book and reaches for it, only for his hand to bump into someone else's reaching for the same copy. It's Isel. She greets him, mentioning she remembers him from the review session, which makes him wonder if she's completely forgotten about that cliff fiasco. She compliments the debate he led during the review and admits she wished he had explained all the questions since she couldn't solve a few. When she turns away, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief that she didn't take the notebook he was after. Moments later, he notices her checking book prices and exhaling in relief. That's when it clicks. This place mostly sells used books. Hardly anyone comes here unless they're short on money. Isel, having lost everything after her family's downfall, seems to be in the same boat as him. Her father used to be a duke before dark mages took his life. Bake's pity for her grows when he remembers how miserably her story ends in the original novel. And now that Flame has taken her place as a main character in the game, Isel's demise is destined to arrive even sooner. They run into each other again at the counter. He notices her eyes flick toward the stack of books he picked out. He bites back a snarky comment and instead calls his selection interesting. When she notices one particular title, Advanced Sealing Theory, she asks why he'd choose such an outdated subject. She explains that sealing magic relies on physical mediums to manifest spells, something that's been left behind with the rise of alchemy and modern magic tech. She clearly assumes he's clueless, but Bike knows better. That's exactly why he chose it. No one bothers to take the course, making it an easy way to rack up top grades. The next day, Al heads to her first class of the day, Study of the Void. She chose it thinking it would be an easy subject to score well in. But the moment she steps inside, she's stunned to find the classroom packed wall to wall with students. Even the top performers are here. Apparently, she wasn't the only genius who thought this would be the easy route. Left with no choice, she resolves to focus her efforts on other subjects instead. After class, she walks toward the cafeteria, thinking how disastrous it would be if every class turned out like this. Getting a scholarship would become nearly impossible. She checks her balance, 60 meal tickets for the whole term. The poor girl has no choice but to eat bread in order to save up. On her way, she passes by a classroom window and spots Bake Usual inside. He's enrolled in Lunar God Studies, a subject with barely any students, and most of them are mediocre at best. Then it hits her that if she takes this course, she won't need to spend much time on it to get a decent grade. That means more hours to focus on tougher subjects and land a scholarship. For a moment, she wonders if he somehow knew this subject would be easy or if he just had an oddly precise course selection strategy. She shakes her head, dismissing it as pure coincidence. Inside, Professor Raiden drones on about the White Mage, the ancient figure who spread magic to the world, teaching nature magic to elves, material magic to dwarves, and elemental magic to humans before ascending to the heavens. In the game, this lecture would have been skippable with a single button press. Now though, Beck's stuck enduring years of this endless mythology talk. Still, he knows these details could be useful later if he wants the ending he's after. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices Isel in a seat beside him. Strangely, he doesn't recall any of the main characters ever attending this class in the original game. The lecture detailed how the greed of human mages pushed them to steal the magic of elves, dwarves, and other races. Their pursuit of power ended only after the first mage vanished, leaving only the 12 lunar gods to guard the world's balance. When Raiden asks if anyone knows of these gods, Isel was the first to respond. Raiden elaborates that each lunar god possessed a distinct power meant to protect the world. He described the lunar god, sixth moon of the red summer, who wielded red flames that are rumored to never go out. He points out that they still gloat even now within the Alamanca Deep. Raiden urges the class to check the place out, which makes Beck question his sanity. He knows the Sea King reigns there, and no trespasser ever leaves alive. The lecturer moves on to Levian's coast, a massive whirlpool frozen by the 12th moon of the blue winter. He mentions a rumor. When all 12 guardians gather, something extraordinary occurs. Of course, no one knows what that amazing thing could be. The guardians have been asleep for 1,000 years. Bayek remembers finding only 5 of the 12 gods, and that only through rare events. No other player has managed more, and he can't shake the feeling that these 12 are directly tied to the true ending he's aiming for. Since no one has reached that ending in 10 years, the solution has to be hidden somewhere in content no one has unlocked yet. Beck has risked his life in the game to locate 5 of the lunar gods, and he knows that here too, he must give everything to achieve the true ending. There is no alternative. In another class, Professor Hongyella is making it painfully clear that hitting the target matters more than just throwing around powerful fireballs. One spell that misses is a spell wasted. She shows them a demonstration explaining their effort would be in vain if their spells don't hit the target. One student steps forward to showcase her skill, casting a fire spell at a training prop, but it fails miserably. The student is none other than Hong Bayan, who never misses a chance to impress her demanding mother. True to form, she fails again. After class, Hong Bayan sits alone, wallowing in self-pity for disappointing her mother. Arshuan, a girl renowned for her genius and fire magic, spots her and approaches, offering kind words to lift her spirits. Though Hongbayan's skills are far from Arshuan's level, the sweet gesture manages to brighten her mood. They part ways, and Hongbayan heads home where her bodyguard Yeterin greets her. She is served her favorite candy with tea while Yeterin updates her on the staff she asked to modify. It's so high quality, it will turn into a top-tier magic sword. However, there is a complication. The staff constantly tries to absorb its user's mana. This could suggest it is a dark magic artifact, which is impossible since it resonates with natural energy. Hong Beyond initially dismisses it as useless, but Yeterin explains its true potential. It was once advanced grade, dramatically boosting magical power, but it was downgraded to upper intermediate because it drains mana just by being held. The revelation shocks her. She can only imagine the strain on a student resonating with it and feels relieved she avoided bonding with it herself. Handling it would require a ridiculous amount of mana or maybe none at all. She shrugs it off, relieved that the issue isn't hers to handle. A few days later, Bayek and Isel sit in mana trajectory class, learning that attack magic requires more precision than anything else. Professor Kalame emphasizes that this subject trains students for professional combat, teaching them to strike exactly where they intend. He writes a brutal problem on the board, requiring a trajectory calculation for a water element spell. Most of the class has no idea where to start, and Bayek can't stop yawning from sheer boredom. That's when the professor's gaze locks onto him, and he calls Beck up to solve it. Takes a moment, but Beck simplifies the formula in a way that leaves the professor practically fangirling. Homework is assigned, the class is dismissed, and the moment they step outside, Aizel marches straight up to him with a question. Aizel has been paying close attention to him and realizes his grades don't reflect his true intelligence. The way he solved that problem was far beyond a student's level, almost something only a professor could pull off. Compared to him, the other so-called prodigies seem ordinary. Intrigued by his well-planned course list, she timidly asks about his next class. Beck, startled by the sudden question, can't help but respond with childish banter. Aizel admits she's been watching his course choices and notices a pattern. Every single one is an easy grade booster. Curious, she presses him on how he came up with such a clever strategy, but he casually dismisses it as coincidence and walks off. Not ready to let it go, she hurries after him. He eventually stops and asks, half annoyed, why she doesn't just take the same classes since she already did the research, but she declines, saying she might end up hurting his grades. Instead, she sweetly asks him to recommend just one easy class. Aizel tries her luck with a sweet sparkly-eyed smile, but it falls flat on Beck. Fortunately, she came prepared with a second move. She knows everyone in the academy, especially the broke ones, has a weakness for anything valuable. As soon as she mentions she has information about the ghost of the seventh tower, his interest sharpens. The tower, now nothing but cursed ruins, has been off limits for years. Beck quickly interrupts her. He knows exactly what this information means. It's not just rumor. It's tied to an important quest line. Such knowledge could greatly increase Flame's favorability with her chosen male lead. Since Aizel holds the position of the novel's main heroine, the same dynamic must still apply to her in this world. He immediately stops her, unwilling to let a story that valuable be wasted on someone like him instead of the main lead. Claiming he's not interested in ghost stories, he assures her he'll tell her about the easy courses for free. Her gesture alone was enough to make him give in. He recommends Meditation into the Abyss, a course that immediately makes Aizel suspect he's gotten too invested in spiritual nonsense. But Beck clarifies that his mentor, a bishop-type magician, once multiplied his own power several times through meditation. It's an unknown truth in this world that meditation is essential for bishop-class mages to improve accuracy and control when casting destructive magic over wide areas. Strengthening the heart that channels mana, that's where true mastery begins. Being the hopeless simp he is for her charm, Beck reveals this secret to her. Even though it won't improve her grades directly, she still agrees to try the course, intrigued by his advice. He gets uneasy thinking about how the advice he gave Aizel might throw the story off course. Still, he knows ignoring Aizel would have been a death sentence for her. All he can do now is hope meditation helps her survive. Then a sudden realization hits him. He's a mage too and wonders why he hasn't started training as well. He remembers how in the game, Beck Yuseol enhanced his body to awaken the monolith constitution and push past his limits. Back then, it was just a matter of pressing buttons, but now things are different. He actually has to put in the work. Since he hasn't had any chance to gain more experience points lately, this might be the perfect time to train. Oddly enough, he feels grateful to Aizel. Unknowingly, she's the one who sparked this thought in his mind. After a long day, he finally steps into the Academy's dormitory, a massive building where all the students live. In the game, it was nothing more than a decorative feature for customizing your room. But now for him, it's the only place that truly feels like home, especially after his character's hometown was destroyed by fire. The rooms are all the same, yet the Academy's strict class system still dictates how many students occupy one. Class S students each have their own private rooms on the highest floor. Felt isolating at first, but now it's perfect for meditation. He reminds himself that this is no longer a game. He's living inside this world now. He must learn to handle what once belonged to his avatar. In the game, his character was a genius who managed to manifest sword aura through the mana leak constitution, a condition that caused mana to circulate endlessly until it burst. He was never a celebrated hero in the game, but he was the first to perfect the way of the sword. That same path lies before him once more, and this time, failure means death, not a respawn. His mana flow depends entirely on breathing. Each breath guides the rhythm of his energy, shaping how much power flows through his body. In this world, there's no shortcut through experience points. Skills only grow through constant use and refinement. He closes his eyes and focuses. Minutes pass before he finally feels energy radiate from within. This is how his in-game self had learned to survive, embracing the instability of his man-elite constitution and shaping it into strength. His effort pays off. Both his constitution and blink skill level up. Slowly but surely, he's getting closer to the true ending. The following morning, Stella Academy students gather under the shimmering dome, a living subspace capable of twisting reality itself. The wind, the grass, even the sunlight here are nothing more than controlled magic. The dome serves multiple purposes: sports tournaments, magical events, and even high-risk training sessions involving gates, dungeons, and real monsters. Today, a total of 141 students have gathered here. 100 of them belong to the 2 sections of Class A, while the rest are from Class S. Originally, Class S was meant to have only 39 students, but now there are 41. Flame knows she was the special addition to this elite group, but the presence of one extra name bothers her. That can only mean one thing. Baek Yuseol wasn't a random anomaly. He existed in the original story as well. With that realization, she decides to uncover his true role, confident that only she knows the story's real flow. While scanning the dome, she notices Crown Prince Jeremy, charming as ever, surrounded by admirers. In the story she remembers, he's a cruel and possessive male lead who becomes obsessed with Isel and ends up broken and unloved. Flame doesn't fall for his friendly facade. Behind that perfect smile lies a cunning prince she knows better than to trust. Their eyes meet, and he smiles and waves at her. She instantly falls for his charm and beauty. Yet when their eyes meet and he waves, she understands for a split second why everyone is so captivated by him. Now it's no to her why wonder his faction dominates the academy. Their moment is broken when Professor Hanwal arrives, instantly commanding attention. He announces a short assessment session, making it clear that he'll conduct things his way. Anyone with complaints can keep them to themselves. He also reminds them that professors can adjust semester scores at will. And once they drop below the passing threshold, they won't remain students for long. After issuing his warning, he lays out the rules of the training session. The session will mimic a real dungeon filled with monsters and traps. Defeating a risk level 1 creature earns 4 points, level 2 gives 8, and finding a point stick adds 20. The top 5 scores will receive special rewards and ranking points, while those who end up with 0 will face deductions and immediate disqualification. Though he allows forming teams, he adds that points will be shared equally among them. Then he reveals the last but the most fun rule. If someone sabotages a peer, they'll inherit that student's entire score. Wishing them luck, Hanwold disappears, and the ground rumbles violently, sending students into panic as the scenery shifts. Within seconds, the students are transported into a grassy field that Flame immediately recognizes, the Jack and the Beanstalk. Flame decides to go solo for the quest when Jackie tries to join her. She hesitates, but knows teamwork would only split her points, so she refuses with a polite apology. Jackie says she understands, though Flame can sense the sarcasm beneath her words. She simply smiles, promising to team up another time. Still, she can't help but notice how Jackie keeps mimicking her every move. An hour into the session, exhaustion begins to set in. Suddenly, the ground bursts open, and a massive plant lunges at her. She reacts on instinct, defending herself and retreating to safety. This reminds her that the field itself is hostile. It's not just the monsters she has to watch out for. Checking her progress, she's disappointed. Only 18 points, barely 1 point sticks worth. Pushing herself harder, she sprints ahead only to spot a distant figure moving stealthily. Then she sees that not a monster, but a student. What surprises her most is how well they've managed to conceal their presence. Confident in her own stealth spell, she creeps closer to the student, planning to use her character's specialty for a surprise attack. But as she gets a closer look, she figures out it's Baek Yuseol. Like her, he went solo and turned down every student who tried to team up with him. Her eyes lock on the point stick in his hand. The thought of sabotaging him flashes across her mind, a perfect chance to test his ability. Measuring the exact distance where he'd have no time to react, she channels energy into her staff and fires a light bullet. The spell streaks through the air, grazing past his shoulder, only for him to blink forward unharmed. Flame's mouth falls open, unable to comprehend how he just evaded a second-class spell from such close range. Meanwhile, Baek wonders if that crazy woman actually tried to kill him. Honestly, she might have pulled it off if he hadn't leveled up his mana leak constitution. His recent training paid off. Now he can use 2 blinks in succession. He has no intention of fighting back, so he puts as much distance between them as possible. For now, his goal is clear. Secure 5th place in this trial. That rank guarantees an Edelric root, a rare item that boosts stamina and strength. All he needs are 3 more point sticks. But before he can move further, a group of students blocks his path, posturing like some cliché mean boy squad. Beck immediately recognizes the leader. Raiden, Jeremy's errand boy and a lackey from Yuslek's faction, hardly worth his attention, if not for the 3-point sticks dangling from the errand boy serving another errand boy. Raiden, a reject who somehow slipped into Class S by pure luck, starts questioning Bayek's credibility in the placement test. When he mockingly demands Bayek hand over his point stick, his simple refusal is enough to provoke him. Beck starts calculating his move. A single level 1 blink isn't enough to win this fight, but if he had 3 slots, this would already be over. He raises his point stick as if surrendering and offers it to Raiden, who instantly falls for the bluff. The moment Raiden reaches for it, Beck blinks forward, striking him with the same stick and snatching one of Raiden's in return. Before anyone can process what just happened, he activates his second blink, reappearing a safe distance away. The point sticks, built to resist magic interference, can't be destroyed through spells, making them perfect as makeshift weapons for someone like him. Raiden screams for his lackeys to attack, but before they can move, the ground trembles violently, giving Bayek the perfect chance to slip away. When they spot him running off, the boys start firing spells at him. Though they have exceptional talent, Beck still manages to blink away easily. They can only watch, struggling to track his movements. He's too fast, too experienced. His years of grinding making rough terrain feel like flat ground. The ground suddenly starts shifting again, throwing everyone off balance. Raiden yells at them to stay calm and wait for it to settle before attacking. He's just starting to warn about spell rebounds when Beck suddenly appears right in front of him, and all their magic blasts right back at them. This genius manages to snatch another point stick from Raiden in the middle of the chaos and waves it at them with a smug grin. They shout for him to give it back, but he just waves a finger like a farewell and blinks away. Catching his breath in safety, he can't help but feel proud of himself for pulling off such a clean move. It's a total jackpot, though he knows things would have gone very differently if this fight had happened outside the dungeon. But then his instincts tell him something is off. He turns, and there it is, a giant fireball screaming right at him. He dodges just in time as the fireball slams into the ground, shaking the area with an explosion. Still trying to catch his breath, he's startled when Hongbian appears before him, asking why he didn't take the third stick from the last guy too. Her sudden appearance puts him on alert, and it quickly clicks. She must have planned to let him do the hard work, then swoop in to take the spoils. He can't help but recall the lesson he gave her and thinks she's really paying him back in the worst way possible. When he asks her to be ashamed, she stands tall, claiming she's royalty and can't take things from a commoner without reason. To make it fair, she wants him to attack first. Beck asks her if she calls picking on the weak fair play. She takes offense at the word weak, claiming she saw how he handled that group of boys earlier. She admits she was lurking nearby, waiting for the boys to tire each other, so they can steal their sticks easily. What she didn't expect was to watch Beck flip the whole fight and bully them instead, so she had no choice but to throw everything she's got at him. She launched that gigantic fireball that nearly turned him into ash. Hearing this, he's glad he worked on his instincts and managed to grind his blink to 2 slots, though he knows there's still barely enough to keep him alive. He's trying to figure out a way to bail when she casually asks why he hasn't pulled out his staff yet. The question stumps him. He reminds her he gave it to her for modification. She quickly reminds him about the one he received on his first day of enrollment. Our boy had tossed it into storage right after he got it and never looked at it again. His offhand confession that he forgot about it only convinces her that he's playing another one of his psychological games and warns him to stop joking around. Little does she know he's been serious this whole time. He just doesn't have any magic to work with. Yet that doesn't stop her from threatening to end him anyway. The princess seems dead on frying him alive. She sends another wave of fire sweeping across the field, too wide for any normal person to escape. Just in time, a wild plant bursts from the ground, and Bike blinks behind it for cover. He got lucky this time, but luck won't save him forever. He can't get anywhere near her. She's encased in a ring of fire that'll blow the moment he approaches. Our guy has fought plenty of fire mages in the game, but this one moves like she actually knows what she's doing. If this had been a flat open field, he would have been grilled before the fight even started. But lying down and accepting defeat isn't his style. Blinking forward, he switches to slow motion vision and starts deflecting her magic blasts one by one. This isn't like playing from behind a monitor anymore. His instincts keep evolving every second. He can feel every shift in mana, every ripple of energy brushing past him. His sixth sense isn't just active, it's obeying his every thought. As a fire mage surrounded by trees, this battlefield should have been her playground. Yet somehow the commoner's still standing. Frustrated, she charges up an even deadlier spell, determined to erase him in one go. Beck knows he won't last long against her barrage. He starts looking for an opening, a weak point in her magic barrier. If his instincts are right, even a simple stick can break a royal's pride. The spell she's prepping, Ether Crash, isn't ordinary magic. It's a high-tier bishop spell meant for close combat, designed to blast anything nearby into the air. Unfortunately for her, this smartass has seen enough of those in his grinding days to know exactly how to counter it. He rushes straight in, leaps, and cracks her shield before the spell even goes off. The explosion fizzles out, and Hongibian crashes to the ground, more stunned than hurt. She glares up, demanding to know who he really is. He only shrugs, calling himself a student. His gaze shifts slightly. He's been aware of the third party tailing them for a while now. He sighs and tells Flame to quit the hide and seek. Flame comes out of her hiding spot. She is shocked that our guy knew that she was there. Chuckling, Beck Uzial pretends that it was just his intuition. In reality, it was the mana revelation delay physique's sixth sense. Curious, Flame wants to know if breaking the magic field with a training device like the point stick was also intuitive. It is true that all of this wasn't in the original novel, but our guy can't spill the truth. Nervous, Beck just pretends that point sticks are strong. Having said that, Flame reminds Bayek that a training device has its limits, and using that to break the magic shield is pretty dumb. She presses him for answers, asking why he believes ordinary knights have vanished from this world. At first, she thought Beck was just strange, whereas now she genuinely wants to know who he really is. Beck is stunned since it hasn't been a month and already someone is asking questions about his identity. He wonders if he should reveal the truth, though that would be very risky as long as Flame holds no favor for him. Not having much of a choice, our guy acknowledges that he might seem suspicious. He isn't a bad person. Beck adds that he wants to help Flame. With that, Beck walks away, admitting that he wants to disclose a lot more, but he can't as he doesn't have much time. Before he could leave, Bien threw the pointed sticks in his direction. The sticks hit his head, making him groan in pain. Turning back, Beck suggests she use her mouth to complain instead of her hands. Though the villainous thought that he would catch them as he could dodge other types of traps and magic, so why not these? However, there is no helping it. Even the mana revelation delay physique's sixth sense has a limit. Sixth sense's sustainment time depends on our boy's mind power, and his mind power has bottomed out. Therefore, his migraines are severe right now. Just then, Bayan tells Bayek to take the point sticks with him due to the fact that she has lost. That being said, Bayek thinks that if he takes all of this, his ranking will rise too much and the other prizes are useless. Thus, he takes one of the point sticks and leaves the rest for her. As he leaves, Flame wonders aloud if Bayek is some kind of idiot, while Beyond believes that he is this way because he is a commoner that has no common sense. Alternatively, Bayan is very curious about Bayek's identity. On the other hand, the faculty is observing all the students from the observation room. Magic Council of Elders, Elder Telix finds this very thrilling. He loves the fact that all S-rank students are so fun. Blue Mage Tower Board of Directors member, Jarina Aeon, agrees with Telix. Lee Hanwal notices so many big shots who have come to watch these new students in a practical exercise. Obviously, they have to if they want to scout talents. He is sure that many other professors are also watching this exercise. The exercise has taken an exciting turn. Hai Wanriang and Mei Yusung have met. Wanriang struck first, unleashing a powerful spell from his staff, while Yusung stands there unfazed and instantly dodges the attack by leaping higher into the air with the help of third-rank power jump activation. The audience is shocked to witness this. Generally, a normal mage would have to be at least in their mid to late 20s to reach third rank. Ma Yusung is freely using insane magic at the age of 17. The duel is growing intense as both the rivals have 3 elements using those 2 fights equally. Most mages only have 1 element and only after training can they have 2. From 3 elements or more, that is talent, and these 2 boys have possessed that talent since birth. Suddenly, Lee Hanwold's eyes widen when he spots a giant creature in between the 2 rivals. It is the hidden boss. The creature screeches loudly, freezing both the guys in terror. Without any warning, it collapses on the ground then. Everyone notices Asel above the hidden boss, apologizing for interrupting as she didn't notice them fighting. A hidden boss is a type of event that only appears once someone has abilities past a certain amount. Not only are they hard to find, it is also not easy to defeat them. The big shots feel bad for the eldest daughter of the traitor Grand Duke Maf. They believe that if it wasn't for her father, that talent would bloom even more. Simultaneously, everyone's gaze darts at the other screen where they spot Bien, the Adalabit princess fighting someone. They all don't recognize the opponent, yet their jaws drop when they spot that the opponent is using the spell Blink. Of course, that person is none other than our guy, Beck. Many scholars tried to control Blink over hundreds of years. They either died or were left crippled, and in the end, those who survived had no choice but to give up. It is a spell that is absolutely impossible to control. For there to be a student who can control it completely as if Blink were his hand and feet is unbelievable. All the big shots are eager to know who this boy is. Lee Hanwal explains that Bayek is a very unique student who uses Blink as his specialty. Telix and Jarina are shocked as this is a completely different issue than Mayasung, Hai Wanriang, or Isel's intense power. They were worried that if Bayek had used magic, he could have ended the battle long ago. In that instant, someone enters the observation room confidently stating that Bayek is seriously fighting right now. It is Altman Eltwin. He continues, adding that Bayek has been serious from the start. Eltman can't help but admit that our guy's fighting style reminds him of the chivalry that once existed in the old generations. The big shots didn't get the context. Meanwhile, Lee understands that by chivalry, Eltman Eltwin means the knight's mentality of those who still use swords within a world that uses magic. The existence of the heroes who have existed since long ago to protect the world against evil. They were said to have always fought evil with a single sword. Catching sight of all of this, Telix is taken aback due to the fact that using a sword, even when magic exists, is something not realistically possible. Yet our boy is actually using the point stick as a sword. And if that is what Altman himself is feeling, then it speaks volumes. Altman Eltwin is the headmaster of Stella Academy, the greatest magic academy in the world, a 9th rank master mage, and one of the only great sages on the continent. Finally, the first dungeon practical training ended. At the S-Class exclusive training hall, Hai Wanriang is practicing, unleashing his mana and attacking a dummy with his staff. Exhausted, he pants and notes that he is almost out of mana. Still unsatisfied, he believes that this isn't enough. Out of 141 students, 39 failed. Isel, who defeated the hidden boss, came first, and Hai Wanriang came second. With that, Ma Yusung got 6th. Still, the Full Moon Tower's heir doesn't feel like he won. Back then, if Isel hadn't interrupted, he would have seen Ma Yusung's true strengths. From the start, that guy half-assed everything. Regardless of what he did, he would get above expert results. Even in this practical training, Hai Wanriang set up magic circles around and thoroughly calculated Ma Yusung's movements. Still, he received all of Wanriang's attacks with ease. Doubts pile up in his mind. Insecurities aren't letting him think properly. He wonders if the wall of talent between them is so tall that no matter what he does, he will never be able to beat Yusung. Just then, Wanriang reminds himself to just work hard rather than blaming himself. At that moment, Beyond enters the training hall. Seeing the Full Moon Tower's heir create an immense amount of energy with his staff, she is stunned as she always thought of him as someone very calm, though that is not what she is here for. Casting a fire spell, the body of the princess of Adalabit glows with flames. Aiming at the dummy, she unleashed a strong blast triggering a massive explosion. The explosion catches Wanriang's attention. However, Bayan is frustrated since she got 3rd place even after being yielded the point stick. Her mother was pretty satisfied. If she hadn't received that, she would have been punished. Enraged, she unleashes another powerful blast. She can't believe that a damn commoner had the audacity to get on her nerves. Hai Wanriang, intimidated, wondered if something happened to the princess as well. Whatever the case is, Full Moon Tower's heir observes that Bayan's magic seems to have gotten more accurate than just earlier. Just as explosive as the princess's fire magic is, it is almost impossible to control it precisely. There is no way that she could have improved it in such a short time. Wanriang doesn't understand. Is it just a coincidence or something else? Simultaneously, Bee on pants due to exhaustion. She hates to admit Beck Yuzel's class has been effective. After switching to the pun quizzes, her magic achievements have increased tremendously. According to the princess, he is just a commoner. His grades are terrible, and his personality is the worst. Despite that, she is sure that Baek is the only person who knows the method to supplement her weaknesses. Abruptly, Ye Taran approaches her with a staff, informing the princess that Taravon, which she requested the remodeling of before, is complete. Her exclusive guard wants to know if she should give it to Baek. Examining it, Bayan instructs her to give it to him. When Taran starts to walk away, the princess lightly taps her on the shoulder and hesitantly asks her to stop, her cheeks faintly flushed with shy embarrassment. Later, at the second main tower, Bayan clutches Baek's usual staff. She came as she heard he was here, but this is the second main tower where the faculty's research facilities are. Her mind races with thoughts. What is Baek doing here? Is he meeting a professor? Suddenly, she jolts and turns away hesitantly with embarrassment. Only then does realization strike her. Why was she even here? She could have just given it to him at the training hall. If the princess does this, it makes it seem like she is following around a commoner. Feeling awkward, she decides to return. Before she could leave, Teacher Hammerly stopped her. She is pretty happy to see the princess since it feels like it was yesterday when Hammerly was teaching magic at the castle. Seeing Bayan grow this much fills her with nostalgia. Curious, Hammerly wonders aloud what brings the princess here. Bayan explains that she had some business here. She is returning. That being said, the teacher appreciates her decision to return back as it is a bit disorderly right now. She elaborates that it's hectic because some magic officials have come due to a student Baek usual. This stunned Bayan even more. Curious and confused, she wants to know why the officials are after that commoner. Hammerl reminds her that Baek didn't use magic while fighting her. This makes beyond grasp that her teacher watched the fight as well. The thought upsets her, knowing she had shown such an unsightly state in front of the teacher she respects the most. Noticing the princess's expression shift, Hammerly comforts her, assuring her that her opponent tries his best. Even though he didn't use magic, that is because of his creed. The headmaster who saw Baek fight said that. He thought that our guy was trying to revive chivalry, which disappeared generations ago. Bayan couldn't believe it. She froze, recalling that Baek definitely used the point stick as a sword during battle. Understanding dawns on her. Even the remodeled magic sword is the same. Feeling puzzled, Bayan mentions that not using magic at a magic academy means heavy penalties. Hammerly agrees with the princess, informing her that Baek Yuseol decided to walk this path despite knowing everything. She finds it incredible that our guy still pushed himself even after accomplishing the great achievement of Blink. It makes the teacher think that that creed is real. With that, the professor leaves, leaving Beyond lost in thoughts. She is aware that if anyone dreamed of chivalry, everyone would mock them. Since a knight in this generation is literally unreal, but Baek is seeking chivalry sincerely and not as a joke, it is something the princess never expected. She regrets being angry at him, telling him not to joke around. Suddenly, Usual's voice breaks her thoughts. Casually chewing on his fifth-place prize, ethelic roots, he wants to know what she is doing here. Instantly, Bayan clarifies that she isn't here for him. The funny thing is that our guy never said she was. Nervous, the princess hands him the Taravon. Seeing the box, Baek notices that it is a shapeless sword as expected of a Dalabit. Their craftsmanship is unmatched. He is grateful that the princess helped. Because the box will fetch a good price if he sells it, Yuskal asks if he can keep it. Annoyed by his middle-class behavior, she lets him have it. Mustering courage, Bayan tries to ask if he will not use any other magic. Realizing her question was awkward, Bayan blushes and turns away to leave. Yusul watches her go, then turns to leave, thinking that Professor Lee also said something similar about other magic earlier, that he understood our guy's intention and that he'd respect his creed or some nonsense like that. Baek Yusul didn't understand the hype. Ignoring that, our boy focuses on his magic sword. He will be safe enough for the next episode. At the class's training hall, Usual decided to take a look at this sword. Unsure about what to do, he channels his mana into his weapon. Instantly, intense light glows around his hand, forming a sharp blade. It is better than what Usual expected, though he believes that it would have been better if Flame had wielded this. The female lead, Flame, is a human. Still, she can wield elf, dwarf, and angel magic. Since the staff can't be used by just anyone, as it continuously absorbs the user's mana, Flame recovers her mana using the energy of nature and uses this wand as her lethal move. But Baek Usual, he doesn't have any mana to begin with. Although he is continuously absorbing mana, it cannot accumulate in the body and is expelled due to the mana revelation delay physique. In different words, the concentration of mana within Usual's breathing is used as the output of their Avon. Remembering the system, our guy opens the status window. Due to the 5th place prize of the practical training, the Roots, his strength has increased a bit. Additionally, now that Usual has a weapon, he can directly increase these instead of doing that by using XP. As of now, Usual will have to practice using this sword. He'll be busy from this point on. The next morning at the academy, Magic Defense Lecturer Varian announces that starting today, they will begin proper magic practice. He instructs everyone to spread out and hold their staff. After explaining, he walks around observing students practice. He notices many talented students in this group, which makes him happy that he lined them up by their rank. Suddenly, gaze darts at Baek Yuseol, who stood blankly doing nothing. Varian recognizes him immediately as a commoner who resonates with an upper-middle-class staff and got 5th place in the dungeon practical training. The magic defense lecturer doesn't like him at all. Still, he approaches our guy with a fake smile, demanding to know why he isn't doing anything. Unsure how to explain, Usual lets out a nervous laugh and informs the lecturer that he is learning different defensive techniques. He doesn't need to learn basic magic. Deep down, Varian finds it very arrogant. He would understand such behavior if Usual were learning the succession magic like Bayan. He can't digest the fact that a commoner is learning something like that. Carrying that fake smile, Varian pretends to be curious about our guy's own defensive technique. Remembering that Usual uses blink only, the lecturer requests that he show the other students an example of his defensive technique. Glancing back, he chose more so of Class B as our boy's opponent. For Varian, the lecturer of defensive magic, to stay at the school, connections are important. Moreover, Dorden is from the Scalvan Empire. It will be helpful to give him a good impression of the lecturer. Additionally, if he shows impressive magic against an S-class student, it will be great for him. Both the boys step onto the platform. Meanwhile, Ulsek and Raiden cheer for Morso, hoping that he will humiliate Usual publicly. Ignoring it, Usual knows that he is just doing this as it is a mandatory class, and there is nothing to do since he can't use magic. Also, Varian has always been scandalous from the first-year episode. With that in mind, Usual decides to review the results of all his training up until now. The duel will be based on attack and defense turns, and they cannot use magic outside of them. With that, the duel begins. Everyone is sure that Morso will win as he has learned offensive Earth-class magic. As soon as the duel begins, Morso uses 2nd rank magic and forms a magic circle with his staff. All the students are taken aback considering that it is the tacit rule to only use 1st rank magic during a basic magic practical. Enraged, Morso unleashes the Dorden Stone against our boy. Very calmly, Usul wields his sword. Initially, it looked like a normal slash, but moments later, Morso's magic disappeared, leaving everyone surprised. It is so confusing for everyone that a slash made Morso's magic vanish. Awareness floods Varian that Baek Usual did something unreal. All magic has a path of mana, and in the case where someone accurately cuts that, the magic will be extinguished. Alternatively, Usual is satisfied with his staff. Although he can barely manage to cut 3rd rank magic now, it was good that he practiced in the training hall for days without rest. Gritting his teeth, Morso finds it humiliating that a commoner dared to cut his magic. Varian finds it troublesome as well. If Morso loses, the lecturer will be annoyed too. To give his favorite a hint, Varian compliments Usual's defensive technique, still adds that there is a limit to hitting aside everything one by one, just like if an abundant attack comes towards him. Upon hearing it, an evil grin appears on Morso's face while Usual realizes that this man is merely explaining to Morso what to do. Radiating terrifying magic, Morso summons tons of stones. The students panic as at this rate, this is dangerous and anyone can get hurt. With a smirk, the opponent unleashes his spell at Usual, confident that this will end the duel. There are a total of 11 stones coming at our boy. If he can't use blink or slice them, there is only one method left, and that is to block all of them. As the stones come closer, Usual stands firm. With an efficient swing, he blocked them all effortlessly. Seeing his advanced magic shattering, Morso goes from shock to rage. He never thought that his strongest spell could be blocked this easily. Even Varian is pissed because if Morso loses, it will be difficult for the lecturer as well. On the other hand, Usual is surprised by his own magic. He tried copying something he saw in another game. This is a technique called panning. Terravon has the disadvantage of requiring several times more mind power than others to maintain its form. so after using it, the stamina will fall rapidly. In addition to that, the defensive power is weaker than when blocking a single item. This would have been hard to use in an actual fight. The good thing is that this is just a duel. The students below are impressed by this technique, being sure that Morso will lose at this rate. Livid Morso starts using his magic again even though his attack turn is over. Witnessing this, the lecturer is thrilled, hoping that Morso keeps attacking. Screaming, Morso charges forward, declaring that he won't let this slide. In that instant, with a smile, Jeremy Scalvin approaches Varian demanding to know why he is not giving Usual his attack turn. Caught off guard, the lecturer freezes then stammers. He looks around realizing that he was too focused on the duel, and that he didn't see the reactions of the students. Before Varian could change turn, Useol already managed to dodge the attack, seizing the advantage and positioning his sword at Morso's throat. The outcome is clear. Our boy won. While everyone gasps after the results, a dangerous smile slashes across Jeremy's face. Later on at the royal palace, Morso's screams echoed in the hall. Lying on the ground, he begs for forgiveness after losing to a commoner. Surprisingly, the one beating Morso is none other than Jeremy Scalvin. After torturing him, Jeremy requests Varajane to take a look at Morso as he believes his friend is pretty hurt. As Jeremy walks away, Varajane finds his words hypocritical. After all, he calls Morso his friend and not a loyal subject. Within the Scalvin Empire, where the heir to the throne is decided only by magic ability, Crown Prince Jeremy Scalvin obtained the role of Crown Prince after beating his brothers at the age of 12. The fact that he is not his loyal subject means that the Dordan family has been thrown out of the political world. Deep down, Varajane is aware that it is not just Morso. Since he has caught the eye of the Crown Prince, Usual won't have a comfortable life at the academy either. The next day at school, all the students are talking about Usual walking on the path of chivalry. They all are also shocked that he beat Morso of the influential family in the Scalvin Empire. In the class, Flame is annoyed by the fact that wherever she goes, people are talking about Usual. It is not that she wants attention as well, but she finds it strangely frustrating. Just then, Maison Tyran, the alchemy professor, explains that today they will be practicing the Tyrant Fatigue Recovery Potion that she created. Taking the flask in her hand, Flame is scared as one wrong move and everything will be disastrous. She always stays away from alchemy as it is so difficult. At the same time, Professor Maison is scolding a student for doing the experiment carelessly. Hearing this, Flame's focus shifts to the class where she spots Usual performing the experiment happily. At first, Flame thought that he took this course to get close to Isel. It seems like he is just a pervert who enjoys doing stuff like this. Ignoring it, Flame focuses on her experiment. Moments later, she is done with making the potion. Because of the Flame's academic achievement, she was able to make it quickly. Simultaneously, Flame notices Aisel, who is busy measuring the ingredients. To Flame, she looks decently good. However, in the original novel, Aisel coincidentally comes across Mala's magic engineering notes, and she creates a high-rank compatible good to the Tyrant Fatigue Recovery Potion in this class. So it is quite confusing to see Aisel making the potion so casually. On the flip side, the professor demands to know why Usual is using different ingredients from those that are actually required. Innocently, our boy states that he finds this more effective. Yet, the professor of alchemy scolds him as this is different from the Tyrant Fatigue Recovery portion she ordered. Upon hearing it, Flame's eyes widened with shock. Beck Usual made the quality that Aisel was supposed to make. This is very confusing. How was Beck Usual able to make the quality potion that Aisel was supposed to make? Meanwhile, Maison groans in frustration as she is done with our boy's attitude. She believes that this is why commoners can't do anything. Flame, recalling the original story, thinks that this line was originally meant for Ezel, when Maison had been disappointed and declared that this was why her family fell. Those words became traumatic to Ezel, who lost her family, and they haunted her until she was done with making her potion. At this moment, Flame assumes that maybe Usual knew about this and intentionally got on the professor's bad side to protect Aisel. If this was the case, then it was a very dumb move due to the fact that an alchemy professor is pretty influential. And if someone gets on her bad side, there will be after effects on grades and other classes too. Furious, Maison shouts at our guy, demanding that he bring his parents. Unfazed, Usul reveals that he has no parents. Simultaneously, he plans to make kimchi and cola potion tomorrow. Now that he has already gotten on the lecturer's bad side, making other strange things no longer matters. A few weeks passed, Maison and Usual's clashes continued. Maison angrily reminds our boy not to use different ingredients, but he clarifies that he is creating better results by altering her compositions. Fuming, the alchemy professor grits her teeth. At that moment, Usual analyzes her stats. It turns out that her dark demon erosion progress is 20%. Witnessing this, our boy gets happy as the progress is going well. Basically, everything Usual has been doing is planned. Mazantyren is the dark demon erosion boss of episode 8. She is unable to defeat her dark emotion and undergoes dark demonification, becoming one of the villains. Once Maison's dark demon erosion reaches up to 90%, she completely becomes a dark demonic human. While her erosion progress is under 50%, it is impossible to find out through magic. Because Maison's progress is only 20%, Usul can't report her or prove that she is a dark demonic human. Just needs to continuously provoke her. And once it passes 50%, our guy will call in the Dark Demon Assassination Squad. Normal Dark Demon erosion could be reversed before total control. Maison, a Dark Demon contractor, willingly bound herself to it. The Dark Demonic seed is sprouting, irreversible. It is true that the 4th episode hasn't even started. Still, the alchemy lecturer is a very strong boss. This is why preparations should be done beforehand. If our boy doesn't, she will turn other students into dark demonic humans and threaten Stella. In that instant, Mizzen warns Beck Usual to change his attitude or expect bad grades in alchemy. It is fine by our guy because if he draws attention, no one else gets hurt. Later, the alchemy lecturer splits the class into groups. Usual is shocked as he didn't expect a group project. However, his group includes Aizel, Mal Laiwan, and Ka Suhin. Mal Laiwan is aware that their group is doomed as Maizen gives bad marks to students she doesn't like. Yet Aizel suggests not to give up, considering that the practical exam is assessed by at least 3 alchemists from the alchemy castle. This means that Professor Maizen can't ruin their marks by herself. Anyways, the devitality portion given for the assignment won't be that if they combine the knowledge they have learned, though they have to gather ingredients well. Thus, Usual volunteers himself to gather the main ingredient of the potion, the tail of a fire lizard. To be careful, Aizel reminds him that he needs to be very focused and bring something fresh as the monster corpse is the most important part of alchemy. Grinning, our guy has planned to drop ship the fire lizard tail here. In the alchemy professor's office, a student enters. She requests him to give a particular paper to the C group first-year alchemy students except for Team 12. The alchemy practical exam is done in front of the alchemy castle official alchemists. Thus, this professor wants our guy to show his pathetic side in front of them. Mizzen is determined to teach Usual what it means for a student to go against a professor. At the S-class training hall, the student hands the alchemy announcement to Flame, telling her to tell other students. Immediately, Flame understands that Mazen doesn't want Usual's team to get any information. Flame believes that Usual has read the novel, which means he will not prepare the tail of a fire lizard needed for the D. Vitellori potion, but the italic spider scale for the Tyron potion. At first, Flame thought of helping, yet this will be her chance to test our boy. To gather materials for the practical exam, Usual arrives at the Dara Rival Stadium via teleportation. A staff member gave a warm welcome to our guy. She assumes that he is a mage, so Usual clarifies that he is just a cadet. Though for them, a cadet of Stella is worthy of the same treatment as an official mage. Hearing Stella, nearby students buzz, they are jealous as they have never seen the Stella uniform before. Ignoring everything, our boy heads straight into the place, grasping that as long as he has a pass and a Stella pocket watch, he will get treated as an official mage no matter where he goes. Additionally, he recalls that he can use a warp hole that costs 100,000 credits for free. Because of that, he has been able to use the warp hole every weekend to go around the city, and Usual confirmed that the information he has is mostly the same. After a while venturing deep into the forest, Usual scans his surroundings, realizing that this is the spot. Today's goal is the fire lizard, which is known to have a risk level of 2. Although its stamina and power are stronger than that of most beasts, at least second-rank magic should be used to catch one due to its magic resistance and quick movements. When Uzel tested it out by catching risk level 1 monsters, it was easy, so he is confident that he'll handle it at risk level 2. Soon, he senses their presence. Channeling mana, he converts his Teravan into a sharp sword. Across from him, bloodshot eyes charge towards him. With sharp instincts, Uzel spots the enemy, and without wasting any time, he strikes a fatal blow. As soon as he kills one of them, several fire lizards crawl closer. A smirk appears on our boy's face as he is ready to collect more ingredients. On exam day, Isel is impressed to see such fresh ingredients. She is relaxed that now they just have to make the rooms perfect. As Maison had announced, alchemists from Alchemy Castle were present when the exam was carried out. With an evil grin, Maison announces that today's exam subject is Tyrion Point B, leaving usual Scroop stunned. Confused, Isal reminds the professor that the exam was on the D Vitality Potion. However, the alchemy professor clarifies that she had already sent out an announcement about the change in potion. Sighing, Usual realizes that Maison pulled a dirty move. Despite the fact that he isn't panicking, he is worried for others. He wonders if this was part of the original novel. At the same time, Flame feels guilty, realizing that Usual wasn't aware of the plot and not understanding why he had been unable to prevent this from happening. Smirking, Maison demands to know if Group 12 prepared the wrong ingredients. When the fake heroine hesitates to answer, the alchemy lecturer tries humiliating them, but Usual interrupts her. He wants to know if they somehow have to make the tyrant potion. Maison is taken aback. Simultaneously, our guy is brimming with confidence, declaring that he will make that potion, a potion with higher efficacy than hers using different ingredients than she did just like he always does. His confidence infuriates the lecturer, even so she keeps her fake smile on, as she is powerless in front of the guests. The alchemy lecturer recalls that the core ingredient for the tyrant portion is the italic spider scale. The italic spider scales have vast amounts of nutrients, and the Tyren Point potion is the thermal supplement created with that as the foundation. Maison assumes that our guy will make a thermal supplement using the tail of a fire lizard. She finds this a perfect chance to end Usual's alchemy oath publicly. Thrilled, the lecturer gives everyone a 1-hour time limit. The group is panicking. They have no idea how to accomplish this. With a warm smile, Usual tries to calm them down, explaining that they have no choice but to try due to the fact that trying is better than getting disqualified. Upon hearing it, the whole group is motivated, determined to show the lecturer what they got. Reflecting on it, alchemy was the field Usual excelled the most in the game. He carefully recorded every recipe, and, of course, among them was the Tyren Point Potion Type B. Usual wasn't going to do this because it was originally going to be a recipe that Maison invented in the future, yet he has no choice right now. Our boy explains to his group that the italic spider scales are nutrient-rich as they are vital for reproduction. The fire lizard tail has a similar organ, a blood vessel. He heard that the Alakair tribe in the southern desert used these vessels to improve the health of their leaders. They live long, so these can replace italic scales. Malewin has knowledge about the Alakair's process, so he volunteers to handle this part. Excited, Usual is more than happy to let his teammate do it. Alternatively, the spike mulberry mistletoe needs to be dehydrated using the desert style of mana release. And because K. Suhan has learned it when going with his dad before, he agrees to do it. The whole group divides up the work, and within 1 hour, they manage to make the Tyren Point Potion Type B. The alchemists are shocked to see that these little kids really did this. On the other hand, Maison is in denial as she took countless years of research to invent something. There is no way the group could complete it this easily. Curious, the alchemist decides to test it. She absorbs the potion's energy and observes that it is incomplete, and there were a few too many of the ingredients added. Still, this potion is much more effective than Maison's. The alchemists are pretty impressed. On the contrary, Maison's face twists in frustration. She snatches the potion from the alchemist. She wants to see it on her own. Upon analyzing it, the alchemy professor senses that her technique that uses a monster's nutrients to replace a human's vitality has definitely been applied here, and this is definitely a perfect tier and point potion. This is unreal for her. Conversely, Maison is the one who gives grades. She plans to disqualify them for missing ingredients. Before the alchemy professor could say anything, the alchemist declared that even an A+ wouldn't be enough for Team 12. Not having much of a choice, Maison announces that Team 12 has passed the exam. At this point, Maison is enraged and firm about dealing with our guy later. Additionally, her dark demon erosion progress has increased too. Sometime later, students are practicing at the training hall. Flame is exhausted. Just then, she spots Arshuang, the genius fire class mage, who is crying because the princess is already acing the techniques that she practiced for several years. Arshuang is scared that soon enough Beyond may surpass her control as well. Having said that, Flame freezes as she is aware that Beyond's control should only start to develop in the second year. So how is this possible right now? At this point, Flame believes that maybe it is Baek Yusul's doing due to the fact that she found the alchemy practical exam strange too, considering that the Tilden Point potion type B was a recipe that the future Aesol was supposed to find, which Maison would then steal and complete. It doesn't make any sense because how could Baek Yusul know the recipe that didn't even appear in the original novel? She assumes that he probably didn't know that the incident was going to occur. Instantly, something clicks in her mind. She comes to the conclusion that Yusul knows things about the future and doesn't know the original novel story. Uncertain, Flame guesses that Arge isn't a professor, but a regressor. It makes sense that Yusul came from the future, given that he may know things about the future, not the small incidents that occurred to Aesol. In the original novel, Ma Yuseong once obtained the opportunity to regress, being the only one with the power of time in this world, the 11th moon of the Silver Age. Lost in thought, Hai Wanriang interrupts, concerned why Flame is zoned out. Curious, Flame asks Wanriang's point of view about Baek Yusul. Wanriang doesn't know him much, yet he finds our guy a little strange. Seeing her so bothered, Wanriang asks if Yusul is causing her some sort of problem. Flame doesn't lie and admits that it is true, as it seems that Yusul knows about the original novel just like her. However, Flame announces that she won't whine like a crybaby since she is going to confide her thoughts to Baek Yusul. That being said, Hai Wanriang is stunned. Flame walks away. Hai Wanriang stands there alone, surprised and sad at the same time with tons of questions. The next day, Yusul sits alone, lost in thoughts. Currently, Maison's Dark Demon Erosion's progress is at 37%, which means that the incident will take place within 3 months. The alchemy lecturer's Dark Demon Erosion randomly affects one student. There are 3 candidates: Jackie, Flame's friend Arzhuang, Beyond's clique member, and Hai Wanriang, Full Moon Tower's heir. Also, if Hai Wanriang gets involved, things will only get worse since his Dark Demon Erosion almost always leads to a bad ending. While wandering around, Yusul runs into Flame, who once again demands to know his true identity. Telling Flame the truth and obtaining information from her might actually help them get to the true ending, so he decides to reveal his identity. Before he could confess, the system warned him to not reveal the fact that he is a possessor to the relevant character. This is driving him nuts, so he suggests sharing half of the secret as he is aware that the both of them don't want to reveal the whole truth. Agreeing with it, Flame asks if our boy knows the future. This girl is literally accelerating already. Yet Yusul doesn't give a straight answer, implying that the very fact she is asking such a question must mean she also knows the future. He then asks what she is trying to achieve by coming to this school. Flame explains that she is here to move the world in a direction where it doesn't destroy. It is clear that her motive is to help and nothing else, which is a relief for our guy. With that, Flame asks another question, wanting to know why Yusul is acting that way. Yusul doesn't understand the question but tries to speak vaguely. He clarifies that he is acting this way so that things don't go wrong. Having said that, Flame shouts at him, not believing his answer, as she believes that no one can be this kind and there is definitely some kind of goal. Innocently, Yusul admits that he doesn't know what he wants. One thing is for sure, he wants to live. Hearing the answer, Flame gets overwhelmed and walks away crying.
Abeli, Hai Wanriang approached Agai angrily.
He wants to know why Flame ran away crying. He threatens that he won't leave Yusul alone if he lies. Intimidated by the rival of the world's strongest person, our guy recalls that Full Moon Tower's heir has an unrequited crush on Flame. Cheerfully, Yusul clarifies that nothing really happened, assuring that it is not especially something like what Hai Wanriang is thinking. Upon hearing it, Wanriang apologizes for asking something pointless and leaves. Yusul is stunned to see that calm and cold Full Moon Tower's heir showing such an unstable self. Something feels very uneasy. That evening, Aesol is unable to focus. Flashbacks flood in her mind. Earlier, she asked Yusul if the mixing method came up in his mind on the spot. Immediately, Yusul admits that the first part definitely came to his mind instantly. Aesol believed that if she kept going, she could beat that dirty and mucky Adalobits who framed her father as a traitor and caused his death in order to get revenge on them. Ignoring those thoughts, Aesol calms herself down, reminding herself to work harder. Back at her dormitory, Flame is trying to sleep, but her mind isn't letting her rest. She chose a 4-person room as she liked the bustle. If she knew it would be like this, she would have chosen a 1-person room. At the same time, Flame is sure that Baekhyul definitely has no goal, and that is evidence that he regressed. In the last part of the original novel, The 11th moon of the Silver Age tells May that he can turn back time, but as the prize, he will lose most of his memories. After completing his mission, his existence will cease entirely. No one will remember that he saved the world, and even those he loved will forget him. The 11th moon then asks if Mayasong still wishes to turn back time and walk that path again. Mayasong believed that if that is his fate, he will do it. That said, it was Azel who stopped him from that. Convinced by her, Yusong gave up regressing, and so the world was destroyed and the epilogue ended. If this world is a different story from the original novel and it was Usual who used the 11th moon of the Silver Age's power to regress, then this is completely different. Completing his mission, Usual will disappear and his existence will be erased. Yet, the sad part is, the one who should have lost most of his memories and only his mission said that he just wants to live. All of this is making Flame miserable. Out of nowhere, Jackie enters Flame's room, informing her that one Ryan came for him and is waiting on the first floor of the dorm. Uninterested, Flame tells her to leave as she is sleeping. On the first floor of the dorm, Jackie approaches Won Ryong. Won Ryong doesn't know her, so she explains that she is Flame's friend and she was tired, so she slept. Upon hearing it, Full Moon Tower's heir assumes that maybe Flame is feeling down because she confessed and was rejected by Usual. As Won Ryong walks away, Jackie stands there quietly. She likes Won Ryong so much. Still, he doesn't even remember her name. It has always been like this. Flame has always been the chosen one, which is now making Jackie angry. The next day, at the first main tower, Stella Academy's vice principal, Akihaden, is upset that Maison was embarrassed by a student even when everyone has high expectations from her. Other than that, Akihaden asks for an update on the research on the random sequence convergence technique she is conducting with the Moon Shadows Order doctors. With a grin, Maison assures him that she won't disappoint them at all. After she leaves, the vice principal scoffs as he finds her so stupid due to the fact that she is blinded by glory. He finds it laughable that a magic warrior who is meant to fight against dark demonic humans is performing research for a dark demon human. He just cannot wait for the day when alchemic magic engineering is complete. Sometime later, Maison's assistant, Altalicia, is carrying bundles of files. Seeing her struggle, Usual helps her. In that instant, he notices something on the board. The assistant reveals that it is the formula that the alchemy lecturer is researching with the doctors called the random sequence convergence technique. Usual freezes after hearing it. He is aware of the first formula of alchemic magic engineering, the random sequence convergence technique. In Mazen's blackening episode, the dark demonic humans and Mazen work together to complete this technique. As a result, the difference in technical skill leads to incredible damage. But after Atlalisha appears, the situation changes. A question arises in Usual's mind. What if Atlalisha is to solve this technique before the dark demonic humans? Cleverly, Usual asks the assistant if Professor Maison bothers her and gets annoyed. Atlalisha is confused by this question. However, Usual states that there is a refreshing way to get revenge. Having said that, Altalicia panics as she is just an assistant. So how can she get revenge? If she gets fired, she'll be living on the street. Usual gives her an idea to become a better alchemist than Maison. That way, no one can look down on Athalicia. These words motivate her, and she is already ready to improve. The assistant is tired, and there is no way she'd be satisfied by doing Maison's dirty work in a dusty storage room. Altalicia has a dream to become an alchemist and make all sorts of inventions, and she has the talent to make the dream come true. This is because she will one day become this generation's greatest genius alchemist who will create countless items with her genuine brain and innovative thinking. Of course, Altalicia is discouraged right now by the reality, but Usual is determined to make that dream come true soon. After Stella's first round of exams ended, our guy went to meet Altalicia regularly. At this point, the assistant's inventions are increasing smoothly. Her formulaic solutions are still lacking. Because of that, Usual needs to lead Altalicia to the answer before Maison reaches it. Still, it is not easy. While walking, our boy bumps into Flame, who advises him to be more careful. On the other hand, Usual mentions Jackie, due to which Flame assumes that he might be interested in her. However, our guy suggests she keep an eye on Jackie as she might not be in good condition right now. Back Usual is sure that if Jackie is influenced by dark demon erosion, she will be in a very unstable state. Flame doesn't get it, whereas she will keep an eye on her since she is going hunting with her during the weekend. That being said, the hunting place, Martiva's Cemetery, is the location where the fourth episode begins. All of the MCs including Mayasong, Isel, and Flame are involved in it. It is a huge battle where 5th-class necromancers appear. Obviously, Usual won't intervene in the story, and earning the hidden reward there will be helpful in the familiar contract ceremony. Later on at Lee Hanwal's office, Useal hands over his leave pass for training. Suddenly, he spots Ma Useal's leave request on the table as well. Curious, Useal breaks the ice, stating that there are a lot of students requesting leave to go hunt as it is hunt season. Lee Hanwal informs him that all of them are going to Mardiva Cemetery for the club, probably to try to win points. Our boy can't help but comment that Yusung and Wan Ryong have high marks. They are surely diligent. Abruptly, Lee Hanwal reveals that Yusung is going home while Wan Ryong is going with Flame. Upon hearing it, Useal panics. At this rate, they won't be able to defeat the necromancer's attack. He doesn't understand what has gotten into Yusung, who would never go home without a specific reason. Though what is for sure is that the current members will never be able to defeat the 5th-class opponent. Without proper evidence, Useal won't be able to request support, and he won't be able to tell them the proper information because of narrative power. Not having much of a choice, our boy decides to solve this himself. A few days later at Mardiva Cemetery, Doc Chulkwang of 2nd year isn't taking Katif Derek's command seriously. He is just striking at the monster recklessly, destroying everything. As they both argue, Bandayan suggests Derek leave Chulkwang be as he is stubborn. Isel came with them as they said they had an empty seat in the club that was allowed special leaves, and the group isn't bad, which is a relief. Right then, the whole group hears a loud explosion, realizing that someone is fighting passionately nearby. Derek believes that it won't be good for their hunting grounds to overlap, so they should go and say hello. Upon walking there, they find out that it is none other than Beyond and Flame. Confusion spread across Isel's face. What are Flame and Bayan doing here? They both are arguing about the hunting area. At this point, Isel spots that one of them has killed a big predator fish. They have a risk level of 3. Ignoring it, Isel notices that these two are fighting to raise more points. However, getting involved will make things tumultuous. She also reminds herself that she doesn't want to meet the younger sister of the enemy who killed her father in the first place. She is referring to Bayan. To lighten up the situation, Derek intervenes, suggesting they should express their concerns to him as he is a senior, though the girls ignored him instead. Suddenly, a loud rumble shakes the ground and a mysterious energy surges. Panic washes over everyone's face when they spot hordes of skeletons charging towards them. Meanwhile, in another part of the cemetery, Usual is busy increasing his XP by killing predator fishes. After a while, he comes across the tombstones he was waiting for. Our boy is aware that he has no OP skills or insane power to sweep the skeleton army away like Yusong, so he has only one way to survive. Useal needs to fight in a way only players can. While the necromancer's attack has begun, the ground trembles as the skeleton general who commands hundreds of skeletons emerges from the ground. Useal would die immediately if he were fighting them normally with his current ability. Of course, he doesn't plan on facing them normally. Grabbing the skeleton general's head, Useal punches it hard, forcing it to go in. It is the golden rule to just watch when a monster is transformed or being summoned. Still, ignoring it won't help with defeating it. Very smartly, our guy completed the spine staff. With this, the right of command given to skeleton generals becomes his. Just like that, Usual is ready to face the threat. On the flip side, the number of skeletons is increasing surrounding the whole group. Flame groans in frustration as she forgot that this was the Necromancer episode, but she finds this strange. In her memory, Ma Yusung is the one who resolved this episode. So why is Isel here? Will she save them? All of this is a puzzle. Alternatively, Wanriang assures everyone that he has sent a rescue request to Stella Academy through his pocket watch. Until then, they have to fight these creatures. Everyone is giving their opinions. However, Beyond announces that this isn't the time to talk as this is a cemetery. So the longer they wait, the more skeletons appear. At that moment, one of the skeletons lunges forward at Jackie's direction. Fortunately, Isel strikes at it with her staff and knocks it out, saving Jackie. Isel believes that these creatures must be thoroughly prepared as there is a high possibility they create a pose vessel. A pose vessel is a technique for necromancers to continuously inject and store one's mana. Even necromancers have a limit to their mana. And if they were to normally summon skeletons, they'd be tired after summoning a dozen 3rd to 4th class skeletons. Observing the amount of skeletons increasing, Doc Chulkwang believes that this was planned a long time ago, and the culprit definitely wants them to turn into mage skeletons. In contrast, Derek thinks to use strong magic to sweep these in one go as he is the leader. Before Derek could do anything, a skeleton grabs his leg. Scared, his eyes widened with shock. Luckily, Chulkwang charges, striking cleanly. Notwithstanding that, things get worse when they realize that he's in the middle of casting the spell. Without any warning, it is rebounding. A terrifying force is forming, and its pressure is so much that if it explodes, they all will be in danger. Panic and terror wash over their faces as they struggle to understand what to do. Without any warning, a massive explosion occurs in the cemetery. The whole group is lying on the ground injured. Additionally, Flame stood there exhausted. She had no mana left in her body, and she was at her limit now. The situation has gotten so bad, even there are too many opponents. A skeleton opens its jaw and charges forward. Panic slashes across Flame's face, and she assumes that maybe this is the way she'll die. To her surprise, all the skeletons stop moving. In the distance, Yuzail's figure emerges to save the day. Flame is stunned, not understanding how our guy made it happen. Just then, she spots the skeleton general on the staff. The skeleton general is much stronger than a normal skeleton, and an elite skeleton should be guarding it, but he defeated it by himself. Flame can't believe that she might be able to live now. Later on, the group expresses their gratitude towards him. However, Isel is curious as she isn't grasping how he got the skeleton general's head. Yuzel doesn't give a straight answer due to the fact that there is no need for him to tell them that he was waiting at the place where it got summoned. Anyway, Yuzel decides to plan something as it will be a total chaos when the necromancer begins to ignore the general and control the skeletons themselves. Curious, Chulkwang asks if our boy has any plans. Yuzel explains that on the way here, he saw that the necromancer had taken control near the base camp. It is impossible to get past this siege. Then there is one more way to get to the boss. In school, they learned necromancers wield the strongest ability of necromancy. Their body itself is nothing. It is true that there must be many guards near them. The scope the necromancer has control over is already large. If the group doesn't go for them, they can't escape. The current guard forces include 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 normal skeleton soldiers. Thus, Yuzel is unsure about how to convince them all. To his surprise, Flame announces that they will go with the plan. She admits that our boy looks stupid. He has more experience in battle and strategy. Even Bayan agrees with her. Otherwise, they will not be able to break through a siege like this. Eventually, whole group decides to go with the plan, motivated that they can win this battle. On the flip side, Sabayak, 5th class necromancer of the Mage Tower of Darkness, has different plans. He is eager to turn these students into skeletons mages, so that the dark demonic unions won't look down on him. It has been 7 years since the necromancer started collecting mana in the pose vessel. There are at least 700 skeletons asleep here. He is sure that no one can harm him at all. In the blink of an eye, Sabahyuk's expression changes. All of a sudden, his senses are blocked. He wonders if the general got caught. A crack echoes as a force strikes the shield behind him. The necromancer panics, not understanding how there is a crack in the bone barrier he made using 4th class magic. Instantly, a massive explosion obliterates the shield. Sebelijik spots the students of Stella walking towards him. At first, the necromancer didn't want to use this method if possible, but facing them like this is dangerous. Thus, the scared necromancer bites his finger till it bled and summons the elite soldiers. The ground split opens, and the elite skeletons emerge to save their master. Even then, Sabayak spits blood as he takes some internal damage from overdoing himself while summoning skeletons. Yet, he feels relieved now that he has his small fries protecting him. Still, his plans turn into vain when our guy appears right behind him. As soon as the necromancer feels a presence, he looks back. Terrified, he demands to know who Yuzail is. Bahyuk kept an eye on all the Stella students through the skeleton's vision. This is why he was so surprised to see our guy. His jaw drops when he spots his general skeleton's head on Yuzail's staff. Alternatively, Yuzail drops the skull, letting it hit the ground. With that, he even shatters it with a strong strike. As the skeleton general gets destroyed, the necromancer's injuries worsens. He realizes that he has taken the people of Stella too lightly. Meanwhile, Yuzel thinks that this isn't what he planned. Normally, Dak Chul-kwang and Bandian should have dealt with the generals and come to help him. Yet because more elite soldiers were added, they are not done. Yuzul wonders if he has to fight alone even after being the weakest here. Suddenly, attention shifts to Bae-hyuk, who is spitting blood continuously, making our guy realize that his opponent isn't in good shape right now either. It was obvious that he got hurt while summoning the elites. A confident smirk appears on our boy's face as he believes he can win this fight alone. At the same time, Bayan wants to hurry up and get done with these elites to join Usual. Out of nowhere, Jackie runs up to Bayan informing her that Usual is fighting the necromancer one-on-one. Upon hearing it, the princess is scared as she is aware that Usual is a first-class mage, so there is no way he can beat a 5th-class level necromancer. A powerful energy radiates around them indicating that the fight is getting intense. Bayan just hopes nothing bad happens. She will kill our guy if he dies. Back to the fight between Usil and the necromancer, Bae-hyuk has summoned a bone shield to protect himself. With the help of the shield, he tries attacking our guy, but Usil has blink, so he keeps dodging the attacks effortlessly. At that moment, Baek-usual uses his cola potions, which are good for dissolving bones, and uses them against his opponent. After seeing the bones being melted, Bae-hyuk is enraged. The necromancer unleashes shards of bones in our boy's direction. In spite of that, Usual appears behind his enemy using his infamous blink. Raising his staff, Usual is ready to attack him. Before he could do anything, Bae-hyuk turned, grinning wickedly. Within seconds, a sharp bone shard pierces Usual's leg. Groaning, our guy collapses on the ground while the necromancer mocks him, enjoying the sight of his enemy being hurt. Usual is aware that if he strikes one powerful blow, this man will be knocked out. Still, it is hard for him to use his mind because of the pain. Suddenly, idea sparks in his mind. Thrilled, Bae-hyuk charges forward with his weapon, raising it for one final blow. Recalling quickly, Usual crawls with great speed without a word. The necromancer suggests not to struggle, being sure that our boy will die anyway. Groaning, Usual motivates himself to move a little more. Dragging himself a bit, our boy smirks, declaring that he has won. The distance between Usual and the necromancer is 13 meters. Basically, it is a distance at which he doesn't have to use the motion cancel of blink. As the necromancer stands puzzled, his eyes suddenly widen with sheer terror. In less than a second, Usil blinked right in front of him. Gathering all his remaining strength, our boy delivers a fatal strike directly aiming at his heart. On the other side of the cemetery, the skeletons are disappearing, making Chulwang and Dion wonder if Usil actually defeated the necromancer. Overwhelmed, Jackie falls onto her knees, grateful that they are saved. Additionally, Usual is so tired that he just wants to go home now. Afterwards, they all were transferred to Stell's Magic Night and returned to school. Lee Hanwal interrogates our guy since he said that he was to train somewhere. When Usual apologizes, Lee informs him that he will be receiving penalty points according to the school rules, though he also praises Usual for saving everyone even while violating school rules. Lee adds that our boy will receive deserving rewards and points for that too. That night, Isel comes up to Usual at the roof thanking him. With that, she wants to know if she will be able to be like him if she practices. Usual panics as this isn't a good question. The original Isel didn't ask a question like this. He realizes that it must be because of him that Isel has become like this. Because Usual intervened, Isel only received trials and didn't get a chance to overcome. Immediately, Isel comforts her, reminding her that she has already achieved something that people call a miracle, so she shouldn't ask such questions to him. Isel is taken aback. How does Usual know about this? Our boy admits that he has been watching. That is why he knows. However, he regrets saying this due to the fact that he seems like a stalker. Quickly, Usual walks away. Isel is stunned and overwhelmed considering that no one shows interest in the daughter of the traitor, but someone is actually watching her. This is truly a miracle for her. A new day begins at the Stella Academy. The magic faculty, Mage Tower, and nobles are here for some commendations. Usul finds it unnecessarily grandiose. As he is walking with Bjorn, he notices her being way too excited. At the stage, Lee Hanwal ordered everyone to settle down. He announces that he will be giving commendations to the 12 brave students who fought against dark demonic humans, and this award will be given by the headmaster, Eltman Eltwin. Upon seeing him, Usual is shocked as he knows that Eltman always has this cheerful smile on his face. He is the strongest mage warrior in the world who possesses the destructive title of Decimator. Every student was called on the stage. When Usual faces Altman, he feels an intense pressure even just from locking eyes. Still, he can't turn away his gaze. With a warm smile, the headmaster praises our guy, stating that Usual is as hardworking as ever as he always hoped. His words really confuse Usual. Just like that, the commendation award ceremony ended there. Usual received 5 million credits as a reward. At this point, he doesn't have to worry about money for a while, and he even received the pose vessel that is said to be the heart of a necromancer. It will be hard now. Altalicia will soon be able to make a subspace. Once she can, carrying around items will get easier. He rejoiced that the other students passed on the reward to him. Next are the system rewards. After completing episode 4, Usul has obtained XP en masse. As he has continued the story in a creative way, he is rewarded with additional rewards. Our boy requested the system to add XP to the blink skill. During the battle, Usul realizes how weak he is. It is useless to work hard like others. Additionally, he needs to use his knowledge to go as far ahead as possible. When rewards are added to Blink, it reaches its limits. Hence, it increases in rank. Now Blink is in Class 2 with a maximum distance of 12 meters, and its maximum number of charges has finally increased to 3. At this rate, Usul will be able to use it a bit more while being at ease. Now our boy decides to focus on Ezel. At the Abyss class, the fake heroine and the others are meditating. Just then, she feels that someone called her name. Quickly, she opens her eyes and finds a translucent butterfly in front of her, which tells her to not use magic in the middle of meditation. Ezel is confused. What is going on? The translucent butterfly tells her to look above her head. Curious, she listens to it and finds an ice pear hovering in the air. She panics as she didn't do this intentionally. Moreover, she doesn't understand why other students don't sense it, as they should have felt the flow of the mana. The fake heroine wonders if Usual foresees all of this. After the session, Ezel is busy eating the red bean paste cream bread she bought with the 1,500 credit reward. In that instant, Jeremy approaches her. He wants her to join his club if she hasn't joined any yet. Curious, Ezel wants to the conditions. With a grin, Jeremy clarifies that he likes her. Therefore, he wants her to join him. Ezel can see through his lies. This guy wants to use her as a trophy. When Jeremy senses that she doesn't believe him, he leans closer, promising to give her anything he wants. Ezel knows Jeremy better than anyone. The Scalvan Empire and Adalebit Kingdom have a hostile relationship. So with Crown Prince Jeremy's power, her difficult life would obviously end. She knows that if she agreed to join him, she won't have to endure the humiliation and get happiness from a mere bread. The fake heroine knows that it is wrong. Still, she wants to say yes. With a smirk, Jeremy is waiting for her answer. Before anything could happen, Flame slaps Ezel, pretending to be upset that Ezel abandoned her after saying they would work out together, only to stand around talking and seducing men instead. Immediately, Flame grabs Ezel's hand. Successfully, Flame saved her, informing Ezel that Jeremy would have bothered her until she died if she refused without a reason. With that, she left, hoping that she made the right choice. If Ezel joined the club like the original story, she would have been destroyed by the Crown Prince. If possible, Flame didn't want to ruin the flow of the original story. But when she looks at Usual, she doesn't think something like this is bad. In addition to that, Flame hopes that Jeremy won't realize she lied. At the castle, while having his drink, Jeremy is smirking. He found it cute that Flame lied when she took Ezel away from him. Thrilled, the Crown Prince now wants Flame even more than he ever wanted Ezel. The instructor announces a monster mock battle. This battle is not going to be against the monsters of risk level 1 to 2 as everyone has faced until now. This time, the goal is to fight mid-level monsters of risk level 3. The strategy is that the students have to make a team, analyze the monster, and defeat it using standard tactics. If they choose one of the mid-level monsters to suppress, they will be given practice time to face that monster. The instructor announces that they can find the geography they want in the Stelladome and hunt the mid-level monster that suits their team. Furthermore, the A-class and S-class students will do the mock battle together, and the performance assessment will be done in 4 days. The instructor asks everyone to create a team of 6 people at most and submit the list. Meanwhile, Ezel stands sad and alone, hating the group project. On the other hand, she sees Hongbyeon surrounded by other girls desperate to form a team with her. Ezel sees the princess under the spotlight and realizes that's how her surroundings have always been, even before the Adalabit destroyed her family. Both had the same starting point. The Grand Duchy of Maf with the ice attribute and the royal household of Adalabit with the fire attribute kept each other in check and controlled the magic world. They both had Hongbayan and Ezel, the two children born with genius talent. Back then, Ezel thought she was chosen, but now she wonders if she can even get revenge on Adalabit as her current self. Right then, Yuzhel sees that Ezel is alone. He walks up to her and asks her to team up with him. Bijin is surprised to see Yuzhel team up with her. Ezel is caught off guard, but then our hero tells her that since there isn't a requirement for minimum members, the two can team up and receive the bonus points for being a small team. Ezel thinks that our hero is being crazy, thinking that the two of them can take down a risk level 3 monster alone. But then she agrees to team up because she doesn't have anyone else anyway. After Yuzhel leaves to submit the team form, Beyond walks up to Ezel to confront her. Ezel thinks that her opponent is on guard because of her, but Beyond just tells her to behave herself because she's now a pig wearing a pearl necklace. Ezel realizes that her opponent wasn't on guard, not because she was worried about her abilities, but because of Yuzhel. Meanwhile, Beyond is upset that a loser and a commoner have teamed up. She believes that teaming up with her clique is fine, but she also knows it's best to bring a knight who is known to be the best. So she walks up to Yusung and asks him if he has formed a team yet. When Yusung tells her he wants to do it alone, she proposes teaming up together. Yusung is caught by surprise when he hears that Yuzhel and Ezel have formed a team. Yen further adds that she thinks they won't go against monster, but a mid-large special monster, and asks him again if he wants to team up. Yusung gets excited hearing about this because he's always wanted to compete against Yuzhel at least once. Finally having a powerful teammate, Bayan feels confident that she can properly defeat Yuzhel and Bayan properly this time. After 4 days of preparation, the monster mock battle began. On the day of the mock battle, the instructor announces the beginning of the S-class and a class performance assessment. After some battles, Flame goes up against a Magrika. The instructor adds that it's a doable mid-level monster. Flame believes that she's practiced enough. She knows gaining reverse bonus points using a special monster's attributes to fight a mid to large-sized special monster is too much for her, but she feels confident that fighting a mid-level monster with a risk level of 3 alone will help her receive the highest score. Generally, it takes 5 first-class mages to defeat a mid-level monster with a risk level of 1, but combined with compatibility, experiences, and environmental factors, one can defeat monsters a few levels higher than that, but the problem is that Flame has no choice as a light class with basically no compatibility. She hopes things go well for Ezel because in the original story, she doesn't form a team with anyone because of B. On and receives the worst score. Flame thought of recruiting her, but seeing Ezel with Yuzhel makes her confident that her future will be better. After Group 16's battle ends, the instructor calls for Group 17. Flame walks towards the stage and suddenly trips on her shoelaces and nearly falls. Our hero grabs her and catches her from falling. He then tells her to tie her shoelaces, and Flame remembers the time Jackie used to do it for her. She feels relieved that she didn't go out fighting like that. But as she climbs the stage, everyone's surprised to see her fighting alone. Everyone's shocked to see Flame go against a giant boar by herself. It doesn't have any special attributes, so attacking it with opposite attributes is out of the question. The battle begins, and the boar charges towards Flame. Everyone wonders how she's going to face the monster alone, but then Flame uses her flower whispers in the wind, and suddenly, tree vines start to tie down the giant boar and keep it restrained. Then she uses her matter modification. As her staff charges up, the monster breaks free and runs towards her. As the giant boar closes in on her, Flame points her staff at it. A bright beam of light shoots from the staff, penetrating through the boar's body. The monster falls, and everyone's shocked to see her abilities. While they can't even defeat a mid-level monster with 5 people, seeing Flame do it alone makes them wonder who she is. As Flame walks out, she's surprised to see who the next group is. Everyone's excited to see the princess on the stage, but Flame wonders why Beyond is working with Yusung instead of a clique member. In the original story, the two didn't interact at all, which makes Flame wonder what that combo is. As the monster appears, everyone's surprised to see the mid-level special monster, the water fish monster. Everyone's impressed with the princess finding a rare monster to fight. Flame knows that it's not just any ordinary mid-level special monster. Bayan and Yusung's attributes are fire, earth, and lightning. The waterfish monster is a water class which makes it strong against fire, and it is also a flying type monster that can fly in the sky. So this monster is a complete opposite of both Beyond and Yusong, which means they are not only fighting a mid-level special monster everyone has failed at, but they're also giving up the attributional dominance. The two teammates are aiming for the full marks, but they can only receive them if they succeed. The water fish suddenly starts hovering in the air, and the princess gives the signal to her teammate. Yusong takes a step back, and everyone's surprised because they thought the fight would start right away. But then Yusong suddenly leaps in the air too. The students watching are impressed with his powerful jump, but they don't think he'll be able to reach the water fish monster like that because he can't just use another jump mid-air. Everyone wonders what Yusong is planning. He uses his sword and carves out a slab. His teammate then gives him a boost with her fire attack, and he jumps above the monster, leaving everyone surprised. As Yusong hovers above the monster, he uses his giant fist and punches the monster. The water fish crashes back down into the ground. Yusong then carves out stones from the ground and restrains the water fish. The monster easily breaks through the blockade, but by then, Beyond's spell is already completed. A huge wave of fire rains down on the monster, and everyone's impressed with her power. Everyone's impressed to see the water fish screaming in pain despite having a strong fire tolerance. Yusong then lands the finishing blow with his lightning, burning the monster down to a crisp. Everyone watching is left shocked seeing how the fight ended without even letting the water fish monster attack once. They realize that the students this year are insanely powerful, and Byun and Yusong will definitely be able to become like the guy from the third-year C class. Byun walks out feeling happy and confident that no matter what her competition chooses, they won't be able to defeat her. She thinks she's won, but then Yuseol asks the instructor to summon 5 monsters. Everyone's jaws drop in shock because it's already difficult for 5 people to defeat one mid-level monster, and Yuseol and Izel are going to face 5 of them. They now wonder if the rumors about Yuseol being crazy are actually true. When the monsters are summoned, the monster scholar, Vaishin, is surprised. Seeing the combination of a Haemeridan, a sand-maned black cow, a Kaden, a Nami slime, and a sensitive bat makes Yusong and Baeon curious about what our hero is thinking. The instructor asks who selected the monsters because as a knight, Yuseol can win points from even these extreme situations, but bishops can't. He thinks that it's a really cruel strategy for a bishop, but our hero assures them that the strategy is made specifically for a bishop. The battle begins, and Usual tells his partner to trust him because he trusts her. Isil doesn't know what her partner is thinking. She starts having flashbacks of when they were searching for the monsters. She asks Usual why he chose her because he could have worked with someone else. Usual agrees that there are many students with incredible talent. No mage can match B. When it comes to firepower, and no mage can match the flame when it comes to control. Yusong is the strongest among the first years, and Shin Warayan and Adulin, who are strong in one-on-one situations, are also really compatible with our hero. But still, he thought it'd be best to do it with Izel. That's all the explanation Usual gave her, and Izel still doesn't know what he meant. But she knows there must be a reason why he chose her, and so she decides to show him. As Izel begins her spell, the spectators are amazed to see the ephemeral resonance. It's a phenomenon that only appears when a 6th class or above mage completely enters the unconscious world. The moment their concentration scatters, a mana counter-current phenomenon might occur, leaving the mage's mana disabled, which is why everyone's surprised to see a first-year student doing it. Seeing his teammate, our hero realizes that she's worthy of the title, Lady of Winter. He begins his plan of 2 against 5 monsters and jumps into the air. He uses his blink and hits the first monster with his sword. The monster starts bleeding, and having dealt with the Haemeridan for the moment, Yuseol turns to the sand-maned black cow. Seeing the Haemeridan's red thorn triggers the black cow, and our hero's plan works. The method for targeting 5 mid-level monsters at once was to create a situation where they all become hostile to each other, and that's exactly what happens. As our hero's plan starts working, everyone's surprised to see the monsters attacking each other. Creating a situation where the opponents become hostile to each other is also called the borrowing knife strategy. It's where instead of using your own power, you borrow someone else's knife to kill the enemy. The veterans of the Ether world were trying to figure out a way to kill many monsters with few people. And after countless trials, the method they found was to use the attributes and characteristics of the monsters. Yuseol's strategy was to attack the Haemeridan first. Then after feeling pain, the Haemeridan's forehead will get red, which will trigger the blocked cow's attacking instincts. The agitated black cow will spray out sand from its body, spreading it everywhere. And when the sand hits the Nami slime, it will start to produce a large amount of water to stop its skin from drying up. As the Nami slime releases water, our hero sees that the water isn't filling up properly because of the barrier on the testing site. Then the Kaden senses the moisture and starts screaming at 7 or higher octaves. The noise provokes the sensitive bat because of its sensitive hearing, and the bat starts attacking Kaden. Seeing the monsters fight each other leaves the instructor amazed. They're all impressed by Usual's understanding of the monsters and their characteristics, but even more surprising is Isel's focus and how she's able to consistently hold her mana even in the chaos, showing that she truly believes that the knight will protect her. Suddenly, the Kaden leaps towards Isel, but her knight jumps in and protects her with his sword. But then another boulder heads towards her from behind, but Usual jumps in again and shields her from the attack. Seeing this, Yusong realizes that our hero is the most ideal knight and clears the battlefield like a knight protecting the princess. Meanwhile, Isel falls deep in her concentration and uses her crystal flower spell. Suddenly, the crystal flower forms in the field, leaving everyone mesmerized. Then, on Isel's command, the crystal shatters and an explosion goes off. The crystals fly off everywhere, and everyone thinks the monsters are dead. But then the monsters suddenly wake up. Everyone thinks that it's a shame the two fighters couldn't end the fight because they would have received a high score. But then Isel summons her mana and leaves everyone impressed again. Isel releases her spell, a huge explosion goes off, and her mana spreads everywhere. She sees her magic spell flow around her and can't believe that it's her magic power, just as Uzael told her. When our hero told his partner about his plan to fight 5 monsters at once, Isel thought he was being crazy, but he assured her that she can do it and asked her to believe in him because he believes in her. Until now, Isel didn't have anything. She never had the conviction for the path she was on nor a person who would tell her that she was on the right path, but not anymore. Usul entered her life like light and she decided to follow him, feeling confident that she won't be lost anymore. With that explosive magic, Usual's group's performance assessment ends, and he remains hanging on the wall after being nearly caught up in his partner's magic spell. Meanwhile, the performance results are posted. Our hero's team scores first, and Yusung and Bayon get second place. Bayon acknowledges her defeat even after defeating 2 mid-level special monsters of the opposite attributes. Yusun is surprised that she accepted her defeat so quickly. But deep down, Bayon thinks that if she had Usual, she would have been able to show magic as good as Isel. However, Bayon hates that our hero is so dedicated to Isel because if the most perfect knight exists in this world, she wants him to be a knight for her, who she thinks will become the most perfect queen in this world. She refuses to accept her defeat and decides to investigate Usil further. As Bayon walks out, she sees Siren Orkin and thinks she's come to see her after hearing about her loss to a group of a commoner and a traitor. Beyond walks past her, and Sire and Orkin realizes that she still has a long way to go. On the other hand, Flame writes in her book thinking about Isel learning crystal flowers so early. That spell is Asel's identity that she demonstrates after she recovers her confidence in herself in the far future after experiencing all her hardships and struggles. According to the original novel story, Isel should be declining even more now. But for her to show the crystal flower in front of everyone makes Flame think it's because of Usual. In the original romance fantasy, Yusung and Isel share their feelings, and the world ends. But now, Flame wonders if maybe there was an extra story she didn't know about. A nameless character, Baek Yushal, loved Isel. And the moment the world ended, maybe he chose to regress in place of Yusung. A regression to create a world where the person he loves could live, even if he was to be completely forgotten by the person he loved at the end of it. All that makes Flame wonder if Usual could really have no regrets. Thinking about his love so strong that he turned back time at the cost of giving up his own existence makes Flame wonder how it feels. Meanwhile, the system rewards our hero a significant amount of XP for completing episode 5, and gives him an additional reward for continuing the story in a fantastic direction. He thinks about what reward to choose, and because he's strengthened his skill to a certain extent, he decides to prepare for the episode that's coming up. So Usil chooses the item Ifanal's grass key. The system searches for a while and rewards him with the key. It's not an ancient relic class, but it is one of the super rare class items that only high-level players can get. It connects to a place where deities exist. However, in order to use the key, our hero needs to go on an outing, and the conditions to go out have gotten a lot harsher after the Necromancer incident. He tries to think of a way and suddenly realizes that the club is the answer. After finishing his assignment, Uziel takes a sigh and decides to look for a club. He stands staring at the notice board and finds the Rune Composition Club, the Mage Traditional Sports Club, and a book club looking for recruits. Not many of them are permitted to do special external activities, so our hero needs to be careful with his decision. Right then, Essel steps in looking for clubs as well. Usil is surprised that she hasn't joined a club yet because he knows there must be a lot of clubs asking her to join. Isil reminds him who she is, and our hero already knows that. But he also knows that the mocks have changed how people see her, and she too knows this. Even so, Isil wants to be careful about who she chooses. While Isil and Usual are looking for clubs, Yusung walks in on them, singing praises of the mock battle, and how impressed he was with Usual's hunt against the necromancer. Yusil believes that he was right in assuming that Yusil thinks differently. Our hero agrees that as a commoner, he always thinks of ways to do things better. Yusil is impressed that our hero uses his time differently and shocks everyone when he says that he studies on the weekends. Yusil thinks it was just a formal answer for a formal question, but Yusil reveals that he answered truthfully. Our hero is surprised because Yusil should have started training way later. He wonders what the reason could be behind this change. Isil asks Yusil about practical dungeon training, and he answers that if she hadn't intervened back then, it could have been dangerous. In the original story, Yusung and Flame worked together to easily defeat Hai Wanriang. But because our hero intervened this time, Flame was tied, and Yusung ended up meeting Hai Wanriang alone. Yusil wonders if that's the reason Hai Wanriang's state is also weird. Our protagonist believes that it'll be good if Wanriang and Yusil train more because unlike him, their growth will have a positive influence towards a happy ending. However, Yusil is surprised to see that Yusil still hasn't joined a club yet because he enrolled in the school a long time ago, and he asked him to join his club. Our hero answers that he will join the club that suits him, which includes a club that is quiet with few people, has no in-person meetings, covers the 4 major insurances, buys him cheese tonkatsu at lunchtime, has free external activities, respects individual activities, and allows external outings. The problem is that there's no club like that, but Yusung solves that problem by offering to make a club for him. Yusung tells them that he can easily make a club that allows special outings, and our hero knows it's possible with his connections, but he wonders how it benefits Yusung himself. Yusung answers that it benefits him because Yusil is special. At first, our hero thinks he knows something, but then remembers that one of Yusung's fundamental flaws was that he's lonely. So our hero agrees to the club, but on the condition that Isil joins too. Yusung and her were inseparable in the original, so Yusil believes that she would help mentally care for Yusung. After everyone agrees, Yusung wonders what club they are going to join, and our hero reveals that he has an idea. The trio fills out a club request form. The club's name is Delicious Restaurants Club with you as the leader, Yusil and Isil as the members, and a goal to explore delicious restaurants. Isil wonders if it's going to work because to receive the seal for special activities, they need a guidance professor and at least 4 members. Yusung assures them that he'll figure out the club members and the seal, but getting a guidance professor is going to be difficult. Our protagonist wonders why because he can even get permission for special outings, and Yusung answers that the guidance professors are all just trash. Not everyone can give the seal for special activities, and someone who can stamp it has to be one of the 4 people our hero hates. On the other hand, Yusung heads straight to the vice principal's office and greets his grandfather. While Yusung plays with the vice principal's chair, the vice principal pretends to be playful, but deep down wonders what he's doing here. Yusung extends the form and adds that he's here to get the club request form stamped. The vice principal tries to check the form to see if the conditions are all fulfilled, but Yusung just grabs the paper and orders him to just stamp it. The vice principal hesitates a little, but he knows he can't refuse Yusung because he's the heir. He agrees to stamp the form and proceeds to tell Yusung about something. After a brief chat, Yusung assures him that he's aware and leaves the office. The vice principal thinks Yusung is just like his father and hates how arrogant he is. One day, he plans to chop off Yusung's head and end his arrogance. Meanwhile, the students feel relieved after the class is over because the professor nitpicks whenever someone's presenting, especially with commoners. Jackie gets nervous, thinking that she could have shown a better version of herself but messed up because she was nervous. She believes she could have done better than Flame. Right then, Flame walks in and says she did good during the presentation and should ignore what the professor said, but Jackie rudely ignores her and walks out. Right then, Usual walks up to Flame to ask some professors for the club he's making since she's close with them. He thinks that he can't ask the professors because they hate him too much, and Flame starts listing all the reasons why. She adds that he talks back to the professors, sleeps during the lessons, and it's a relief he hasn't gotten a warning. But then she reminds our hero that he's close with Assistant Professor Altalicia. So our protagonist walks out surprised that assistants can also take on the guidance professor role because he was so focused on the story, he didn't know that. Suddenly, he notices the professor walking out of Altalicia's lab and is caught off guard. As he heads into the lab, he finds Altalicia standing upset and her research spread on the floor. He asks her what happened and notices the thesis thrown on the floor. Altalicia hesitates at first and then explains that she gave it to the professor because the research conference is happening soon and the professor wants to use it. She believes that she should be grateful for him to use her thesis in a place filled with outstanding alchemists, but Usual tells her that she's been robbed and asks if her name is even going to be on the thesis. The assistant professor assures him that it's fine and it's a part of a learning experience. Our hero realizes that it's not the time to ask her to be the guidance professor. He takes a look at the board and realizes that Professor Maison will solve that formula soon too. He wanted to let Altalicia complete it herself first, but now he has no other choice. Usiel then asks the assistant professor about the random sequence convergence technique that they were working on the last time. Altalicia adds that she's been working on it because she found his ideas intriguing, but it hasn't worked out. It's a problem that no one's been able to solve in 300 years, and Altalicia feels that she can find a solution if she just solves one thing. So our protagonist offers to solve it for her. The assistant professor is shocked to hear that he'll solve it, and our hero tells her that he just solved it coincidentally, so he doesn't understand it. He starts writing on the board while Altalicia watches, and by the end, he tells her that it'll be different for her. The assistant professor starts examining the whole formula and completely drowns in it with her focus. Our hero is impressed with her focus. He believes that Altalicia is a true genius and can change the future of humanity. With his role fulfilled, our hero leaves her office, placing his trust in her talent, and waits. With Altalicia's help, Usual found the Delicious Restaurants Club, and with the rights of a club leader, he received the leave pass. He raised some suspicion in the process, but feels relieved to get the leave pass. Our hero continues his journey feeling relaxed and reaches the third world tree, the Dutch tree orchard. As Usiel heads in, he's amazed to see the beauty of the scene that makes the game graphics pale in comparison. The elves warmly greet him to their land with prayers. In the past, Eltman Eltwin saved the second world tree that was ablaze and about to die. So maybe that's why so many elves recognize his Stella uniform and are friendly. Our hero answers their greetings in their own tradition. He finds the elves just as beautiful as the game. However, there is one especially beautiful elf among them, the king of elves, Flower Siren. He is as beautiful as a goddess and has many male players' hearts, and he's the character with the most fan art in the ether world. But the elves don't have a gender, and when they truly love someone, they change their genders based on their partner. Flower Stjoren was born as a female, but because she didn't find her true love yet, she didn't have a gender. But after falling for Flame later, he chose the male gender. There was no path where Flower Stjoren chose to be female, and it made many men fall into despair. After a while of traveling, Usual finds the hidden dungeon, deity Ifanel's garden. He has flashbacks of choosing Fanel's garden key to prepare for the next chapter, and feels relieved that he could use it earlier than he thought. Our hero puts the key in and gets a warning that once he opens the entrance, someone else who possesses the key will find out. He saw this phrase in the game before too, but it didn't lead to any special event among players. So our hero doubts anything special is going to happen now and opens the door. Meanwhile, at the Elf Kingdom, Heavenly Spirited Tree's birthplace, Flower Siren wakes up and heads to the window. He looks out to the world looking peaceful, and the birds flying by make him wonder when he'll be free to travel. Suddenly, he feels a strange energy and wonders if someone entered the secret garden that Ifanel is sleeping in. He wonders who entered and decides to go check it out. But then Flower Stjoren stops at the door. He's waited for years and can't move because if the curse activates again, who knows who might fall into lunacy. He decides to wait until the World Tree birthday that's coming soon and check then. On the other hand, Usual starts sneezing as the pollen spreads everywhere. The roots start chasing him, and he knows it could take forever fighting like that. He takes out the fire potion he made and throws it at the tree, setting it on fire. He then pulls his sword out and attacks its weak spot. The tree burns to ashes and dies. Our hero gets some EXP and decides to go for his real goal, the boss. As he enters the boss room, he's amazed to see the deity Ifanel, who sits by a pillar. Deities are the most arcane existence in this world. They are pure souls who have gained enlightenment and become new beings after training for hundreds of years. Even in the ether world, there aren't many of them. However, the one in front of Usual is not a complete deity. Since she had her heart stolen before she became a deity, she became solidified into that state forever. As our hero takes a step forward, the immense mana's pressure pushes him down, and he realizes that even dead, a deity is a deity. He refuses to give up and gets back up. Usual pushes himself forward and walks towards the dead deity. As he reaches the pillar, the system notifies him that the mana revelation delay physique's EXP has increased, and our hero sits down to catch his breath. This is a natural training location that a deity left behind. One of the opportunities that the mages of our hero's previous world were desperate to find was a mana ley line. Exercising in this place normally will have one seeing the results boost by 100 times. And thanks to receiving the deity's energy through one's body, their nature affinity will increase greatly. In simpler worlds, Usual went through all the trouble just to find a good gym. Before doing anything, our hero picks up the resentment-filled branch. It's an artifact with resentment as its special feature. On first contact, it gives the opponent the status abnormality, resentment. On second contact, the opponent's resentment will explode, leaving damage. With each passing day, the damage from resentment accumulates up to a maximum of 3 months. If the opponent has a risk level of 6 or higher, the damage can be halved with just one-time use. With this, UCL can face the 8th episode's boss, Mazantyran, and after obtaining it, he begins training. A few weeks later, our hero checks up on his stats and is surprised to see it at 2.5 stars, but he still has a lot to work for because the protagonists all have abilities of 4 stars or above. In this world, Uzael has no teacher to teach him swordsmanship, so he needs to practice the simple stab and slash to more accurately pierce his enemy's vital points. He needs to work hard and cut through bone and skin. As our hero continues practicing his swordsmanship, he gets a strange feeling and starts coughing. Suddenly, the system notifies him that he has obtained a special mana breathing method and obtained the skill deity's breath. His vision starts to get blurry and fuzzy, and he suddenly hears someone yell at him for not hearing them and asking for a response. Our hero is confused, not knowing where the noise is coming from. The voice again is surprised that he can hear them. Usul realizes that the voice is coming from deity Ifanal. He's confused and surprised that a corpse is talking to him. Ifanal tells him she's not dead. Our hero can't understand how she's speaking, and Ifanal tells him that she was talking all that time, but he just couldn't hear her because he was deaf. Usual is confused about how he can hear her now, and deity Ifanal believes that it must be because he's become like her, and he even breathed the same way as her. Our hero remembers the message he gets and checks his stats again. He's surprised to see his physical stats increase to a 4-star level in an instant for a short duration. However, the penalty for the skill is essence erosion. It basically means that Usual will lose his human body. Usually, one's essence's form can maintain itself through mana. But if Usual, who has a mana revelation delay physique, loses his body, it means death. Usual is disappointed to acquire the skill that cuts his lifespan short the more he uses it, but he decides to be positive about it because it's a good skill to be used in danger. Ifanal is amazed because our hero is the second human who has breathed the deity's breath. His existence too is faint like the first person. Since he has barely any mana in his body, it feels as if he doesn't exist in the world. Our hero is confused, not knowing who she's referring to. Ifanal explains that like him, he used a sword and cut down both magic and deities. Usual is surprised because there was no mention of a swordsman in the game and knows he must be strong if he could cut down a deity. He asks to meet that person, but the deity tells him he can because the first mage's 12 disciples are dead. Our hero realizes that it means that person died a long time ago. Ifanal offers to teach Usual because she was close with that person and recorded all his breathing techniques and movements. But the deity has a condition. She can't move or talk to anyone since she's basically dead, so she asks him to get her heart and save her. Our protagonist already expected that condition, but he refuses because it's impossible for him to get another deity's heart with his abilities. Ifanal assures him that it doesn't have to be a deity's heart, and he can just get a divine beast's pure heart instead. Usul worries that it would mean she loses most of her power, but Ifanal is willing to take that deal because she doesn't want to be trapped there forever. So Usul agrees since getting a normal divine beast's heart is not impossible. The reason he came to train was because of the upcoming familiar contract ceremony. He will have met countless divine beasts by then, and it's way easier than obtaining a deity's heart. Ifanel then tells Usual that she has something for him and asks him to take a look behind the pillar. Our hero finds Ifanel's flower necklace behind, a sign that he's become friends with her. He has never heard of an item like that in the game and thinks he could use it as firewood if there's nothing around. But then our hero realizes it's a deity sign and it could become useful. Meanwhile, Altalicia finishes writing on the board and stares at it in awe. She realizes that she solved the problem and starts writing down on the paper, happy to start a new generation and feeling confident that Usual will be happy. It's the day of the conference and Usual and Altalicia arrive at the venue. Every year, the conference is hosted in a different location, and this time, it's at the Dwarf Kingdom's greatest alchemy school, the Golden Light Crane Academy. Just as the dwarves were the originators of matter magic, the scale is completely different from other places. On top of it, the greatest alchemist, known as the Golden Alchemist Talcum Corden, is also going to be attending this conference, which makes it a perfect moment for Altalicia's research. However, Altalicia worries if it's going to be okay for her to be presenting because it's something her professor has been researching for most of her life. Our hero assures her that it's going to be fine because she hasn't stolen Maison's research and she's just much more talented than her. They both proceed to go in, and UCL suggests going through the back door because he finds the red carpet a bit too much. The host of the conference welcomes all the guests and announces the commencement of the 87th Golden Section Conference. The first section is dedicated to announcing new potions, and he invites Stella Academy's professor, Maison Tyron, first. The professor introduces herself and announces the red potion's alpha type. She begins explaining her research, leaving everyone shocked. As the presentation concludes, everyone's impressed with how she's improved the red potion. However, Usual is annoyed seeing Maison yap about Altalicia's thesis as her own. He has ways to ruin her life, but the main dish is about to begin anyway. Right then, the host announces Altalicia as the next presenter. Altalicia introduces herself and announces that her topic is going to be the complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique. Suddenly, everyone's caught off guard and questions Altalicia if she's aware of the place she's standing in. She assures everyone that she's aware that the place she's standing in is a lot for her, and the others question the credibility of her research. Altalicia tells everyone to accept her results the way alchemists do. Everyone starts debating that the random sequence convergence technique doesn't make sense because it's impossible to mix magic engineering with alchemy, and it hasn't been solved for 300 years. Right then, the golden alchemist Talcum Corden tells everyone to shut up because concluding something impossible because people have failed at it isn't alchemist-like. He looks forward to hearing from the alchemist who wants to find the truth behind a technique considered near impossible and tells Altalicia to begin her presentation. As Altalicia tries to begin her presentation, Maison objects to her thesis. She accuses the young assistant professor of plagiarizing the research. Talcum Corden warns her about what would happen if she fails to prove her suspicions of plagiarism. Maison agrees to the consequences and walks up to the stage. She announces that there are 5 conundrums of the random sequence convergence technique. The harmony between alchemy and magic engineering can only succeed by solving all 5 conundrums. However, in scholarship, only 2 of those conundrums have been solved, and even those aren't considered complete. Maison has solved 4 of those conundrums, and Altalicia is her alchemy teaching assistant as well as her assistant professor. Maison feels confident that it's her thesis because even if Altalicia solved the 5th one, she questions if she solved the other 4. Deep down, Maison acknowledges Altalicia's genius and her abilities, but she wants to end her life as an alchemist and take her talents for herself. She asks Altalicia to answer her doubts. Altalicia grows hesitant. She knew Maison would do this, but now she can't think of anything. Right then, our hero's words telling her to ask him for help run as an echo in her mind. She asks to call up one person to support her, the co-author of her thesis, and points towards Usual, leaving him shocked. As our hero walks through the crowd, everyone's surprised to see that he's just a young student, and the golden alchemist is excited. Usul walks up to the stage and uses the resentment-filled branch against Maison. He grins with satisfaction seeing the branch work after Maison's remarks and begins with the presentation. Usul proceeds to look at Maison's perspective first. He adds that seeing something is better than hearing about it 100 times and proposes that Maison and Altalicia solve the random sequence convergence technique together at the same time. Everyone's excited to see a challenge between the professor and the assistant professor, but Altalicia hesitates. Our hero asks her to trust him and assures her that he's been watching her all this time and feels confident that she can do this. He asked her to put her trust in him, and suddenly Altalicia gets the strength and puts the trust in herself. 300 years ago, an alchemist said that he'd found a technique that can explain the random sequence convergence technique. After that, he had an accidental death in the washroom, and it became a hot topic. Countless alchemists have challenged it since then. However, they've all failed, and no one tries it anymore, making it deemed impossible to solve. Kane, the captain of the 13th Destructive Assassination Corps, finds it interesting seeing them announce that they are going to solve the random sequence convergence technique. His vice-captain, Hazen, on the other hand, is bored, but she wonders if the professor is really a dark demonic human and thinks the mission is amiss. As they invisibly watch the competition, Hazen is annoyed that her captain unconditionally believes everything the old man says. Suddenly, as the first dilemma is solved, Hazen feels the atmosphere change. Telkom Corden is surprised to see the two dilemmas solved differently. Kane finds Altalicia's analysis solution clearer and simpler than Mazen's, with a slight difference in the final answer. As the second dilemma begins, everyone's surprised to see it solved differently for the first time. They're amazed to see the assistant professor solve the second dilemma, which usually takes at least 200 lines in just 12 lines. Usual is satisfied seeing everyone's positive reaction, but the real problem starts now. As the participants begin their third dilemma, everyone wonders if the never-solved-before problem is going to be solved now. A moment later, the Golden Alchemist is shocked to see the dilemma solved. Although Professor Mazen solving the third dilemma that was considered impossible is impressive, what Altalicia did is more amazing, and everyone's impressed with her approach towards the problem. Until now, previous alchemists considered the 5 dilemmas as individual issues, but Altalicia thought of it differently. She saw them as interconnected and solved all of it together. The difference between her and Mazen was that although they continued to solve it, Mazen struggled by the end. She couldn't remember the ending and had run out of space. She yells at the others to bring her a new chalkboard, but to her surprise, Altalicia announces that she's done. Altalicia shows everyone the fully solved, complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique. Everyone's surprised to see the equation solved and hails it as the moment of the century. The assistant professor celebrates her win and thanks our hero for help. But suddenly, she feels a hostile energy coming from the professor. While everyone celebrates the event as the moment of the century and Altalicia celebrates her victory, the air around Maison suddenly changes. She grows hostile towards Altalicia and still blames her for stealing her research. Usual sees Maison's behavior and realizes that she's undergoing dark demonification, which is faster than he expected, but that's how he wants it to be. He wants her to become a dark demonic human in front of everyone. Maison continues to haunt the assistant professor until Altalicia breaks down and yells at her to accept that her thesis is better. She asks Maison how many more theses she's going to steal before she's satisfied, and everyone's surprised to learn that the red potion thesis from earlier was also the assistant professor's research. Altalicia calls her professor stupid, leaving everyone shocked. Suddenly, the golden alchemist bursts into laughter, enjoying the drama. Maison snaps back into her senses and realizes that she was going to do something dangerous. Yet, she walks towards Altalicia to confront her, but our hero steps forward and tells her to read the room. Maison stops for a moment to take a look around. She sees all the alchemists sitting and still continues to blame Altalicia for stealing her thesis. Telkom Corden orders his guards to drag her out. 2 men drag Maison away while she continues to resist and pretend to be innocent. Our hero extends his hand forward to help his friend get up and congratulates Altalicia for defending her thesis. Meanwhile, the assassins walk out feeling disappointed that their hunt didn't lead anywhere. Kane believes that he would have gotten a sign if Maison was a dark demonic human after she got so emotional, but the sensor that reacts to dark demon erosion didn't pick up anything. Hazen adds that the New Moon Great Tower's psychometry isn't perfect and tells Kane that she finds Uzale cute. She investigated the young student and found out that his hometown was ruined by dark demonic humans before he came to Stella. He's a commoner with super low grades, but still is in the S-class. Even more surprising is that Usual is attending the world's greatest magic academy without using magic. He's unique and has even asked for his name to be removed from today's articles. Suddenly, Kane notices Usual making eye contact with him and then looking away. He mentions it to Hazen, but she thinks he's mistaken because Kane's recognition resistance magic and her shadow shield formation are difficult to break. Kane still notices our hero smiling, and he decides to leave the place. On the other hand, Mason trembles anxiously, blaming Usual for the humiliation she faced. Right then, Layden jumps in and tells her that she's caused an accident. Her accident wasn't just an accident. It was dangerous, and she's lucky that they had cast suppression on her. If Mason's emotions had been any more severe and she had gone into a rage, all the Order's plans would have been ruined. Mason tries to apologize, but Layden tells her that her mistake can't be ignored with just an apology, and the leader is disappointed because she's lost her position as a professor at Stella. Mason tries to resist that she has connections in the plagiarism discussion meeting team that she can use to cover up the incident, but Layden orders her to just stay still because the most helpful thing she can do now is keep her head low. He orders her to stay quiet until she receives more orders and disappears, and Mason sits alone, eager to get her revenge on Useol. Meanwhile, our hero is disappointed because he thought if Mason underwent dark demonication at the conference, he'd be able to prevent the 8th episode's calamity. But now it seems that it's fated for it to be suppressed until the episode where she was originally supposed to go into rage. So Useol sits back relaxed, accepting that there's no need to rush it. The conference ended safely, and he has activated the resentment-filled branch too. However, the one thing bothering our protagonist is that he's confident that he saw Kane at the conference. The greatest black magic squad, the New Moon Great Tower, are the masters of hunting dark demonic humans and mages. The captain of the most elite of them, the 13th Destructive Assassination Corps, is Kane, and our hero wouldn't have noticed them until the end without his sixth sense. He has some guesses as to why those assassins were there and believes that it'd be good if they could connect in a positive way. Right then, a man walks in asking to talk to Altalicia. As the episodes progressed in the game, the world building expanded, and as the main character, Flame, became an adult, there were more characters to target. Among those characters is one called the Heart of the Southern Howl Plans, the president of the Star Clouds Trading Company, Melion. Thanks to his trait, Golden Rules Fatal, he's the richest person in the world. And despite him being in his 50s and having a daughter, Melion was a popular love interest. It wasn't because of his wealth or because he was handsome, but because his daughter, Jeriel, is the villainess. Jeriel, the high elf, bothers the protagonist all throughout the episode, making her suitable for the title of villainess. So the furious players tried to figure out a way to screw over Jeriel as much as possible, and marrying the person that loves her the most, her father, Melion, and leading their family to bankruptcy became the ultimate plot, and everyone loved it. Usual didn't expect Melion to come personally, but now he needs to leave a good impression during the conversation for the future episodes. Melion greets Altalicia and asks for our hero's name, pretending to not know it. Our protagonist knows he's just being smooth and introduces himself. Melion tells them that he came to see them to offer an exclusive contract to Altalicia's techniques from Star Clouds. He hands over the contract and assures them that they'll get the best conditions. As Altalicia begins reading the contract, she's shocked to see the unlimited materials and support and an amount she's never seen before. She gets excited, seeing the opportunity to make all the inventions she's dreamed of. She thinks Usual will be just as excited, but when she takes a look at him, she finds his face free from any expressions. She asks for some time to think about the offer, which makes Melion think the conditions are not good enough. She assures him that the conditions are all amazing, but she needs time to discuss it with her co-author. Melion thought that Altalicia was just calling Usual a co-author at the conference for appearances, but now he realizes it was true. Seeing him solve a problem that was unsolved for 300 years makes him think Useol must be a genius. Melion asks our hero to take a look at the contract, thinking that he's just a child when it comes to business and wouldn't be able to refuse a flashy offer. But to his surprise, our hero refuses the offer right away. Melion asks for a reason and offers to readjust any conditions he doesn't like. Our protagonist knows that an exclusive contract with the greatest trading company in the world is a good thing. And although Melion's business tactics are outstanding, he doesn't like losing things that are his. If a technique is tied to him, the diversity, individuality, and performance of items will be limited based on what sells well. And due to the exclusive contract, countless mages will not be able to use it. And because the development of the technique will be focused on business, the dark demonic humans will catch up in technical skills. Many players chose that kind of route and ended up making a lot of money, but paid for it with a bad ending. So Usul tells Melion that he doesn't care about the conditions. He just doesn't want an exclusive contract. He adds that the technique combining magic engineering with alchemy will have a huge influence not just in real life but also in producing equipment for mages. He wants this item to be used by more mages. Melion appreciates our hero's ambitions, but he reminds him that he needs money to bring those dreams to life. But our hero just came from talking to many investors, and Melion is just one of them. Melion sees that Yahello wants to create a contract with other investors and him, so he decides to take away most of the conditions offered initially. But our protagonist likes the conditions, so he gives him the offer of luxury goods. Although Yahello will push the supply expansion of the item as much as possible, he offers to sign an exclusive contract with StarCloud's trading company for the luxury items that are harder to create. Melion worries if the luxury items will sell because he doesn't do something that causes him losses. Our hero assures him he doesn't need to sign the contract right away. In half a year, he will open an investor presentation. And if Melion likes the products offered, he can then sign an exclusive contract with them. Melion is impressed with the young student's cool-headed dealing. He hands our hero a messenger paper with his contact information and leaves. After Melion leaves, our hero takes a deep breath and sighs in relief because he was going to die from anxiety, and Altalicia refuses to believe that he was anxious just a while ago. She starts laughing at him and calls him amazing. With that over, Yahello decides to go to a tasty restaurant with his club members. With that, the conference ended well, and the Stella Academy's lesson proceeded like normal. The new professor announces that Mazin isn't feeling well, so she's going to be teaching in her place. Our hero is surprised that they're hiding the fact that Mazin has disappeared. Normally, Mazin in the 18th episode does incredible damage to the school after being completely awakened. But because of this incident, Yahello doesn't know how it might change and wonders if the episode will happen earlier, and he believes it would be better if it happened at a level that could be managed. On the other hand, Altalicia didn't come to school either, and our hero believes she must be happily being pestered at Alchemy Castle. Passing by some fellow students, our hero overhears them talking about Altalicia solving the impossible technique and feels curious about who the secret co-author may be. They joke that maybe they hid the name because he was ugly. Yahello quietly passes by them since he hid the fact that he was the co-author. He only gave Altalicia a hint by borrowing the knowledge of the bulbous glasses, so he felt it right that she get the whole attention. Right then, Yahello finds Yahello standing in the distance. He overhears people talking about how handsome Yahello is and looking down on Isel, who stands beside him. He walks up to them to greet them and decides to show them the restaurant instead of just telling them. As our hero sits in the restaurant with his club members, he sees Isel just staring at the pizza. He remembers then that Isel's description mentioned she drinks the pickle juice first when she orders pizza. Yahello hands her a little cup and tells her to eat it. Isel quietly stares at it, wondering how to eat it, and our hero wonders if it's her first time at a pizza place. Right then, she instantly takes the cup and drinks it all. Yahello eats up next and both fall in love with the taste. Then Yahello hands Isel a plate of pizza, and seeing her take a knife out, he decides to show her how to eat it. He starts eating the pizza with his hands, which Isel thinks is imprudent, but Yusung finds it more fun. They both try it next, and Isel starts talking about the ingredients dancing in her mouth with satisfaction. She then explains in simpler words that she loves the pizza, and the club members decide to come more often. Meanwhile, Flame's friend walks up to her to tell her how Altalicia solved the random sequence convergence technique, but Flame already knows that Yahello is the one who did it. She wonders how he solved the formula because he should have forgotten most of the future knowledge other than the decisive incidents or narratives as a consequence for regressing. Flame wonders if Yahello still has his memories or if he's just really smart. Right then, another one of her class fellows asks her to be in the same group for the Persona Gate practical, but Flame tells him to ask someone else instead of bothering her. Flame stands staring at the announcement about the Persona Gate practical and realizes that it's starting now. The Persona Gates are another dimension born through the power of the dark demonic humans. If they don't quickly raid a Persona Gate, that location becomes the land where living beings can no longer subsist. Unlike dungeons that are cleared once you defeat the boss or destroy the core, Persona Gates are cleared after analyzing and destroying the pattern and gimmicks. From the concentration analysis to space distortion rate, topology, and soul isolation techniques, there are thousands of patterns and possibilities that one needs to be aware of, as well as the need for memorization and fighting ability. The magic warriors were created to block Persona Gates, which makes it a very important subject. According to the novel, this Persona Gate practically has reality mixed in, and Flame believes that she can't leave everything to Yahello forever. She decides to block it this time to avoid bigger damage. Meanwhile, at the 9th Star Tower, Star Cloud's Cafe Terrace, Bayon sits at a tea party with her friends. They talk about the desert and everything until one of them mentions Altalicia's thesis. Lickle adds that her father said the co-author for the research is a student from Stella, and the others believe it must be true because Lickle's father is the Information Bureau director. But he couldn't figure out who that student was. However, Bayon knows that it was Yuseol who co-authored the thesis, but she wonders why he hid it to give Altalicia the whole credit. She gets up and leaves the tea party, leaving her friends wondering what's up with her. On her way out, Bayon comes across Hong Siwa, who tells her to call her sister. Bayon, the legitimate child, and Hong Siwa, the illegitimate child, share a forced confrontational relationship, and Bayon hates her half-sister to death. Siwa reveals that she's come because she heard about an interesting commoner among the first years. She mentions that the commoner is learning chivalry and swordsmanship, and seeing her sister's reaction, she realizes that Bayon must be into that knight too. Siwa teases her little sister that a knight who sacrifices everything for his bishop is every princess's fantasy, and asks her to introduce her to him. Bayon tells her to do it herself and walks out. Siwa reminds her sister that she wasn't cold like that before, and it must be because the eldest sister died. Bayon is caught off guard with her comment but walks out without saying a word. Siwa stands alone, realizing that she did it too much and shouldn't have mentioned the big sister. Right then, Saren walks in to give her information on Usual and hands her a copy of our hero's project that he submitted in class, which is a summary of his past. Siwa is surprised that the past she couldn't find anywhere is written on an answer sheet of a classwork. She starts reading and laughs at the first line mentioning Usual's mother. However, after a minute of reading, tears roll down Siwa's face, reading how Usual's mother said she didn't want black bean noodles. She never saw poverty like that before, and seeing our hero live a life like that and still protect his belief in chivalry makes her sad. She learns that Usual's hometown was taken over by dark demonic humans and feels sorry for Bayon, but she's getting more curious about our hero. Meanwhile, on the day of the practical, the instructor announces that the first-year cadets will be starting the Persona Gate practical and asks them to enter. Everyone's amazed to see how similar the Persona Gate looks to the textbooks and feels nervous while our hero waits for it to start. After finishing the academic conference episode, Usual activated the portal analysis function with the thrush goggles as a reward. And since he's been constantly going to Ifanel's garden, he's also raised his stats, so it should be enough for him. The instructor asks the students entering the portal C7 to come through the gate, and our hero sees the students going with him. The Persona Gate practice will be conducted in groups of 4 to 18 people, and the key will be how they collaborate to conquer it. First-year students at Stella are at Class 2 level on average, so conquering a Persona Gate prepared with Risk 3 in their first real combat won't be easy. The Portal Garden C7, where the incident will occur, has a capacity of 16 people, and Usual finds it a shame that Mayasong and Horian aren't here. But with Flame, Bayon, and Isel on the team, he believes it will be more than enough to conquer the portal. So our hero doesn't think his participation is needed in the strategy against the final boss because all he wants is the hidden reward, the enchanted tree petals. As they enter through the gate, everyone's welcome to Alheron's ball. The maid welcomes them and tells them she's going to prepare dresses and shoes for them. Bayon is caught off guard, wondering if there's ever been a ballroom in a Persona Gate before. Realizing she has no time for that, she proceeds to analyze the portal and check the guide message. When Bayon looks at the message, she's surprised that they're using a complex formula just for first-year practice. Right then, the maid asks them to hurry up because dinner will begin shortly, and Bayon wonders how she can say something like that. If it was a real Persona Gate NPC, it would have been normal, but Beyond heard that characters inside portals created by mages cannot act on their own. A thought pops up in her mind, and she quickly shrugs it off, thinking that there's no way for an actual Persona Gate to appear at Stella, and the technology is just really advanced. She tells the maid to get the dress, but deep down, Bien feels like the practice isn't going to end quickly. After the princess gets changed into her new dress, she stares at Usual for a moment and is thrown into a flashback when she received his assignment with his past story written on there. Now she sees him a little differently and wonders if it's because of the personal information about our hero. She's impressed by how he overcame his past and walks the path of chivalry and Stella. Seeing her staring at him, Usual asks her if she's never seen a commoner before, making Bien awkward. Right then, a woman walks in and tells the participants that they have to attend the ball organized by the Duchess of Alheron. She points towards the 4 hallways connected to the mansion's basement and tells them that the basement is full of labyrinths and traps. and the moment they get lost, the mansion's knights will start moving. So they have no choice but to rely on their own instinct and intuition. The woman is impressed seeing Usual confidently say that they can do it. The participants are shocked to see her talk like a real person. They look towards each other and proceed towards the doors, but then Flame stops them from behind. She tells them that the practice seems a bit strange. It's difficult to interpret, and the NPCs are also behaving too realistically. She can't interpret the portal at all, which doesn't make sense for a first-year practice to have such a high difficulty. The other student agrees that he also found it a bit strange and barely managed to interpret it, and the NPCs also sounded too real. Seeing them doubting already, Flame tries to further convince them, but then Jackie stops her and asks if she really thinks this place is real. Jackie thinks that this situation is already planned by the professors because in a real situation, they can't always perfectly interpret a persona gate either. She believes that this confusing and impossible to understand situation was planned by the professors. Stella is the best school for training magic warriors and knights, and Jackie thinks they would have noticed if there was a real portal inside the campus. However, if it's true to the original, then Flame knows the persona gate is real, but they won't believe her, which is why she wanted them to at least feel that something was strange. She stands quiet, wondering what to do now. Watching the situation, UCL sees the story as taking Jackie's dark corruption route. The original story had no character named Jackie, so the situation must be confusing for Flame. But her trying to stop Jackie is one of the many branching routes that existed in the original game. In this situation, one of the three students must fall victim to dark corruption. Our hero didn't want any of them to be corrupted, but now he wonders if changing a predetermined fate is even possible. He knows that helping Flame now won't change the results, so it's best to just watch. Jackie refuses to believe anything else, believing that it was all planned by the professors and the participants just need to stay calm and act decisively. She refuses to stand by and heads through the door, and the others follow in her footsteps. Our protagonist sees them all moving unorganized, but since they've come so far, there's no other option but to keep going. As he walks towards the door, he sees the other students following him behind, but none of it matters because here it's all pointless. Usual enters through the gate and hears a voice calling the hallway creepy. He looks around and finds Bayan and two other participants in his team. Just as our hero thought, the gates are made so that they don't all go around together. The 16 students are divided into 4 paths, each path with 4 people. Yusol is sure that Isol and Flame are together, but it's unexpected that he's in the same group as Bayan. They continue their journey, and our hero believes that it's a good thing that Bayan and Isol are apart. Suddenly, Usual notices something in the distance. He looks ahead and sees a bunch of mannequins standing in the hall and a door deep into the room. They wonder if the unlocking magic will work on the door, but the other girl adds that it'll be useless if they can't even analyze the gate. Bayan asks our hero if he's analyzed the gate, but he answers no. She wonders if it's expecting too much from Usual and thinks there must be something. Right then, our protagonist adds that he knows a way to get out of there. He shifts their focus towards the mannequins and adds that they're all in different poses but dancing the same type of dance. Uzail knows the princess must know what type of dance it is, and Bayan recognizes it as dead Serena's requiem. Serena danced this before she died when she couldn't deal with her own tragedy. Our hero hopes that the princess remembers the dance because the statues are in order of each move, and the missing one could be the way out. Everyone completes the missing move, and just as Uzail thought, the door opens. They had gone through the door to the other side and again wondered if the mannequins were a hint this time too. The two girls try to analyze them but don't understand anything. They can't see any hints at the mannequins. So our hero stares at the floor thinking that the mannequins are just for distraction and the real focus is the carpet. He believes that the dance on the carpet is the problem because the people are posing in certain ways and that's all they have to solve. The girls recognize the quiet Serena's tango and start dancing. And a moment later, the door opens. As everyone hurries towards the door, Bayan realizes that Usual is completely different. She knew it from the moment he taught her to change her thinking, but she didn't expect the gap to be this big. He's quickly raiding the gate that the others can't even analyze. Seeing our hero's strategy, observation, calculation, and inference abilities makes Bayan wonder if this is really the level a first year is supposed to be at. She feels as if Useal has gone into hundreds of persona gates. Bayan had heard that Useal's hometown was destroyed by dark demonic humans before entering the academy. It was a border village that she'd never even heard of, a place that was constantly under the dark demonic humans' attacks. Despite our hero's lack of basic knowledge, Beyond now understands why he's so proficient at strategy or battle. He had to risk his life and fight against the dark demonic humans, and maybe that's why he's different from other students. While others are trying to receive good marks, our hero guesses on exams as if to show off. He doesn't do his homework, and he has an awful attitude in class. Seeing our hero run through the doors, Bayan suddenly wonders why he's trying so hard now. Our hero sees her zoning out, and then Bayan asks him if the persona gate they're in is really real. Our protagonist stands speechless for a moment. He realizes Bayan has gotten sharper because, originally, she wouldn't have found out the truth until the very end and would have constantly gotten in Acel's way. Usual smiles, realizing that it means Beyond is drifting further from her villainous path, and tells her that the persona gate is real. Our protagonist reveals that they can get hurt and die in this place. And if they don't clear it, the otherworld synchronization phenomenon will occur outside, which is why he's trying to get through as fast as he can. Bayan is shocked to learn that she was right because Yuzul only moves like this when there's a good reason. She refuses to just sit back and receive help and wants to make it on her own strength. Meanwhile, in another passage, Flame and Acel clear through a door. She sees the other standing and finds out that she has suddenly disappeared. The student reveals that they made it this far because of Jackie, but as soon as they got through the last door, she vanished. They searched for her for a long time but didn't find anything. Flame is surprised to hear them say that they searched for Jackie for a long time because it means they cleared the place faster than her and Acel, and that too without a single scratch. Right then, Flame sees our hero sitting there. Yusel tells her that he got there a while ago but didn't see Jackie anywhere. Our hero hoped that if he arrived before Jackie, he could prevent her from disappearing, but he now realizes there's no helping it. In something like this, he has no choice but to help the heroines clear the stage. At the Stella Dome, Hanwal is surprised to find out that a real persona gate was mixed with the practical ones. He can't understand how it could get past Stella's security system that's supposed to be the best in the world. It's as if someone completely reversed Stella's spatial wave detection system, which made the signal that comes with the creation of a persona gate impossible to pick up. The security department is working to reinforce the system now, but that's not the main problem. Right then, the captain of the Stella Knights, Arain Black One, walks in, agreeing that the main concern is who went in through the gate. He asks if it's possible to send in backup, but the teacher answers that it's impossible because there are already people inside challenging the gate. The risk level is estimated to be between 4 and 5. Originally, the persona gate risk was at 4, but the moment the students entered, it leveled up by 1. Arain looks through the list and finds just first-year student names. A risk 5 gate is something that even veteran mages prepare for thoroughly. So first-year students who are only at the second or third class level can't handle a place like this. Arain orders them to prepare 16 body containers just in case. When Hanwal yells at him, he adds that it's just for an efficient operation. Arain believes that there's no way first-year rookies can clear a level 5 persona gate, and it would be better to believe an ant could kill a tiger. Deep down, Hanwal knows the odds are all against them, but he hopes the kids make it out safely. However, back in the persona gate, Jackie finally comes out, and with everyone gathered, our hero waits for the boss fight to break out. With everyone gathered, all that's left is the boss fight. As they all reach the dancing clock tower, the system notifies Usual that he can take the stairs to the ballroom and asks him to hurry. While he leads the way down the stairs, Flame looks upwards where the Blade Spider leader lives at the top. It's a risk level 4 monster with 8 sharp legs, all sharp as blades. Flame knows that the Blade Spider leader is dangerous, and they can't keep relying on Usual forever. She knows that he's lost his memory, so he won't have any info on the Blade Spider leader. But Flame has studied it in advance, so she decides to hold off on her own. She believes that if Isel and Usual deal with the final boss during that time, they can clear this gate without serious damage. Flame tries to stop her friends, but then our hero notices something above them. He tells everyone to go ahead while he checks it out first. Everyone continues their journey down the stairs. Thinking that our hero had no knowledge of the spider leader, Flame is impressed by how he could sense its presence, because she didn't think his senses were that sharp. However, a little while later, they hear a strange sound. And as they look up, they see the Blade Spider leader coming towards them. Everyone screams in panic. Flame worries about our hero, but then she sees him standing on top of the monster. Usual tells everyone to hurry down while he takes care of it. Isel worries that he might not be able to take care of it alone and decides to help him. But then, Bayan tells her to get to the ballroom first because that's how they can help our hero. As they all enter the ballroom, they're fascinated by the fancy hall and everyone dancing. Right then, someone walks up the stairs. Flame guesses that it's the final boss, Duchess Alharin, and tells everyone to stay on high alert. But to everyone's surprise, the Duchess is none other than Jackie. The crowd sways seeing the Duchess, and Flame is left shocked. Flame remembers that this scenario never happened in the original romance novel, but then she realizes that Jackie wasn't even a character in the first place. A normal person can't become an NPC inside the Persona Gate, and Jackie is not just an ordinary NPC, but the final boss. There's only one type of being that can become an NPC inside a Persona Gate, which means that Jackie is a dark demonic human. It is now that Flame realizes why Usual told everyone to be careful around Jackie. Even so, she refuses to give up and wants to bring Jackie back no matter what. She tries to convince Jackie that her power will turn her into something horrible and asks her to calm down, but Jackie's mind and heart are all melting with ecstasy. Beyond accepts that it's too late now, and Jackie's mind is already consumed by the darkness. And Izel suggests that maybe clearing the gate is the only way to restore their friend. They give the signal to Flame, who draws her staff out, swearing to save Jackie, and the Duchess steps forward, kicking off the boss battle. Meanwhile, Usual continues fighting the Blade Spider leader, which itself is a separate area, not important to clear the gate. But our hero is still going through all the trouble for two reasons. One is to get the petal of the enchantment tree on the spider's forehead, and the other is that it's the hidden strategy for Jackie's corruption route. As the Blade Spider leader starts attacking, our hero takes a step back and throws all kinds of potions at it. He then leaps forward and strikes the spider on its head. Absorbing the enchantment tree petal increases one's mental power dramatically. It's an essential item to make use of perception acceleration, one of the mana leakage delay skills, and the cuckoo glasses. Even more interesting is that the enchantment tree petal is connected to the final boss, Duchess Alharin, and the spider leader is actually her husband, Duke Alharin. So every time Uzel attacks the barrier around the petal, the Duchess will be affected too, making it easier for the heroines to progress. However, whether our hero's attacks help the others at the right moments or not is unknown. So he decides to just attack as much as he can. He jumps at the spider leader and starts hitting its forehead. After a bunch of continuous attacks, our hero sees his strategy working, but suddenly he sees the spider leader crawling down towards the ballroom. Uzel jumps towards the monster and tries to figure out its trajectory to adjust for it, and uses his flash technique. A few minutes ago, as the boss battle began, the Duchess began dancing and the electricity coursed through the ballroom, hitting some of the students. Bayan checks up on everyone to see if they're okay and decides to quit hesitating and fight now. She takes her staff and launches a fire attack at her opponent. As the fireball closes in on Jackie, she summons up a shield and blocks the attack. The others start attacking too, but all their attacks fail before the opponent's shields. Jackie begins attacking again, and Flame suddenly notices something. She starts dancing, confusing others. But as she launches the attack, Jackie fails to defend herself, confirming her guess. Flame realizes that it's just like the novels and tells the others to dance because there was a hint in the stages they cleared that it's not just a magic battle, but a dance showdown too. Bien also realizes that normal spells can't counter the Duchess's dance, and the dance that goes against the Tranquil Serena's tango is the requiem for the deceased Serena. Everyone starts dancing and attacks Jackie at once, making it impossible for her to dodge. An explosion goes off and Ezel wonders if their attack landed this time. The music suddenly speeds up, and as the smoke clears, everyone's shocked to see that their opponent now has 4 legs. Jackie steps out of the smoke, dancing to the song's rhythm, and begins fighting once again. Meanwhile, Flame tries to convince Jackie to stop, because if she gets more absorbed by the role of the Duchess, she won't be able to come back. But when Flame looks around her, she sees the NPCs chanting the Duchess's name and asking her to teach everyone a lesson. Jackie calls Flame awful and selfish for keeping all the feelings, reminding her of her happy life. Jackie refuses to let go of it and launches an all-out attack. As Beyond sees the upcoming attack, she tells everyone to get ready to defend. As the magic attack flies towards them, Beyond and Izel block it with their shields. Izel lets her guard down for a moment, distracted by someone else getting attacked, and nearly gets hit. But then, Beyond steps in and shields her from the attack by casting a huge firewall. Beyond tells her teammate to stay focused and leave the defense against fire magic to her. She asks Azel to defend with lightning magic and asks Flame to get behind and look for an opening to attack. Seeing Beyond devise an attack plan leaves Flame confused. In the original story, Beyond was so jealous of Isel's abilities that she sabotaged the combo, causing everyone a huge loss. But now she's not just not ruining things, but also reading the situation perfectly. As the attack comes in at Beyond from the other side, Isel steps in and shields her with her ice wall. Flame jumps in behind them to look for the opening and launches the attack. As Flame's attack lands on the target, the whole room is covered with smoke. They all wonder if it's over, but then see a different form through the smoke. As the air clears, everyone's shocked and terrified to see the Duchess transformed into a spider leader. Jackie, continuing her hatred for Flame, launches an all-out attack, and everyone realizes that their opponent is at least a risk level 5. Flame tries to think of a plan, not knowing what to do, when she suddenly hears Usual's sound. Right then, the Duchess starts screaming in pain, and Flame realizes that the fight between the Blade Spider leader and Usual is affecting Jackie too. She's surprised to think that Usual predicted this gimmick and is fighting the risk level 4 monster on his own to help them defeat the boss. As the Duchess screams in agony and Beyond orders her teammates to attack, a combination of light, fire, and ice attacks flies towards the Duchess while she screams and an explosion goes off. The Duchess gets more angry and tries to fight back, but something suddenly falls on her. When the smoke clears, everyone's surprised to see the corpse of the Blade Spider leader. They can't believe Usual, a first-year student, killed a risk level 4 monster alone. Meanwhile, the girls walk up the stairs to face Jackie as she lies on the ground. Jackie continues to blame Flame. She thinks Flame is using other tricks because she can't match her in dance and is jealous of her beauty. Jackie thinks that, like her, Flame is also jealous. So Flame asks Asel to draw an ice mirror. Jackie continues to believe that she's more beautiful than Flame until she looks at her reflection. The Duchess refuses to accept that the reflection in the mirror is real. She falls into despair, unable to look at herself. The NPCs no longer find her beautiful. The Duchess extends her hand forward, begging Flame for help. She suddenly gets back up, revealing that it was all a drama, and tries to attack. Images of Hai Wanriang and herself flash before her eyes, and she suddenly catches fire. The girls watch Jackie being burned to ashes, feeling sorry for her. The system notifies them that this is how the story of Duchess Elharan, who wanted the greatest beauty and popularity in the world, comes to an end and congratulates them for completing the Ball of Temptation. Meanwhile, at the Stella Dome, groups A6 and B3 complete their practical training and come out the gate. Hanwell orders his men to evacuate them while he waits for the group C7. Right then, the gate starts vibrating, and Hanwell smiles with satisfaction, seeing the group come out alive. Arain is amazed to see the students raid a Persona gate with a risk level of 5 all by themselves because that's something even trained veterans would struggle with. He sees Usual in the front, thinking of him as a leader, and leaves. Our hero reports to Hanwell the completion of the Persona Gate mission with only 1 casualty. Hanwell calls the medic mages and tells them to rest. Right then, Altman walks in asking about what happened. Leader. At Stella's first main tower, Usual follows Altman for a private meeting. He feels nervous, which is exactly why he didn't want to be the leader. Before leaving the Persona Gate, Beyond suggested deciding on a leader to report the situation. Our hero suggests Isel, but Beyond refuses to hand over her achievements, and Flame disagrees too. Isel too opposes her being the leader, and our hero was chosen instead. Eltman mentions that it's his 3rd time meeting our hero, and when they first met, Usual was just a young kid. Our hero starts having the flashback of their first meeting. He was freezing in the cold when Eltman was fascinated by him. He recognized Usual's talent and offered to write him a recommendation letter to take an exam at his school. Eltman reveals that he called Eltman to thank him for preventing a terrible incident from happening and adds that he doesn't want to make the incident public. He knows that if it wasn't for our hero, the damage to the students would have been severe, and then adds that he wanted to know if there was an insect at the gate. Usual is terrified by Altman's gaze and realizes why he's called the Dark Demonic Human Decimator. He then answers that there was the Dark Demon Erosion phenomenon to the student Jackie. Altman realizes that he didn't even offer his guests something to drink and asks him if he wants coffee or tea or carbonated drinks. Usual chooses tea and asks for lilt tea and feels relieved to know that Altman has it. A moment later, Altman brings the tea and adds that people who know about lilt tea are rare, but even rarer are those who enjoy it. Our hero takes a sip and finds it as terrible as he imagined. Comparing it to Earth's food, it's similar to durian and fermented skate. Anyone who eats it either loves it or hates it. Because of its strange addictiveness, those who hate it don't eat it because of the unique smell, and those who love it are addicted to it. However, the reason Yuzul chose Lil T is because a private meeting with Eltman is a turning point and a huge opportunity. Flame chose coffee and received a promise to teach her magic, and Ezel chose a carbonated drink and received enlightenment on magic. The Lil T is the tea that Eltman likes the most, but there's a problem with the Lil T. Dozens of years ago, a tribe named Lilt in the west of the continent enjoyed this tea. They should have enjoyed it themselves, but after sharing it with humans, they met a disaster. Hence, the Lilt tribe and the Lil Tea recipes both disappeared, and Eltman has one of the few Lil Teas left in the world. He feels it a shame that human greed led to the extinction of a great tree. Yuzul says that he's still drinking the tea, which makes Eltman think there's more remaining. Our hero disappoints him at first by saying that there isn't more, but then Eltman jumps in excitement when he learns that Eltman knows the recipe. When asked how he knows it, our hero says that his late mother taught him, knowing he can't say he learned it through the game. Our hero sighs in relief that he managed to dodge the subject, and then Eltman offers to buy his recipe. Yuzul feels excited to finally have the moment he's been waiting for and asks for something more. He asks Eltman for his magic engineering enchantment just for once. Eltman asks him to think again because he could get a good price for a Lil Tea recipe since it's no longer available. Eltman's magic engineering isn't practical compared to the money our hero could get, but our hero doesn't care. With Eltman's magic engineering enchantment, Altalicia's alchemic magic engineering, and the pose vessel he got from the necromancer, Yuzul can create a pocket dimension. The pocket dimensions can only be used by mages who have learned 8th class spatial magic, so people who use this are rare. Our hero tells Eltman that having the essence of the magic he uses is a priceless present and more valuable than any money, and gets a deal with him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the same tower, Vice Principal Akihaden gets the news that their persona gate failed. Leiden is worried that the Order leader will be furious if he finds out. Akihaden believes that Leiden's problem is that he's too inflexible. The persona gate has failed, but there are still other ways. Leiden gets that it means the vice principal wants Mazen to explode, but Akihaden tells him to leave. However, there was another motive for the persona gate, and it was to deal with the students who were capable of participating in the Aslan seminar that's going to take place in the future. The risk level 5 gate was way above their abilities, and they didn't think Flame, Izel, Bayan, and Yuzul would all be safe. Just as Leiden is about to leave, Yusung stops him, mentioning how he used to be a beast when he was young, but now he's acting so human that it's hard to recognize him. Yusung adds that his friends almost got hurt and asks if it was the old man's plan. Leiden tells his young master to watch his language about the Order leader and calls him out for being too invested in the school act and calling the students friends. Leiden feels that Yusung has changed and tries to teach him a lesson for talking about friends, but Yusung tells him to be careful with a threatening gaze and leaves. Leiden sits on the floor accepting his agony for the Moonshadow Order. Meanwhile, the girls surround the princess, feeling relieved that she's safe now. They heard that the school opened the wrong gate by mistake and wondered what kind of mistake it was. Beyond realizes that the incident is kept a secret in the school. Right then, Edmund Italic walks in. He tells the princess to not call him a senior because it's awkward for him to speak informally too, but the princess believes the hierarchy is important in the school. He then adds that he feels relieved to know that she's safe because he was worried about her. Bayan assures him that he doesn't need to worry, but deep down, she knows he's only worried about his own interests. The Adelbet Kingdom has two major forces. One is the Orkan Duchy family that supports Princess Hong Siwa, and the other is the Adalek Duchy family that can stand against Orkan. Edmund is Duke Adalek's sole heir, and Bayan knows his goal is to make her queen and marry her. Edmund asks Bayan to play the soul chess at the school competition that's happening soon, and she agrees. He taps her shoulder and tells her to watch and learn while he teaches her. Bayan hates that she can't become a queen without the help of someone like Edmund. She wishes that she had the power of someone with power that could match the Adalek Duchy on her side. Right then, she sees Yuzul through the window. Edmund sees her getting distracted and takes her away with him. Meanwhile, our hero stares at the tree petal, wondering if it's enough. He absorbs the petal, increasing his mind power by 65% and a slight permanent increase in resistance against seduction-type magic. He takes a look at his stats and finds them all impressive. Thanks to clearing the episode, our hero even received a special reward. He tries to think of what to get this time and considers using it for growth, but he suddenly remembers something and wonders if Murikan's pendant is possible. Seeing it available for grabs, he decides to take it. Murikan's pendant creates a barrier that can save his life. It can completely block the attacks of the 6th class, but can only be used once. Usual hates that the pendant is only one-time use, but it's still good life insurance to have because in the upcoming 8th episode, he's going to have to fight against the awakened Mazin. Right then, the system notifies that the resentment-filled branch has accumulated 78% of resentment. Our hero feels relieved to see his preparations all going well and leaves the rest to Adelicia. Meanwhile, at the International Alchemy Association, the receptionist welcomes our protagonist to the school of talcum cordon. Yuseol asks to meet Adelicia, but the receptionist refuses, saying he cannot meet her right now. Our hero already knew this would happen, so he shows her the invitation that Altalicia gave her. The receptionist apologizes and guides him straight to Altalicia. They stand outside Altalicia's door and call her out, but get no answer back. After a moment of waiting, the receptionist announces that she's coming in, and our hero suddenly gets a strange feeling. And suddenly, an explosion goes off. Our hero steps aside and dodges the explosion. He then heads into the room looking for the assistant professor. Altalicia excitedly welcomes him in to show him something. Talcum cordon shows the shield bracelet and demonstrates that by clicking it twice, it conjures up a protective shield on the level of 3rd class. He clicks it 3 times and the shield grows bigger. The Golden Alchemist excitedly adds that if one lacks mana or is a civilian who can't use magic, they can use this shield magic even if only once. Its defensive ability is around 500, which could be a huge help in danger. He believes that Shield Bracelet would change the world and asks Yuseol to join the Alchemy Castle as an alchemist after realizing he's the co-author. However, our hero refuses because he doesn't have mana and can't survive as an alchemist. He reveals that he has a condition that makes him innately unable to take in mana. Talcum cordon is surprised to know that the young genius is terminally ill, but our hero assures them that he doesn't plan to die yet and will figure things out. He asks to take a look at the shield bracelet and starts examining it. Yuzel notices some messy and pointless parts and asks for the mana welding pen. Talcum tries to stop him, thinking he's going to mess up, but Altalicia tells him to stay quiet. Our hero begins writing something with the mana welding pen, and as he finishes, the shield lights up and leaves the Golden Alchemist shocked. Talcum cordon is surprised to see the bracelet's defensive ability jump to 800 and realizes that there's a reason the young student is a co-author. He asks our hero to work with him side by side instead of below him and even offers to get him an alchemist to act as a mana replacement. However, Yusol declines the offer because he wants to become a magic warrior. He then hands Altalicia an artifact and asks her to make an item with it. He wants her to enchant it with space-type magic and adds that Stella's headmaster is going to help him. Everyone's surprised that the headmaster offered to help our hero. Altalicia wants to make the item for him, but she thinks it'll be difficult because she has never tried enchanting with attribute magic before. Yuzel asks her to take her time and do it once she learns the technique, knowing it'll work in a few months, and adds that it's time to slowly make some luxury goods. Back in the classroom, Ezel struggles with the test and thinks about asking Yusil for help. Right then, Bayon walks up to our hero and asks for his time to talk to him. As they both head out, Ezel feels jealous. She knows it's none of her business what they talk about and wonders why she still feels like that. As they stand in the hallway, Beyond mentions that the product of alchemy magic engineering from the Alchemy Castle was published and that she heard Usual is the co-author of that paper. Our hero is not surprised that Beyond's family has such information and thinks she wants to have a connection to the item business through him. The princess doesn't deny that, but she adds that her connection with our hero is more important. Usual is surprised to know that she thinks of him as important and sees how different she is from the original self and thinks that maybe he can prevent her death too. Bien asks Usual to have a meal with her, and suddenly, Edmund walks in on them. Back then, Bien declined to have lunch with him, and he wondered what it was that was so important. He is now angry to find out that she rejected him because of a commoner. Usual has seen Edmund in the game. He was one of the death factors that led Beyond to destruction. Judging from Edmund's attitude, it looks like he doesn't know Usual is the co-author of the random sequence convergence technique paper. Bien steps forward to tell Edmund that our hero is no ordinary commoner, and she's using him to get into contact with alchemist Altalicia. Edmund thinks that a mere commoner can't help her, and thinks he's better than Yuseol. Our protagonist is annoyed by Edmund's rude remarks, even though he's used to being looked down on for being a commoner. Bayan tries to confront Edmund, but Yuseol suggests pretending that the conversation never happened. Our hero walks away, ignoring them, and adds that he'll let them know he's not going to supply the Aniclimax kingdom due to the Italic duchy's clear rejection. Offended by our hero's arrogance, Edmund threatens to show him what happens when a first year talks back to a third year. Usul ignores his threats, saying he doesn't care. Bayon knows that he knows Stella is strict about hierarchy, and Edmund is already one of the most influential seniors. So she wonders why our hero's being so rude. Our hero walks out, ignoring the senior, and Edmund decides to spice his life up for how he isn't scared of anyone. However, Usul is against Edmund because Bayon's life won't have a happy ending unless he brings Edmund to ruin. He knows that whether she receives the throne or the Aniclimax duchy falls, it won't save Bayon from dying. But at the very least, he wants to stop her from bowing down to him. Meanwhile, Bayon is exhausted and considers giving up on being a princess because the only reason Edmund is bothering her is because he doesn't want her to stand alone, so that she can rely on him. Feeling disappointed that she lost a good opportunity, the princess feels like she can't do anything on her own. But then she remembers Usul blaming Edmund's rejection for not supplying the Aniclimax kingdom and wonders why he said it. She knows that our hero doesn't do things that make him stand out, but seeing how he provoked her makes her think that there must be a reason. On the other hand, our protagonist gets a parcel, and he opens it up and realizes that Altalish's prototype came quicker than he expected. He inspects the items to see what they are. The barrier-coating necklace casts a level 1 body barrier that protects his body. The dagger ring can transform into a hilt, forming a level 3 mana dagger with a 5-minute duration. The shield bracelet forms into a protector for the wrist with a level 1 shield. He considers testing out the prototypes to send Altalicia a review. But, also, having spoken to Professor Talcum Corden and completing all the preparation, all that's left is to destroy the Aniclimax duchy. A few days later, the second exam began, and it's separated into 2 sections, written and practical. The practical magic exam is marked differently based on the magic attribute. For lightning magic, the user is marked based on their greatest voltage and units of chain. For wind magic, it's based on how explosive their strength is, and for ice magic, it's how low their temperature can reach. There are a lot of things to see amongst the healing, light, and matter attributes, but the most captivating is the fire class. Our hero is impressed seeing the protagonist take the test, and the teacher calls him next. As the test begins, he starts moving quickly, impressing the others. The teachers are impressed by how there's no delay after Usul blinks and goes in the exact direction he wants. With his practical exam over, all that's left is the written exam, and our hero can make up for it if he uses the bulbous glasses. Right then, a group of guys walk in on him to confront him for talking back to a third-year student. They talk about how back in their day, they couldn't even imagine doing that. Our hero quietly stares at Edmund's followers, annoyed, and they order him to lower his gaze. Usul expected this already, but he's annoyed at being treated like that by some nobodies. Usul continues staring at his seniors while they constantly try to get him to lower his gaze and order him to kneel if he doesn't want to die. Dion passes by them and overhears some screams. She sees the seniors yelling at Usul and interrupts them. The seniors tell her that they're educating the junior for talking back to a third-year senior because it's their duty. As Dion looks at our hero's face, she can tell that he was about to kneel. She knows that if he has the ability to defeat a 5th-class necromancer, then he could easily fight a senior. She tells them that a junior talking back to a third year isn't an ordinary issue, and it would have been considered a mutiny if they'd been members of the Magic Warrior Corps. She suggests having a junior cultivation special education session, but the senior reminds her that it requires the student council president's agreement. Dion assures them that she'll get the permission and they should do it properly, and the seniors agree. After everyone leaves, Dion apologizes to Usul for intervening and adds that he wouldn't have let them go if she hadn't jumped in. Our hero is surprised that she didn't say it the other way around. Dion knows that he was going to swallow the brief humiliation to go for a bigger revenge because she knows that someone who was smart enough to defeat a necromancer wouldn't needlessly talk back against the seniors. She also knows that the only other reason was that Usul wanted to sacrifice himself to throw away the Academy's senseless hierarchy that's been a tradition for a long time. However, Dion believes that there are some people who have no choice but to follow Edmund. They're forced followers due to their household situations. And even if our hero meant well, she believes they need to stop people like them from being punished. She offers to set the stage for our protagonist so he can fight as much as he wants and assures him that she'll convince the student council president. Our hero stands confused, not knowing what the girl has been going on about for so long. At the Magic Protocol Analysis exam, the students struggle to understand what they're hearing and think they can't solve it. But then our hero stands up to submit his answer sheet. The teacher thinks he's giving up in 12 minutes, but our hero has already solved it. The teacher thinks he's joking, but when he takes a look at the answer sheet, he's left shocked. Yusel didn't study for the exam, but he still feels refreshed after finishing it. As he walks out, he overhears some students talking about how he's marked for talking back to Edmund and is going to get properly educated. Our hero sees that the rumors have caught up throughout the school and is still surprised by Dion's intervention. The junior cultivation special education session is when the senior who wants to educate and the junior who needs the education fight a duel. In Stella, seniors are forbidden from being violent to juniors. But in the special education session, seniors are legally allowed to punish the juniors. Although it's called a duel, in reality, it's a way for seniors to beat up their juniors. To prevent the abuse of this special education session, the student council president needs to agree. But a student from the S class can always appeal their opinion to the student council. Our hero intended to just kneel once and end things, so he wonders how he ended up at this point. But having no other choice, he decides to enjoy it. Meanwhile, at the Stella Student Council office, the council president, Mi Royan, gets a visit from Dion. She puts a form before him and asks his permission for the special education session. Royan knows that Dion hates hierarchies and wonders why she's doing it, and she tells him it's exactly why she's doing it. Royun tells her that no matter how impressive a first year is, they can never defeat a second year, because it's impossible to bridge that gap of experience with ability. However, Dion just tells him to come and see it himself. Right then, Professor Gerald walks in, bringing a thesis report to show the council president. Royan asks if it was good enough to submit to the society because the ones before that weren't good, and the professor just tells him to take a look. As Royan takes a look at the thesis, he's shocked to see Froke's superposition circuit plan and how our hero has shortened the reverse engineering consecutive loop equation by half with a very simple formula. The superposition circuit was already iterated countless times to be as effective as possible, and to improve it by another step can only be called genius. Gerald reveals that the student who wrote it is Usiel and thinks he can take part in the Aslan seminar. He hurries to deliver the news to the vice principal while Royan stands surprised, realizing that he underestimated our hero. Meanwhile, Professor Gerald stands in the vice principal's office recommending Usiel for the Aslan seminar, and assuring him that he'll understand once he sees the thesis. However, the vice principal declines his suggestion. He believes that there are a lot of other candidates from Stella other than usual, and the new students are outstanding. Excluding the ones with fixed attendance rights for being from a noble family, there are only 2 students who can attend Aslan from each school, and the vice principal doesn't want it to be usual. He thinks that a magic warrior who doesn't use magic is an insult to mages and refuses to ever allow him to participate in Aslan. Having no other choice, Gerald leaves quietly, and the vice principal burns the paper in anger. After the second exam, the rankings were revealed. Our hero takes a look at the board and finds him at the 419th rank. The first is Yusung as he expected, but Wanriang was second last semester, so he wonders why he's fourth now. Our hero wonders if it's because, unlike the original story, Isel and Flame could focus on studying now. After Jackie going the dark demonication route, our hero believes that Wanriang and Arshwang's dark demonication routes should have disappeared. While Yuzhel stares at the board, Bayan stands beside him and asks him if he's controlling his rank. She thinks he's already caught too much attention for that, but seeing him get into the top 600, she's surprised that he still wants to take part in the school competition. Our hero only now remembers the competition. It's where some school students are chosen to fight against other students from prestigious magic schools. However, our protagonist notices the princess blushing and hesitating and asks her what she wants to say. Bayon stands quiet for a moment and then asks him why he talked back to Edmund because he's now going to bully him until he graduates. She asks our hero if he thinks he can handle it, and he says that he can't. He thinks that getting those kids beaten up and kicked out of school is better than dealing with being bothered by young kids. Bien asks why he did it and what he wants from her. Our hero tells her that her relationship is more important to him, and he wants to make a contract with her. The princess knows that he can sign a contract with anyone other than Adelbit, so she wonders why her. Yusol knows that he can't tell her that he's trying to save her and lead her to a happy ending, so he just says he'll tell her later. However, the princess wonders what he's going to do about the junior cultivation session. She tells our hero to not hold back and use his actual skills to teach them a lesson and assures him that she can deal with the consequences. Yusol knows that the princess is being considerate of him, but he wonders why she thinks he can obviously win the fight. Meanwhile, at the magic practical class, the teacher praises Asurang's control and thinks her lack of firepower can be overcome with control. She believes that it'll be impressive against a sensitive enemy or in a quiet mission. On the other hand, she tells Bayon that her magic is lacking and fire magic is not just about destruction. She's surprised that Bayon is first in fire class with that control and tells her to try again. After a while of training, Asurang feels sad having lost again. She doesn't lose an effort, so she wonders why she can never win. Meanwhile, Aesol hears some students talking about the match between a junior and a senior. She wonders if they're talking about Usual. An image of him and beyond flashes before her eyes, and she realizes it's got nothing to do with her and she should study. However, a moment later, Aesol ends up going to the match. She sits down, and the first-year student, Harolyn, sees her. Harolyn reveals that there's a rumor that Usual likes her and asks her if she's here because they're secretly dating. Aesol gets flustered, and Harolyn stares at her. She wonders what kind of person Aesol would be for being the child of a traitor and now realizes that she's cute. They both introduce each other, and right then our hero walks in. As Usual stands on the ground, he's surprised to see so many people gathered. Someone from the audience tells him to go easy on the senior and cheers for him, which surprised our hero because he's supposed to be beaten up by a senior. Some guys cheer in excitement, thinking that Usual is getting the beating he deserves for being arrogant as a commoner, but then they see Beyond's death stare and shut up. Right then, the senior Galavan Katalov walks in. He's a Class C and around 300 in terms of ranking. Our hero may be Class S, but he knows that his opponent is superior when it comes to pure combat ability. So his strategy is to avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. The referee begins explaining the rules first. The minimum time is 15 minutes, and the duel continues until one side falls unconscious. If the student's life is considered to be in danger, the Stelladome's spatial control magic will end the duel. After 15 minutes, a participant can forfeit and end the duel immediately. As the fight begins, the two opponents hold their weapons waiting for the other to strike. Harolyn asks who would win, and Aesol believes that the senior should be the one to win. Harolyn agrees because Galvan inherited the Earth attribute, which is exceptionally strong, and she doesn't think UCL's firepower is strong enough for that. On top of that, the Earth element specializes in controlling the field, which means the more Galvan dominates his territory, the more varied his attacks become. Harolyn wonders if our hero's sword can even break through the third-class Earth element defense, and Aesol agrees that the common sense is at least that Usual can't win. As the fight begins, Galvan threatens to teach his opponent a lesson and uses his stone field. Our hero suddenly jumps behind and adds some distance between them. But to his opponent's surprise, Usual continues running away. Harolyn is surprised that he's running away without shame, and Aesol thinks it's his only way out. Galvan screams at him to stop, but our hero does not listen and continues running. Frustrated, Galvan attacks Usual with a stone pierce. As the attack strikes, dust flies off everywhere, adding to the suspense. Galvan thinks he landed a direct hit, and is surprised to see a monkey doll hanging on the tree branch. He takes a look at the monkey doll, and it suddenly explodes at his face. As the monkey explodes in his face, Galvan feels glad to have used the weight of the earth to increase his weight. Usul suddenly sneaks up from behind, but Galvan shields himself with a stone wall. He then uses the stone break to retaliate. An explosion goes off, and as the flash dies down, Galvan is surprised to see his enemy disappear once again. He laughs at our hero for continuously running away. But as he steps on a leaf on the ground, he suddenly starts floating in the air. While in the air, Galvan notices our hero hiding in the bushes. He uses the weight of the earth to get back on the ground and attacks again. Usul throws another bomb at him, and as it explodes, the smoke spreads everywhere. Tears start to roll down Gullivan's eyes, and he realizes that the bomb his opponent threw was tear gas. Right then, a loud bell starts ringing and a flashbang goes off. Everyone covers their ears to shield from the noise. With tear gas and a flashbang, everyone realizes he is completely disoriented. Bien thinks it's over, and if UCL slowly approaches and lands an attack, he'll win. But to her surprise, the commoner starts throwing more tear gas. Our hero continues throwing the tear gas bombs at his opponent, which aren't fatal, but still prove to be problematic. Galvin grows frustrated and casts up a giant rock wall to get away. He stands on top of the giant wall and threatens to fight for real now. A giant spell mandala appears over his head. Our hero believes that it's a little too much for fighting a first year, but Gullivin is too tired of his games. As the giant sharp rocks fly from the sky towards Uzail, the countdown nears the 15-minute mark. Gullivin releases his attack. The giant rocks crash towards our hero, but suddenly the countdown hits the time limit and our hero forfeits. The sharp crystals stop over Uzail's head and everyone's left shocked. The duel is over and the participants end up back on the stage. Gullivin is announced the victor of the duel. He's surprised that the fight is over and walks out disappointed. After the duel, everyone gossips about how pissed the senior was and think that he should have punched Uzail even if the duel had ended. Even more so, the items used by our hero caught their attention. Dion wonders if it was just the tools that were good. Most alchemists use their surrounding geography to fight, but Uzail set up the location of the magic tools from start to end. He used his superior mobility to set up the magic tools in his area and made the geography advantageous to him. Doc Chielgang heard from Royan that Dion asked for the cultivation and asked her if she got the result she wanted. Dion believes that the seniors now won't try to bother the juniors since there's a possibility that they might lose to the first years, so she got the result she wanted. Meanwhile, at the Red Hawk Club room, Edmund gets angry at Gullivin. On the other side sits Bayan reading the paper. She knows that our hero lost on purpose. All he did was tease Gullivin for 15 minutes without fighting properly, which means he could have easily won if he wanted to. But the reason Uzail gave up was because the first year shouldn't be the second year, and Bayan now realizes that power isn't the only way to show someone where they belong, and she's more impressed by him. Edmund asks his subordinate if the second years have taught Uzail a lesson. The second year answers that they aren't doing anything to Uzail because he's been treating seniors really well. He went to scold Uzail and ended up buying him some snacks for how well he spoke. Right then, the maid calls Edmund in a hurry, saying he has a message from the Duke. As Edmund answers the phone, the Duke informs him that the Alchemy Castle contacted him and said that the Altalicia School's alchemists have suspended delivering the items to their land because the Atalicia Duchy refused them. Edmund replies that he has never said anything like that to the Altalica School, but his father tells him that the co-author of the random sequence convergence technique said it himself. Edmund suddenly panics and tries to convince his father that he has never even met the co-author, but then he remembers his encounter with Uzail. He thinks that no one can dare refuse the Adalbut Kingdom because of their influence over the Alchemy Castle. The technology can create objects comparable to the ancient relics from the past called artifacts, and even the Golden Alchemist is collaborating with Altalicia, and the Duke calls it a technological revolution. Edmund is shocked to realize the scale of the technology. His father is furious that the motherland will make a deal with the Alchemy Castle while the Adalec name is nowhere to be seen. So Edmund walks up to Bayan and asks her to set up a meeting with Uzail. On the south of the continent at Howl Plains, a man begs Jeriel to show him mercy just once. Jeriel takes a look at his trait and finds his value at 3. The trait is the value of all creation. It shows everything, humans, animals, and objects as a number and goes from 0 being the least valuable to 100 being the most valuable. The mere value of 3 is similar to a stone on the street. Jeriel hates it that the man went bankrupt when she continuously told him not to invest in useless businesses. The man blames Jeriel for messing up the business. Jeriel orders her people to bury him, and they drag him away while he begs for mercy. Right then, Jeriel hears a voice looking for her. She looks behind and sees her father, Melian. Jeriel sees her dad and excitedly rushes to hug him. He tells her that the Altalicia School at the Alchemy Cast is combining magic engineering to make something called an item and asks her if she wants to see the video of the item's co-inventor using it in battle. Jeriel wants to just talk to her father instead of watching the video, but she can't say no to him. So she agrees, and they both head to Melian's room. Melian shows his daughter the video of Uzail using the items in battle, and tells her that he's a first year at Stella fighting against a second-year student. Jeriel is impressed that the co-author of Alchemic Magic Engineering is a first-year student. She tries to check his value, but to her surprise, it just shows a question mark. Jeriel is shocked that she can't see Uzail's value because it's never happened before, because she could even see the Scalvan Empire's emperors and Adalabut's king's value. However, the only 2 cases where the value of all creation can't be calculated is when she either loves the person, like her dad, or when the other person has a mysterious value that can't be calculated. Melian tells his daughter our hero's name, and tells her to remember it because she might meet him one day. Jeriel then suggests playing some soul chess with her father, while at the same time making sure she remembers the name of the person she can't value. Meanwhile, Yusol finishes his coffee and threatens to leave if Edmund doesn't say anything. Edmund apologizes for the incident the other day and displays regret for looking down on our hero for being a commoner and asks him to withdraw what he said before. Our protagonist doesn't care about the apology, but to remove as many of Beyond's death flags as possible, he needs to take away Edmund's political power. And for that, he needs to reject him for now. So Usual refuses to take back his words. And when Edmund asks to do something else, he pulls out a mana oath written on a mana paper to make a bet. Our hero wants to make a bet on soul chess. If he loses, he'll take back what he said and only deliver the item to the Adalbit kingdom through the Adalek family. But if our hero wins, Edmund has to give up his fixed attending right to the Aslan seminar to Usual. Edmund asks our hero if this bet even makes sense, which Usual already knows it doesn't. The Aslan seminar is an ancient traditional public debate meeting where the children of noble families gather to debate academic topics. Only a fraction of magic noble families can participate, and there are 3 conditions for that. Either they partook last year, showed an incredible thesis, and received acknowledgement. They received an attending right while having a thesis to present at Aslan, or they get into this year's 12 rising stars. Just as much as the Aslan seminar is a place for genius mages of the world to compete and see who's better, participating in Aslan and maintaining that right itself proves their power. The Italic Duchy has been attending the Aslan seminar for dozens of years, and it's a huge factor behind their power today, which is exactly what our hero wants. Uzael takes his bet back and tries to walk away, but then Edmund stops him and with a mischievous grin agrees to sign it. The next day, some of the students wonder why there's such a crowd at the cafe. They hear that Edmund and a first-year student have a bet over soul chess and wonder who the fearless junior is to challenge Stella's soul chess prodigy. The truth is that our hero doesn't want to play soul chess because he's never been interested in it, but he has no other choice. Right then, the students announce that Edmund and Bayonne have arrived. Our hero already knew that Bayonne will be brought along. Everyone talks about how good Bayonne looks with Edmund. Usiel sees the princess staring at him and feels as if he did something wrong. While the chessboard is being set up, Bayonne wonders what Usiel is thinking. Edmund has learned soul chess since he was 5 and is called a soul chess prodigy. He's the best not only in Stella, but in the whole of Adelabit itself, which makes Bayonne wonder why our hero chose something that his opponent is best at. Meanwhile, Edmund thinks about how unexpected Usiel's condition for Aslan's attending right was, but thinks it's better because now he can actually defeat our hero in front of Beyond. Before starting the game, Edmund confirms with Usael if he's aware that he'll lose all his mana if he breaks the terms after signing on the mana paper. Our hero agrees because he knows that it won't affect him since he doesn't have any mana. Edmund sets up the pieces and allows his opponent to go first. Usual knows that this means that his opponent is underestimating him, which only plays to his advantage. And so he puts on his glasses and begins the match. The rules of the soul chess involve choosing 20 out of 200 kinds of chess pieces to arrange on an octagonal chessboard, and the player can move 1 piece each turn. The difference between soul chess and regular chess is that each square and piece on the board has its own element and ability, and the players have to use the attributes to take down the opponent's king. Even for a 10-year veteran player of the world like our hero, soul chess is challenging, and Edmund is an expert soul chess player not just in Stella Academy, but in all of the world. Edmund was surprised at first when Usael asked for his permanent attendance right to the Aslan seminar if he loses, but now he realizes that his opponent is a fool to challenge him to a game of soul chess. As the match begins, Edmund is surprised to see his opponent's arrangement. It looks like each piece is strategically planted to block off his strategy, but Edmund thinks it must be a coincidence because a commoner can't have much experience with soul chess. Our hero goes first and moves his piece forward. Edmund is suddenly caught by surprise seeing how he not only moved his queen, but also moved it far into his territory. Edmund picks up his piece and moves it to clear the way, thinking that his opponent has no idea what he's doing. As he puts the piece down, it smashes our hero's queen to bits. Edmund smiles with satisfaction, having killed Usual's queen at the beginning with a speed-run knight that can move across the map with exceptional mobility. As our hero moves another piece, Edmund destroys it once again. He looks down upon Usual for how bad he is at the game and feels confident that he'll win before even getting a chance to use his strategy. In this match, Edmund intends to use his favorite strategy, the Flame Run. It involves heavy use of 3 speedrun knight pieces. First, the speedrun knight's mobility is used to confuse the opponent. Then the strategy includes occupying the field with burning earth using 5 flaming pawn pieces. The burning earth is a powerful field effect that lowers the defense of an opponent's weak pieces to fire and raises one's own attack. Once the strategy reaches this stage, it wouldn't be wrong to assume that Usual has no chance of winning. However, to Edmund's surprise, a stealth pawn suddenly appears on the board. It's a trap that sets up a prison in a specific area, and any pieces trapped inside will be unable to escape for 5 turns. As Edmund's speedrun knights are shackled, he's shocked and confused because stealth pawns are supposed to only stay hidden for 3 turns. But then he realizes that a stealth pawn remains transparent for an additional 7 turns if the queen dies before the invisibility effect. Edmund now realizes that his opponent sacrificed the queen at the start for this invisibility effect, but he still feels confident because his knights only lose 5 turns. And with his move, he can now activate the burning earth field effect. As he puts the piece down, the board lights up on fire. The field burning earth effect reduces the defense of all chess pieces except the ones with the fire attribute by 30%, and the pieces with the fire attribute double their attack power. Edmund thinks that he has his opponent cornered and can take him down in the next turn. But shockingly, another stealth pawn appears on the board. Even so, he feels confident that it doesn't matter because he can finish the game in the next turn. But suddenly, the inverted earth effect triggers. It's a reversal effect that happens when one occupies a field while it's already occupied by the opponent. The frozen earth effect activates, freezing the pieces on the board and increasing complementary damage by 200%. With the hidden condition of the effect, our hero gains an additional turn of attack. Edmund is completely shocked, realizing that his opponent saw through his strategy and refuses to accept that it's a coincidence. He's met with a shocking realization that it's not beginner's luck and realizes he needs to snap out of the trap. Edmund has gone up against opponents like this countless times, and all he needs to do is survive this turn to go on the defense. He thinks he can win, but also wonders if he'll even get another turn. However, Usul picks up his piece to make a move. He knows Edmund is a skilled player, and he's too strong. And playing soul chess against him in the ether world was considered a difficult challenge. But when a game is at least a decade old, there are bound to be expert players. Our hero once saw a strategy of an obsessive player posted after going against Edmund thousands of times in soul chess, and that strategy is detailed in his warbler glasses. In other words, our hero is playing soul chess with a strategy guide. So Useal puts down the lightning bishop that fires a bolt of lightning with an effect of increasing the damage by 200% if the target is frostbitten. Even more so, if the frostbitten targets are connected, the lightning effect turns into chain lightning. As our hero puts the piece down, the lightning courses through the board, shocking his opponent, and he wins the game. As the game finishes, chatter fills the room. Everyone's surprised that Edmund lost because his strategy seemed really foolproof. Edmund quietly sits at the table with the realization of his loss. Watches Usual and Bayan walk away while he regrets losing his permanent attendance right to the Aslan seminar. He knows that if his father finds it out, his game is over. Edmund crashes out and starts hitting the table in anger. The room fills with silence, and right then, Bian tells him she'll try to convince the commoner for him. She assures him that she'll get the trading rights to the items and asks our hero to take back what he said about House Adelac. Edmund jumps in excitement and asks her how he can repay her, but Bian just tells him that she's going to be the queen soon, and it's her duty to watch out for her future subject. Bian walks out to talk to Usual while Edmund is left reflecting on her words. Meanwhile, Usual asks Altalicia to hold the trade with any guilds of businesses from Adulavit for a month because he wants to trade only with the royal family for the time being. Altalicia happily agrees to his suggestion, and he puts the phone down. Our hero feels glad that he won soul chess, but he doesn't need the attendance right to the Aslan seminar because the main characters will be chosen as the 12 rising stars anyway. Right then, Bien walks up to him, and Usual pulls out the contract and tells her that the Altalicia branch is only going to trade directly with the royal family of Adulavit for a month. Bien takes the contract, and as our hero is walking out, she thanks him for his help, which our hero never expected to hear. He once told her he's helping her for a price. She asks him what it is so she can pay him right away. The price was that Bien doesn't turn evil, and our hero gets the happy ending from the good side. However, Usual can't just tell her the truth, so he asks her to buy him food because he wants to be treated to a nice meal by a princess. As they reach the restaurant, our hero is surprised to see a car in the ether. Since the game has been updated for a decade, there are many cash items everywhere. As Bayan leads the way, Usual thinks that the princess must be taking him somewhere expensive. She's a princess, so he thinks she'll treat him to one of the 5 great delicacies of ether. But when they get there, to our hero's disappointment, it's a black bean noodle shop while he's been imagining salmon steak, caviar canapes, and black truffle cream risotto. Beyond starts going through the menu and finally finds the one item she recognizes. When our hero asked her to treat him to a meal, she thought about what he would enjoy the most. She remembers his assignment essay that she read and thinks that fancy meals will have no meaning for him. Seeing our hero's humble origin, Bayan thinks he would like something unsophisticated. She orders black bean noodles, and Usual ordering 3 bowls of spicy seafood noodle soup, and 1 sweet and sour pork surprises her. The princess is confused, wondering why our hero didn't order the black bean noodles. She wonders why he would have written about his commoner background in his essay and wonders if it's because he feels guilty for leaving his village behind. Beyond thinks it's because our hero misses his parents and feels guilty for eating good food without them. She now realizes that black bean noodles must represent his regret and not his nostalgia for the past. She apologizes to Usual for bringing him to a place like this. Our hero assures her he doesn't mind. He understands that even a princess can be short on money, but still orders a little more and asks for some fried dumplings. Meanwhile, Edmund and Usual's soul chess match became a center of gossip among the students. They're surprised to hear that Edmund apologized to Usual, and the gossip of our hero being the co-developer of alchemical magical engineering spreads throughout Stella. The revelation shook the academy to its core, and Usual's name spread beyond the academy and even among the dark mages. Meanwhile, at the first tower, the vice principal is annoyed by our commoner hero constantly screwing up their plans. The dark mages offer to take care of it, but the principal believes that even one missing student would disturb the whole academy. He hates that the Aslan attendance ticket ended up in Usual's hand, but still thinks it'll be easier to take it from him than from the Adalek family. The vice principal asks them to keep an eye on Usual and asks about Mazin's condition. The dark mage answers that Mazin is suppressing the dark mana with the order leader's restraint spell, but it could burst at any moment. With the familiar contract ceremony coming soon, Mazin losing control and provoking the Elf King would cause trouble. So the vice principal asks Leiden to keep an eye on Mazin because they'll need her to distract Altamun's eyes when the time comes. Meanwhile, Maison moans in agony as she struggles to restrain her dark mana. She knows that she won't return to her original place if she waits any longer. Leiden scoffs at her for building her seat by stealing from others and thinking that it belonged to her. He tells her that she has outlived her usefulness. And once the plagiarism investigation begins, she'll lose every position and be expelled from the academy. Mazin asks him why then he still brought her with him. Leiden answers that her corruption by dark mana is already complete and she can still serve a purpose in another way, which is why he kept her alive. Mazin realizes that they intend to make her go berserk. But to her surprise, Leiden tells her to get out. He throws her a crystal and tells her to go to paradise, to the far west. There she'll meet her kin. And if she survives until she meets them, she can shatter the crystal and release the spell that keeps her dark mana corruption suppressed. Mazin is confused, wondering why he's letting her live, and Leighton answers that he's tired of seeing his people die in such a pathetic way. After Leighton leaves, Mazin stands back up and picks up the crystal. She stares at the annual schedule board and breaks the crystal in anger, refusing to quiet after being transformed. It's the day the first-year students of Stella Academy head out to the cradle of the celestial tree for their first field class to form their familiar contracts. At one of the ships, Easel's friends talk about how Usual was first chewed out by the nobles, and now no one touches him. They even heard that he's the co-author of alchemical magic engineering and even heard a rumor that the seniors came to apologize to him. Isel feels as if she's drifting away from our hero and feels lonely. Her friend suddenly saying that they thought he was dating her caught her by surprise. The other girl thinks Usual and Bayan have been getting close lately, but her friend doesn't think a princess would fall for a commoner. The girls talk about how the princess looks at Usual a little differently and catch Isel off guard again. Meanwhile, Flame overhears Isel as she passes by. She sees how Isel is getting along with her friends because normally she would have been alone at the familiar contract and then met Bayan. Flame wonders if there was some change again that she didn't know about and wonders if it's because of Usual's influence. Right then, our hero startles Flame by sneaking up on her and asks her to pick a hambaram flower for him from the pot. Flame uses her magic and picks out the flower but wonders what he's going to use it for. Suddenly, realizes what it's used for and asks our hero if he's planning to go to the 4th layer. Yusol answers that's exactly why he took that flower. Flame tells him to take it easy and tries to say something more, but then stops. Our hero is caught by surprise a little and asks Flame if she's okay because she seemed down since the Persona Gate training. Flame tells him there's nothing like that and he's being nosy. She adds that she doesn't like his concern but still manages to blush. While the two playfully argue with each other, another student watches Flame from a corner. Mazin, who went into hiding at Stella's, has gone missing. The first-year students of Stella's Magic Combat Department begin their field activities from today, and Kane expects black magic activity to be there. He thinks that it could be related to Mazin and asks Heijin to keep an eye on it. However, Heijin believes that the Tower Master is unnecessarily obsessed with Stella. Kane tells her that the Tower Master has the gift of prophecy and asks her to just follow orders, but Heijin believes that most of the prophecies turn out to be wrong. But Kane answers that most of the disasters are prevented before they even happen or some other factor stops them from happening. Meanwhile, at the cradle of the Celestial Tree Capital, Cloud Blossom Cradle, Hanwald tells the students that they'll first attend the World Tree's Birth Festival. And from tomorrow, they'll perform their familiar contract ceremony so they're free until assembly time. Flame walks around, feeling peaceful surrounded by nature, when she sees Usiel wandering around alone. Right then, Jeremy jumps in front of Flame, but she just ignores him and walks out. He asks her to go with him, and when she refuses, he threatens her and tells her to think about it again. Flame gets scared, knowing how dangerous Jeremy is, but then Han Wanriang jumps in to rescue her. He confronts the Crown Prince and tells him that his behavior is extremely rude and forceful. Jeremy refuses to care about his remarks, and the two stare each other dead in the eye for a moment. But then Jeremy quietly walks out saying that Wanriang misunderstood the situation. After Jeremy leaves, Flame shouts at Wanriang for confronting Jeremy, because it's stupid to make enemies with the Skelven family. Wanriang tells his friend to be careful and warns her that the Crown Prince is dangerous. He'll do anything to get what he wants, and right now he wants Flame. But then Wanriang asks his friend if she really trusts him. Flame is confused for a moment, and Wanriang walks away. Suddenly, Wanriang starts hurting. He gets back up and walks out saying he's fine. Flame gets worried about him and tries to stop him, but Wanriang ignores her and walks away. Wanriang hides in a corner, feeling something's off. His symptoms have been getting worse, and at this rate, he fears that he might not be able to complete the familiar contract ceremony. Right then, Professor Maizen walks in, looking for one of her seeds. She's impressed to see Wanriang's corruption progress so far, and begins transforming him into her puppet. As the transformation begins, Wanriang starts having flashbacks of him and Flame. His memories start to fade away, and Flame's face flashes before his eyes. Meanwhile, the Elven King's aide, Orin, knocks at Katsurin's door to inform him that the Council of Elders will make it an issue if he fails to appear at the birth festival, and they'll take control of the gate to the Sacred Tree's garden. Katsurin tells him that he's aware and will be out soon. As he gets ready, he tries to remember the last time he felt truly free. Even with the cloak on, the Elven King can only keep it up for an hour, and he prays that the day passes without an incident. The festival continues, and the Elven King fulfills all the rituals. The ceremony is almost over, and he just needs to return the way he came after finishing the prayer. But suddenly, Katsurin feels an intense enemy wave. He can feel it faintly, but feels sure that it's dark mana. Realizing that a dangerous dark mage has infiltrated the sacred land, he looks around. But seeing all the knights calmly, he realizes he's the only one who can sense it. However, the Elven King must remain silent during the World Tree's birth festival, but Katsurin doesn't want to just stand by and let a dark mage bring ruin to the Skyflower Cradle. So he decides to take the matter into his own hands. On the other hand, Flame follows Wanriang in a hurry because he seemed off, but she can't find him anywhere. Right then, Wanriang jumps at her from a corner. Flame senses an ominous energy and recognizes dark mana. She feels relieved thinking that his mana corruption isn't complete yet and thinks she can still bring him back. She tries to calm him down and tell him that everything he's feeling is not his and tries to convince him to not give in to the darkness. Wanriang stares at her quietly. He takes a step forward and asks her why she's avoiding him and if he's not worthy. As Wanriang gets heated up and starts screaming at Flame, she tries to talk him down. Suddenly, someone takes a shot from behind and an explosion goes off. Yu-sung steps forward to check up on his friend. Flame tells him she didn't fight back because she was trying to solve it through talking, which leaves Yu-sung confused. However, in the original story, Asura purified countless dark mages through her words and was called the Saintess of Confession. So Flame thought that maybe she could try to bring Wanryang back. But now she thinks that her ability can't save anyone. Yu-sung asks Flame to fight first. She pulls her staff out and decides to not let anyone die like Jackie and save Wanryang. As the two stand against Wanryang, Yu-sung jumps above him and uses his earth whip to attack. A tree vine nearly hits his opponent, but then Wanryang dodges and sneaks up from behind. Wanryang tries to attack from the back, but his opponent dodges the blow. He then leaps forward, but Flame restrains him with her light binding spell. While Wanryang remains restrained, Yu-sung, with his flaming fist, attacks and throws him into a wall. Seeing Wanryang down, Flame wants to take this opportunity to talk, but Yu-sung tells her it's still not over. Suddenly, Wanryang fully transforms, and Flame realizes that his corruption is advancing. She tries to tell Yu-sung to fall back, but then Wanryang steps forward, grabs his head, and throws him away. As Wanryang stands above Flame, he tries to recognize her, but then Yu-sung punches him with his flaming fist. The attack lands dead on his face, but as the smoke clears, Wanryang stands unscathed. He then grabs Yu-sung by the neck and lifts him up. Flame realizes that if it continues, Yu-sung will die, and she doesn't have the power to stop Wanryang. While Flame tries to think of a way, Yu-sung struggles. Wanryang can feel his win and feels good thinking that he finally gets to defeat Yu-sung. But then Yu-sung feels something off. Wanryang is caught off guard, and Flame also recognizes an opening. She thinks of attacking, but then Yu-sung signals her to stop. Yu-sung tells his opponent that he thought they were both living in the same world, but he's disappointed to see Wanryang's level. Wanryang starts to get frustrated, and he feels desperate to win against his opponent. In middle school, first year, Wanryang challenges Yu-sung to a fight. Yu-sung is confused at first, and Wanryang reveals that he can't accept that he is ranked first and needs to settle the rankings properly, and Yu-sung agrees. As the two stand ready for a magic duel, Yu-sung tells his opponent to go first. Wanryang was born as the successor of the Full Moon Tower. The moment he learned to read, he studied magic and trained to become the greatest mage warrior without a break. Even then, seeing Yu-sung's name at the top of the ranking board left him shocked, and Yu-sung's existence hit him like a bolt. He then saw Yu-sung, and the more he observed, the more he was disappointed. All Yu-sung did was read books unrelated to studying, and he didn't put in any effort. Wanryang refused to accept that a guy like Yu-sung was better, and he wanted to prove that all his efforts weren't useless. But the duel ended in a disaster. By the end of the fight, Wanryang stood shocked, refusing to believe that he lost to a lazy student. Yu-sung enjoyed the duel and suggested trying it again in the future. That day, Wanryang walked away, disappointed and cursing his loss against someone who doesn't even study or train. He refused to accept that his opponent was a genius and blamed himself for lacking in training. He thought if he worked harder, he could win. So from that day on, Wanryang trained like his life depended on it and continued to train with consistency. But the second attempt ended the same. He challenged that duel after grasping and analyzing his opponent's magic, so he couldn't believe that he still lost. He couldn't accept the gap he and his opponent had between them. At the end of the second battle, Yu-sung extends his hand forward and tells his opponent to do it again next time because he enjoyed it more. Wanryang agreed, feeling confident that he'll win the next time. So Wanryang had to admit that Yu-sung was a genius. But even then, he didn't give up because he wanted to prove that his training wasn't in vain and someday he'll defeat Yu-sung. But now finally, Yu-sung is in his hands and Wanryang thinks that he can finally win. But then Yu-sung tells him that he's disappointed that he's getting drunk on the dark demon's power. Yu-sung reveals that he had to train hard for the duel. During the dungeon practical training, when they fought neck and neck, Yu-sung was shocked to learn that he was pretty competitive. Since then, he trained for the first time in his life and waited for a rematch. However, Wanryang finally has the chance to defeat his opponent. Yu-sung dares him to use his power to pierce his heart and finally enjoy the victory, but then he'll regret that this was their last match. Wanryang is stuck with a realization. He lets go of his opponent and refuses to beat him like that because it would deny his own efforts. Flame feels relieved to see him almost return to a human state because it gives her a chance to save him. But suddenly, an immense power pins everyone down, and Heijin walks in, surprised that Mai Zen isn't there. As the immense pressure keeps Flame down, she takes a look at Heejin and remembers her as the vice commander of the 13th Destruction Squad, Heejin. The vice commander still thinks the prophecy was wrong, but Kane tells her to shut up. Kane is surprised that Wanriang can show that much power with such a faint mana signature. He takes his staff and proceeds to finish the target. Heejin suggests observing it a little more because their target is still in the early stage, but Kane fears that Wanriang will be disastrous if he already has so much power. As Kane suggests killing the target, Yu-sung gets up and tells them to stop. The assassins are surprised to see him endure that power, and Heejin is impressed, but she forces him back down for interfering. Yu-sung is crushed back into the ground. Flame worries because the recents have drifted from the original story a lot, and she's sure that the spell Yu-sung used earlier was dark mana. Once Yu-sung uses up all his blue mana, he'll reveal his dark mana, and she'll lose him and Wanriang both. Flame doesn't want to lose both of them. She struggles to get up and desperately prays for someone to help her. Kane prepares to kill Wanriang, but then someone asks him to wait. And as Kane looks back, he sees our hero standing before him. 10 minutes earlier, Yusol was walking through the streets, shopping from the stalls, when he suddenly got a system notification informing him of Wanriang's dark corruption route. Yusol is surprised because he thought this dark corruption episode was supposed to end after clearing Jackie's route. In the original game, a total of 3 students are affected by Professor Maison's dark corruption. Among them, Wanriang has a 99% chance of a bad ending. That's how terrible and difficult it is, but our hero refuses to let it end in a bad ending. He hands the bag to the elf and rushes to save Wanriang. Now as he stands before the 13th squad, Yuzhel feels relieved to see Wanriang still breathing. Heijin steps forward to take care of him and tries her illusion magic. As she casts her illusion spell, our hero quietly stands and observes. Heijin is confused and tries it once again, but her spell has no effect on her target. The commander tells her to stop joking and do it properly, but Heijin is failing for real. The way illusion magic works is by disrupting the opponent's mana. Heijin scrambled in flame and her friend's mana to make them feel like they were being crushed by gravity. She's confused seeing that Yuseol doesn't have a single drop of mana in his body, making it useless. Heijin is at least a class 5 mage, so she wonders what kind of ability her opponent has. Kane steps forward himself and asks Yuzhel to reveal his identity. Our hero answers that he's a first year at Stella Academy in magic fighting. Kane once again asks him to reveal his identity, and our hero answers the same way. Kane assures Yuzhel that he understands why he can't reveal his identity, and he won't interfere with where he's from or why he's in Stella, and asks our hero to not intervene with their work either. Our hero refuses to just ignore them because he knows they're going to kill Wanriang. Yuzhel knows that if he fights them, he's not even going to last 5 seconds, but he can't lose Wanriang. So he draws his sword out and refuses to let them kill his classmate. Kane reminds his opponent that he'll die if he fights them. Our hero knows that they aren't the type who work with their identities revealed and threatens to make some noise and gather some attention. The commander realizes that getting attention would be problematic and asks his opponent what he wants. Yuzhel asks for just a chance to purify his classmate, but Kane believes that it's useless because purifying a dark demon won't bring back Wanriang's emotions. Our hero insists on just one attempt, assuring them that Flame's magic can bring back emotions and agrees to back off if he fails. Kane finally agrees to let him try and threatens to kill him in the most painful way if he goes against his promise. He asks his vice commander to lift up her illusion. Heijin is surprised that her commander trusts our hero, and he just assures her that they can kill him if he dies. Heijin lifts up the illusion, and everyone catches a breath. Yusol asks Flame if she knows what state Wanriang is in, and tells her she can turn him back to normal. Flame thinks she doesn't have that power. Our hero reminds her of Jackie and assures her that she can help Wanriang. Hearing our hero, a regressor, say that she can do it gave Flame some reassurance in her powers. She picks up her staff and tells Yusung to get back. As she stands before Wanriang, Jackie's images flash before her eyes, and she refuses to watch helplessly like before. This time, she feels confident that she will save her classmate. As Flame begins her spell, she conjures up light wings on her back. Heijin is surprised to see the light magic because Flame isn't from the Holy Order, and still her power is almost on par with the Saintess. She had heard that there was a student who could use the power of angels among new admissions and now realizes that she's in front of them. As the transformation begins, Cain believes that using the power of angels and getting rid of the dark demon seed are two completely different things. A moment later, the smoke clears and Wanriang starts coughing. Cain is left surprised seeing him return back to normal. Flame is relieved to see her friend back in his real form, but then she faints. Cain proceeds to verify the traces once more, and after examining, Heejin concludes that he's completely normal to the point she can't even believe he had undergone dark demonization. She feels as if Wanriang never had those emotions and was injected with them against his will. Cain suggests returning back. Heejin can see her commander is taken aback. Up until now, she killed all those consumed by dark demonization, feeling certain that they could never return to their normal selves, and it was all proven wrong by a group of kids. Heijin smiles in satisfaction and says her goodbyes to the kids. Meanwhile, the Elven King wanders through the streets looking for the dark mana. He follows the dark energy, but strangely finds no traces of it when he gets there. He uses the wind to look for the memories, but to his surprise, someone had already erased the memories of the place. Katsurin uses his abilities as the Elven King to once again see the wind's memories, and this time he manages to see a few glimpses of the fight. Katsurin is surprised to see the Stella uniform, but his shock grows even more when he recognizes Ifane's scent. He's surprised because Ifanel is supposed to be in eternal sleep and wonders if the scent is related to the same person who entered the secret garden a while back. The Elven King's head starts hurting after reading the memories for a while. He imagines all the possibilities and wonders if the person who stole Ifanel's heart and the one who entered the secret garden are the same person. The fact that they erased the memories of the place supports the Elven King's suspicion, and he refuses to forgive them and decides to get payback. The sun rises, and Wanriang slowly gains consciousness and finds Flame sitting beside him. He's confused about where he is and faintly remembers the events of last night. Flame tells him that he's in the hospital and gave Hanwol an experience and assures him that Yuseol and Yusung will keep their mouths shut. As for the familiar contract, Wanryong can still participate, but Flame suggests that he rests because there are still going to be some side effects. Wanriang decides to take her suggestion and rest a while. Flame proceeds to leave after saying her goodbyes, but Wanriang stops her. He tries to say something to her, but then stops. Flame tells him that he needs to buy her expensive food and warns him that she's going to choose the most expensive things on the menu. Wanryong agrees, and she leaves him to rest. A while later, the meeting for the familiar contract begins. Hanwon announces to the students that they'll be entering the World Tree's roots and tells them that it'll be a completely different environment from reality. He gives them a week. The space permitted to them is up to the 3rd floor, and the 4th floor has a barrier cast on it, so Hanwon forbids them from entering it. As usual enters through the gate in episode 7, the familiar's contract begins. He's amazed to see a world completely different to his own. He looks down and sees a little slimy creature and plays with it since it's an unharmful 7th grade creature. The spiritual creatures exist from the lowest 7th grade to the stage before becoming a spiritual deity, 1st grade. The higher the grade, the stronger the creature, and therefore the harder to make a contract with. But it doesn't matter to our hero because he has a long way to go, and so he begins his journey. However, on the outside, the mages decide to close the barrier after seeing everyone enter. But then they see a hooded person walk up to them and think there's still one left. But then Maison starts attacking them. She drains their life away and enters through the portal. Meanwhile, Bi Young and her friends continue their journey. Just as the book said, the 1st floor is pretty much empty, so she suggests going to the 2nd floor. Everyone continues walking, but Akshuang suddenly feels tired. She feels sick, and her vision continues getting blurry. Suddenly, Akshuang gets an intense pain and falls on the ground. Everyone rushes to check up on her. They heard that if a person's spiritual creature sensitivity is bad, even the slightest amount of their energy could make the body weaker, and they wonder if that's what's happening. The princess suggests resting and saving the rations and recharging stamina until then. Arshuang insists on continuing, but Bayan tells her to rest because it's better than rushing and being tired at a crucial moment. Upon Beyond's orders, Arshuang sits back to rest. She struggles to breathe, and her head continues to hurt. She had waited for this day for so long and hates that she's getting weak now. Suddenly, Arshuang starts having flashbacks. She's confused, not knowing if it's her childhood or a dream. In the flashback, a man tells her that she's a genius of flames who only appears once in a century. And with her talent, she will be able to control fire like she uses her hands and feet. The man tells her that one day she'll become an outstanding mage at Stella as long as one person isn't there. Akshuang is caught by surprise, but then her friends suggest continuing their journey and ask her if she's fine. So she gets back up and starts walking. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Akshuang hunts down creatures with her fire and feels much better than before and even has a better focus when using magic. She now thinks she can make a contract with a 5th grade spiritual creature, but then others point out a red deer in front of them. The red deer is a 6th class creature, but if they form a contract with it, their fire attribute knowledge will increase. The deer walks towards the princess. Huang feels excited because a 6th class red deer is still good, but to her surprise, the spiritual creature starts showing affection for Bayan first. However, the princess doesn't want to form a contract with a 6th class spiritual creature and wants to go deeper. The others follow her, still in awe that a spiritual creature approached beyond first. They're amazed by the princess's power and her blessing of the fire. The next day, on the 3rd floor, the princess and her friends hunt down some creatures. Seeing how bad the 3rd floor is makes them wonder about the dangers of the 4th floor. The princess sees the barrier connecting to the 4th floor that blocks the way and suggests camping up to look for creatures nearby. Meanwhile, Arshuang continues looking for a creature to form a contract with. She heard that creatures with 5th class and above rank were on the 3rd floor and decided to make a contract with a powerful creature at all costs. An hour later, she finds a creature, but it runs away. 2 hours later, she finds some more, but they too run away. Huang starts feeling as if the spiritual creatures are running away from her. On top of it, the others announce contracting with a 6th class creature. Huang gets a little disappointed, but she pulls herself together, knowing she still has time and feeling confident that she can make a contract. Right then, Huang sees a 5th class silver-maned wolf by the lake. Knowing that there's almost no first year who has contracted a 5th class creature at Stella until now, she realizes that she can be acknowledged by everyone if she succeeds. She approaches the silver-maned wolf, extends her hand forward, and tries to make a contract with him. But the wolf starts growling at her and seeing the creature's hostility. She wonders why a spiritual creature is refusing her to such an extent. Before Akshuang could react, an immense explosion occurred in front of the deadly beasts. As soon as the smoke settles, Akshuang spots Bien. It was none other than the princess who came to save her. Worried for her, Akshuang shouts at her, wanting Bien to be careful. However, to her surprise, the monster, which was enraged moments ago, now stands docilely by the princess. Huang is taken aback. She can't believe that even a 5-star divine beast is courting the princess. Watching the beast bowing down, Huang hesitantly asks Bayan if she will make a contract this time. Bayan's response is dismissive. She will find the divine beast she wants. With that, she orders the beast to leave. In an instant, the creature left as if it were hypnotized. Just then, Huang lets out a mirthless chuckle. She is insecure as she can't even approach a divine beast, yet the princess of the Atalabet kingdom gets to choose whichever divine beast she wants and contract with it. At this point, Huang assumes that Bayan is showing off the fact that she has it all. Enraged, a dark wave of energy ignites within Huang, and the air around her gets tense. Her aura has changed completely. She keeps repeating how it is unfair that she worked so hard while Bayan has all the blessings. Provoked, Huang is losing control. The color of her eyes has changed completely, and it is obvious that the black magic corruption is progressing. Even Bayan could see it clearly. Without any warning, Huang unleashes a blast of dark magic aimed directly at Bayan. Without flinching, she raises her staff, and with the barrier, she absorbs the impact of the dark magic. At the same time, the princess knows they could stop the corruption by rendering her combat incapable, but the barrier to the 4th layer is too close. If they engage in a full fight, they will end up triggering the barrier behind them. Abruptly, Bayan wonders what the commoner would do in such a situation. With a slight grin, she decides to fake a different approach and advises Huang to not do something she will regret later, considering that if the corruption goes any further, she will never be human again. Huang, however, is past the point of rational fear. She accuses Bien of continuing to think of her own superiority even in this situation since she can never understand how someone born with ordinary talent feels. After a brief pause, Bien offers Huang to listen to her story, reminding her that the princess of Adalabet is fated to die if she doesn't become king, which means that for her to survive, she has to kill all her other siblings. The princess realized that fact when she was 7 years old. Bian doesn't finish there, as she recalls hearing stories that Arshwang had a childhood loved by everyone. She admits that when she heard about it, she felt envious and didn't even receive love, let alone expectations. The poor princess didn't feel the love from the person who gave birth to her. Sadly, Bian questions Arshwang if she can even imagine how far she had to go to become king. At first, Arshwang scoffs due to the fact that she believes being born in royalty is itself a blessing. Yet sweat trickles down her face when Bian confesses that she drank fire instead of water, swallowed fire instead of food, and even showered in flames. Her skin filled with pus, itching so badly she felt like she'd go insane. Even when Bian tried drinking water later, her insides were already burned, only adding more pain. Fire is her created weapon and her greatest fear. Arshwang is stunned. However, she finds it unreal. She assumes Bien is trying to trick her with lies to gain sympathy since no one can endure such pain. To prove that she is telling the truth, Bien merely lifts her finger and a small flame ignites at the tip. She eats the flame, extinguishing it casually. Arshwang is taken aback. On the other hand, the princess clarifies that she has been receiving such training from her childhood, so she doesn't want to hear talk about blessings or talent anymore because she is so envious of Arshwang, who has never known a life like this that makes her want to cry. Lowering her head, Arshwang feels guilty about jumping to conclusions, even when she wasn't sure about anything in Bian's life. The dark energy dissipates, and tears stream down her face with shame and regret. With her trembling voice, Arshwang apologizes for everything. After hearing the sound of an explosion, some students came to check if everything was alright. At the same time, Bian notices that the dark demon energy from Arshwang is completely gone now. She is aware that if it were her of the past, she would have tried to attack Arshwang immediately. Hence, this must be the commoner's influence. Additionally, she instructs the students to take good care of Arshwang as she isn't in good condition. Arshwang was confused as she expected a punishment, yet Bien won't punish her. No matter what someone else says, she is a great talent, and the princess doesn't plan on punishing her for something like this. However, she also won't forgive Arshwang easily, so she has to make sure to be loyal to the princess and apologize. Bijin feels sick because of being such a softie in front of her, so she decides to go and hunt for creatures instead. Unexpectedly, something unreal happens, and screams echo in the place. On the flip side, on the third floor, Flame has finally found the spiritual creature, Twinkle Flower. It is close to 4th class, so it is a relief she could safely make a contract with it. It is not like having a contract means Flame can summon her familiar as she pleases, but there is also the basic function of increasing the attribute magic casting speed and power. Anyways, now that she is done, Flame just needs to enjoy the rest of her time here. Though it doesn't go as she planned, since she runs into Isel and Ma Yusong 10 minutes later, they all claim that they happen to be here by coincidence. Alternatively, Flame is aware that based on Yusong's traits, he can't really get close with spiritual creatures. Before they could talk any further, a scary explosion caught their attention. All three of them realized immediately that this explosion was of dark mana. It is so confusing for Flame as to how it is that things that didn't occur in the novel keep occurring. Without wasting any time, Yuzayan leaps into the air and desperately rushes to see what happened. On the other hand, Biyun and Arshwang lay on the ground. Whimpering in pain, the princess tries to wake up the unconscious Arshwang, noticing that there is dark mana coming from within the barrier. Before she could figure out anything else, her eyes widened with shock. The barrier has collapsed, and through that gap, a spiritual creature, a frost flame dolphin with dark mana, appeared. This is very puzzling because the spiritual creature Bian was looking for was eroded by dark mana. But if she lets it be, it will explode, and everyone will be in danger. To her surprise, Ma Yusong appears out of nowhere, and with his magic, he traps the flame dolphin. Within seconds, the spiritual creature that was in the middle of dark demon erosion returns to normal. Flame and Azel use their ultimate powers to treat the poor creature. When the dolphin leaves, Bian explains everything to the three of them. However, the tension in the surroundings grew stronger, and the ground started shaking. A familiar voice echoes through the place as a cloaked figure emerges from the forest. Dark ominous energy radiates from their body, and they are thrilled to find that not only a class students are present, but 4S class students are here as well. The moment the person removes their cloaks, the students are stunned. Upon noticing the students grasp that this person is none other than Professor Maison, Maison believes that today is her lucky day. While Isel is confused about the professor being here, Yusong is panicking as he never thought that a professor of Stella would be a dark mage, and that amount of mana makes him more scared. The professor admits that she wanted to leave the tastiest for last, but there is no need to refuse an opportunity given to her. Unleashing her dark magic, she announces the start of the feast. Meanwhile, a few hours earlier, Baek Usual stood in front of the barrier that led to the fourth layer. Our boy feels grateful due to his training in Ifenal's garden. The divine beasts responded to his affinity, and he made it this far. Yet from the fourth layer onward, he doesn't know what will happen. Usul hopes he can safely obtain the divine beast's heart. After placing his plan on the barrier, Yujin enters the fourth layer. Without any delay, the monsters start appearing, and they are definitely of a higher grade. However, our boy came prepared with his weapon. Terracon wouldn't have pierced this creature. With a single strike, Usual kills the monster. It was a good move that he brought the item Altarisha made for him. Now our guy decided to move quickly before more of those showed up. Due to the nature of the space, the sense of direction can be lost, so it is easy to get lost. This is why he asked Flame for something just in case. It is the Hambrum flower whose trait is an absolute sense of direction. As long as Baek Usual has this flower that always points east, he won't get lost. Quickly, our boy started moving to break through this layer. After a while, he begins to hear a humming sound. Eventually, Usul stops walking as he finally runs into one of the 12 beings with the greatest power in the otherworld, Yonhong Chunseumwul. With a smirk, Yonhong asks Usul what a human is doing here. Our boy needs to be focused as Yonhong's mana carries the power of charm. That face is just created to tempt Usul, so he must not fall for it. Therefore, Usul has to push back the mana flooding into his body. For others, it would be impossible, but our boy is different. He can do it since his body constantly leaks mana. Gathering all the power in his body, he pushes back the mana. Though with his mental strength, he can't force it to show its true form. Still, this should at least let him avoid being charmed. Yonhong hums in approval as she knows that an ordinary man would have already rushed at her. She realized that Usul knows who she is. Curious, she wants to know why our boy is here. Without beating around the bushes, Usul confesses that he came to obtain a divine beast's heart. He neither intends to kill a divine beast nor has the ability to do it. Our boy only planned to take one heart without an owner from the graveyard of divine beasts inside. When Yonhong asks the reason, Usul reminds himself that there is no need to go into detail about accepting Ifenal's conditions and learning a breathing technique. In times like this, using a plausible reason to evoke sympathy is the best idea. Hence, Usul lies that he has to save his friend, a divine spirit. Having said that, Yonhong is stunned as she never expected that a mere human could seek something so precious. This reaction was understandable as among the 12 divine moons, Yonhong Chunseumwul is especially affectionate towards divine beasts. As proof, she even poured her power into creating the fourth layer to protect them. So if Yonhong says it is to save a divine spirit, she might give up one heart. At this point, Yonhong is impressed and admits that she finds it strange that a faint scent of a divine beast lingered in Yunseal's breathing. Instantly, she starts blushing since she is flattered that our boy has such a close bond with a divine spirit. Usual finds it funny as Yunhong is imagining something different right now, and our boy just breathed diligently next to Ifenal. That is all. However, Yunhong isn't done yet. She clarifies that humans can no longer be trusted. They formed deep bonds with humans and were betrayed. When Usul tries to explain himself, she stops him, making our boy realize that B-Guard is no joke. When someone clears a 12 divine moon route, they inherit that moon's power, and each has different requirements. Among them, Yonhong's condition is meeting required stats. In other words, Usul must raise his divine beast's affinity and mental strength to her satisfaction. Simply put, our boy's current stats are not even close. It wasn't his goal to clear her route anyway, but refusing even a heart is a lot. Therefore, Usul mentions that his friend is dying and he needs to save him. At that moment, Yunhong asks Usul to prove if he is worthy to be a friend of divine beasts. He has to prove that he would even give his life for a divine beast. Deep down, Usul believes that this is too much. He is doing this to survive, and his life is the most precious to him. Conversely, Yonhong declares that she doesn't want divine beasts giving their hearts to humans. Humans' lives are finite, and their greed is endless. Thus, divine beasts on walks with humans will only be hurt in the end. That being said, Usul realizes that he has no choice but to find another way to get a heart. In that instant, the system alarms our boy that due to his intervention in the storyline, a significant butterfly effect has occurred. Episode 8, Dark Amana. Corruption has been accelerated and merged with the current episode. Without any warning, the ground starts trembling, and the system warns Usual about the drastic increase in the difficulty of the episode. Panic washes over our boy's face as he tries to grasp what just happened.